Chapter 22 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 22. Virtue is bold, and goodness never fearful. Shakespeare. Left at 3 years of age dependent upon the mercy and charity of a world in which she was friendless and alone, Gertrude had, during the period of her residence at Nan Grant's, found little of that mercy and still less of that charity. But although her turbulent spirit rebelled at the treatment she received, she was then too young to reason upon the subject, or come to any philosophical conclusions upon the general hardness and cruelty of humanity. And, had she done so, such impressions could not but have been effaced amid the atmosphere of love and kindness which surrounded her during the succeeding period, when, cherished and protected in the home of her kind foster father, she enjoyed a degree of parental tenderness which rarely falls to the lot of an orphan. And having, through a similar providence, found in Emily additional proof of the fact that the tie of kindred blood is not always needed to bind heart to heart in the closest bonds of sympathy and affection, she had hitherto, in her unusually happy experience, felt none of the evils that spring from dependence upon the bounty of strangers. The unfriendly conduct of Mrs. Ellis had, at times, been a source of irritation to her, but the housekeeper's power and influence in the family were limited by her own dependence upon the good opinion of those she served, and Gertrude's patience and forbearance had at last nearly disarmed her enmity. From Mr. Graham she had until now experienced only kindness. On her first coming to live with them, he had, to be sure, taken very little notice of her, and, so long as she was quiet, well-mannered, and no trouble to anybody, had been quite indifferent concerning her. He observed that Emily was fond of the girl and liked to have her with her, and, though he wondered at her taste, was glad that she should be indulged. It was not long, however, before he was led to notice in his daughter's favourite a quickness of mind and a propriety of deportment which had the effect of creating an interest in her that soon increased to positive partiality, especially when he discovered her taste for gardening and her perseverance in labouring among her flowers. He not only set off a portion of his grounds for her use, but, charmed with her success during the first summer after the appropriation was made, added to the original flower garden, and himself assisted in laying out and ornamenting it. Emily formed no plan with regard to Gertrude's education, to which she did not obtain a ready assent from her father, and Gertrude, deeply grateful for so much bounty, spared no pains to evidence her sense of obligation and regard, by treating Mr. Graham with the greatest respect and attention. But unfortunately for the continuance of these amicable relations, Mr. Graham possessed neither the disinterested, forbearing spirit of Uncle True, or the saintly patience and self-sacrifice of Emily. Mr. Graham was a liberal and highly respectable man. He had the reputation, as the world goes, of being a remarkably high-minded and honourable man, and not without reason, for his conduct had oftentimes justified this current report of him. But alas! he was a selfish man, and often took very one-sided views. He had supported and educated Gertrude. He liked her. She was the person whom he preferred for a travelling companion for himself and Emily. Nobody else had any claim upon her to compare with his, and he either could not or would not see that her duty lay in any other direction. And yet, while he was ready to act the tyrant, he deceived himself with the idea that he was the best friend she had in the world. He was not capable of understanding that kind of regard which causes one to find gratification in whatever tends to the present or future welfare of another, without reference to himself or his own interests. Acting, therefore, under the influence of his own prejudiced and narrow sentiments, Mr. Graham gave way to his ill temper, and distressed Gertrude by the first really harsh and severe language he had ever used towards her. During the long hours of a wakeful and restless night, Gertrude had ample time to review and consider her own situation and circumstances. At first, her only emotion was one of grief and distress, such as a child might feel on being reproved. But that gradually subsided, as other and bitter thoughts rose up in her mind. "What right," thought she, "has Mr. Graham to treat me thus? To tell me I shall go with them on this southern journey, and speak as if my other friends were ciphers in his estimation, and ought to be in my own. Does he consider that my freedom is to be the price of my education, and am I no longer to be able to say yes or no? Emily does not think so. Emily, who loves and needs me 1,000 times more than Mr. Graham, thinks I have acted rightly, and assured me, only a few hours ago, that it was my duty to carry out the plans I had formed. And my solemn promise to Willie, is that to be held for nothing? No, thought she, it would be tyranny in Mr. Graham to insist upon my remaining with them, and I am glad I have resolved to break away from such thraldom. Besides, I was educated to teach, and Mr. W. says it is important to commence at once, while my studies are fresh in my mind. Perhaps if I yielded now, and stayed here living in luxury, I should continue to do so until I lost the power of regaining my independence. It is cruel in Mr. Graham to try to deprive me of my free will." So much said pride, and Gertrude's heart, naturally proud, and only kept in check by strict and conscientious self-control, listened awhile to such suggestions. But not long. She had accustomed herself to view the conduct of others in that spirit of charity which she desired should be exercised towards her own, and milder thoughts soon took the place of these excited and angry feelings. "Perhaps," said she to herself, as she reviewed in her mind the conversation of the evening, "it is after all pure kindness to me that prompted Mr. Graham's interference. He may think, as Emily does, that I am undertaking too much. It is impossible for him to know how strong my motives are, how deep I consider my obligations to the Sullivans, and how much I am needed by them at this time. I had no idea, either, that it was such an understood thing that I was to be of the party to the South. For though Emily talked as if she took it for granted, Mr. Graham never spoke of it, or asked me to go, and I could not suppose it would be any great disappointment to him to have me refuse. But after his planning the journey, as he says he has done, with reference to the enjoyment of us both, I do not wonder at his being somewhat annoyed. He probably feels, too, as if I had been under his guardianship so long that he has almost a right to decide upon my conduct. And he has been very indulgent to me, and I a stranger with no claims. Oh, I hate to have him think me so ungrateful. Shall I then decide to give up my teaching, go to the South, and leave dear Mrs. Sullivan to suffer, perhaps die, while I am away? No, that is impossible. I will never be such a traitor to my own heart and my own sense of right. Sorry as I shall be to offend Mr. Graham, I must not allow fear of his anger to turn me from my duty." Having thus resolved to brave the tempest that she well knew she must encounter, and committed her cause to Him who judgeth righteously, Gertrude tried to compose herself to sleep, but found it impossible to obtain any untroubled rest. Scarcely had slumber eased her mind of the weight that pressed upon it, before dreams of an equally painful nature seized upon her, and startled her back to consciousness. In some of these visions she beheld Mr. Graham, angry and excited as on the previous evening, and threatening her with the severest marks of his displeasure if she dared to thwart his plans. And then, again, she seemed to see Willie, the same boyish youth from whom she had parted nearly 5 years before, beckoning her with a sad countenance to the room where his pale mother lay in a swoon, as Gertrude had a few weeks before discovered her. Exhausted by a succession of such harassing images, she at length gave up the attempt to obtain any rest through sleep, and rising, seated herself at the window, where, watching the now descending moon and the first approach of dawn, she found, in quiet self-communing, the strength and courage which she felt would be requisite to carry her calmly and firmly through the following day, a day destined to witness her sad separation from Emily, and her farewell to Mr. Graham, which would probably be of a still more distressing character. It may seem strange that anything more than the ordinary mental courage and decision should be needful to sustain Gertrude under the present emergency. But, in truth, it required no small amount of both these qualities for a young girl of 18 years, long dependent upon the liberality of an elderly man, well known as a stern dictator in his household, to suddenly break the bonds of custom and habit, and mark out a course for herself in opposition to his wishes and intentions. And nothing but an urgent motive could have led the grateful and peace-loving Gertrude to such a step. The tyrannical disposition of Mr. Graham was well understood in his family, each member of which was accustomed to respect all his wishes and whims; and though he was always indulgent, and usually kind, None ever ventured to brave a temper which, when excited, was violent in the extreme. It cannot, then, be surprising that Gertrude's heart should have almost failed her, when she stood, half an hour before breakfast time, with the handle of the dining room door in her hand, summoning all her energies for another meeting with the formidable opposer of her plans. She paused but a moment, however, then opened the door and went in. Mr. Graham was where she expected to see him, sitting in his armchair, and on the breakfast table by his side lay the morning paper. It had been Gertrude's habit, for a year or two, to read that paper aloud to the old gentleman at this same hour, and it was for that very purpose she had now come. She advanced towards him with her usual "Good morning." The salutation was returned in a purposely constrained voice. She seated herself and leaned forward to take the newspaper, but he placed his hand upon it and prevented her. "I was going to read the news to you, sir." "And I do not wish to have you read or do anything else for me until I know whether you have concluded to treat me with the respect I have a right to demand from you." "I certainly never intended to treat you otherwise than with respect, Mr. Graham." "When girls or boys set themselves up in opposition to those older and wiser than themselves, they manifest the greatest disrespect they are capable of. But I am willing to forgive the past, if you assure me, as I think you will after a night's reflection, that you have returned to a right sense of your duty." "I cannot say, sir, that I have changed my views with regard to what that duty is." "Do you mean to tell me," asked Mr. Graham, rising from his chair, and speaking in a tone which made Gertie's heart quake, in spite of her brave resolutions, "do you mean to tell me that you have any idea of persisting in your folly?" "Is it folly, sir, to do right?" "Right? There is a great difference of opinion between you and me as to what right is in this case." "But, Mr. Graham, I think, if you knew all the circumstances, you would not blame my conduct. I have told Emily the reasons that influenced me, and she " "Don't quote Emily to me," interrupted Mr. Graham, as he walked the floor rapidly. "I don't doubt she'd give her head to anybody that asked for it, but I hope I know a little better what is due to myself, and I tell you plainly, Miss Gertrude Flint, without any more words in the matter, that if you leave my house as you propose doing, you leave it with my displeasure. And that, you may find one of these days, is no light thing to have incurred. Unnecessarily, too," he muttered, "as you are doing." "I am very sorry to displease me, Mr. Graham, but " "No, you're not sorry. If you were, you would not walk straight in the face of my wishes," said Mr. Graham, who began to observe the expression of Gertrude's face, which, though grieved and troubled, had, in the last few minutes, acquired additional firmness, instead of quailing beneath his severe and cutting words. "But I have said enough about a matter which is not worthy of so much notice. You can go or stay as you please. I wish you to understand, however, that in the former case I utterly withdraw my protection and assistance from you. You must take care of yourself, or trust to strangers. I suppose you expect your Calcutta friend will support you, perhaps come home and take you under his especial care. But if you think so, you know little of the world. I dare say he is married to an Indian by this time, and if not, has pretty much forgotten you." "Mr. Graham," said Gertrude proudly, "Mr. Sullivan will not probably return to this country for many years, and I assure you I neither look to him or any one else for my support. I intend to earn a maintenance for myself." "A heroic resolve," said Mr. Graham, contemptuously, "and pronounced with a dignity I hope you will be able to maintain. Am I to consider, then, that your mind is made up?" "It is, sir," said Gertrude, not a little strengthened for the dreaded necessity of pronouncing her final resolution by Mr. Graham's sarcastic speeches. "And you go?" "I must. I believe it to be my duty, and am therefore willing to sacrifice my own comfort, and, what I assure you I value far more, your friendship." Mr. Graham did not seem to take the least notice of the latter part of her remark, and, before she had finished speaking, so far forgot his usual politeness as to drown her voice in the violent ringing of the table bell. It was answered by Katie with the breakfast, and Emily and Mrs. Ellis coming in at the same moment, all seated themselves at table, and the meal was commenced in unusual silence and constraint, for Emily had heard the loud tones of her father's voice, and was filled with anxiety and alarm, while Mrs. Ellis plainly saw, from the countenances of all present, that something unpleasant had occurred. When Mr. Graham, whose appetite appeared undiminished, had finished eating a hearty breakfast, he turned to Mrs. Ellis, and deliberately and formally invited her to accompany himself and Emily on their journey to the South, mentioning the probability that they should pass some weeks in Havana. Mrs. Ellis, who had never before heard any intimation that such a tour was contemplated, accepted the invitation with pleasure and alacrity, and proceeded to ask a number of questions concerning the proposed route and length of absence, while Emily hid her agitated face behind her teacup, and Gertrude, who had lately been reading Letters from Cuba, and was aware that Mr. Graham knew the strong interest she consequently felt in the place, pondered in her mind whether it were possible that he could be guilty of the small and mean desire to vex and mortify her. Breakfast over, Emily hastily sought her room, where she was immediately joined by Gertrude. In answering Emily's earnest inquiries as to the scene which had taken place, Gertrude forbore to repeat Mr. Graham's most bitter and wounding remarks, for she saw, from her kind friend's pained and anxious countenance, how deeply she participated in her own sense of wrong and misapprehension. She told her, however, that it was now well understood by Mr. Graham that she was to leave, and as his sentiments towards her were far from kindly, she thought it best to go at once, especially as she could never be more needed by Mrs. Sullivan than at present. Emily saw the reasonableness of the proposal, assented to it, and agreed to accompany her to town that very afternoon, for deeply sensitive at any unkindness manifested toward Gertrude, she preferred to have her depart thus abruptly rather than encounter her father's contemptuous neglect. The remainder of the day, therefore, was spent by Gertrude in packing and other preparations, while Emily sat by, counseling and advising the future conduct of her adopted darling, lamenting the necessity of their separation, and exchanging with her reiterated assurances of continued and undiminished affection. "Oh, if you could only write to me, dear Emily, during your long absence, what a comfort it would be!" exclaimed Gertrude. "With Mrs. Ellis's assistance, my dear," replied Emily, "I will send you such news as I can of our movements. But though you may not be able to hear much from me, you will be ever in my thoughts, and I shall never forget to commend my beloved child to the protection and care of one who will be to her a better counselor and friend than I could be." In the course of the day Gertrude sought Mrs. Ellis, and astonished that lady by announcing that she had come to have a few farewell words with her. Surprise and curiosity, however, were soon superseded by the housekeeper's eagerness to expatiate upon the kindness and generosity of Mr. Graham, and the delights of the excursion in prospect. After wishing her a great deal of pleasure, Gertrude begged to hear from her by letter during her absence, to which apparently unheard request Mrs. Ellis only replied by asking if Gertrude thought a thibet dress would be uncomfortable on the journey, and when it was repeated with still greater earnestness, she, with equal unsatisfactoriness to the supplicant for epistolary favors, begged to know how many pairs of undersleeves she should probably require. Having responded to her questions, and at last gained her ear and attention, Gertrude obtained from her a promise to write one letter, which would, she declared, be more than she had done for years. Before leaving the house, Gertrude sought Mr. Graham's study, in hopes that he would take a friendly leave of her. But on her telling him that she had come to bid him good-bye, he indistinctly muttered the simple words of that universal formula, so deep in its meaning when coming from the heart, so chilling when uttered, as on the present occasion, by stern and nearly closed lips, and turning his back upon her, took up the tongs to mend his fire. So she went away with a tear in her eye and sadness in her heart, for until now Mr. Graham had been a good friend to her. A far different scene awaited her in the upper kitchen, where she went to seek Mrs. Prime and Katy. "Bless your soul, dear Miss Gertrude," said the former, stumbling up the staircase which led from the lower room, and wiping her hands on her apron, "how we shall miss yer! Why, the house won't be worth livin' in when you're out of it. My gracious, if you don't come back we shall all die out in a fortnight. Why, you're the life and soul of the place. But there, I guess you know what's right, so if you must go, we must bear it, though Katy and I'll cry our eyes out, for aught I know." "Sure, Miss Gartrude," said Irish Katy, "and it's right good in you to be after comin' to bid us good bye. I don't see how you gets memory to think of us at all, and I'm sure you'll never be better off than what I wish yer. I can't but think, miss, it'll go to help yer along, that everybody's good wishes and blessin' goes with yer." "Thank you, Katy, thank you," said Gertrude, much touched by the simple earnestness of these good friends. "You must come and see me some time in Boston, and you too, Mrs. Prime. I shall depend upon it." Good-bye." And the good-bye that now fell upon Gertrude's ear was a hearty and a true one. It followed her through the hall, and as the carryall drove away, she heard it mingling with the rattling of the vehicle. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 23. One of that stubborn sort he is, who, if they once grow fond of an opinion, they call it honour, honesty, and faith, and sooner part with life than let it go. Rown. Passing over Gertrude's parting with Emily, her cordial reception by Mrs. Sullivan, and her commencement of school duties, we will look in upon her and record the events of a day in November, about 2 months after she left Mr. Graham's. Rising with the sun, she made her neat toilet in a room so cold that before it was completed her hands were half benumbed. Nor did she, in spite of the chilling atmosphere, omit, ere she commenced the labours of the day, to supplicate Heaven's blessing upon them. Then, noiselessly entering the adjoining apartment, where Mrs. Sullivan was still sleeping, she lit a fire, the materials for which had been carefully prepared the night before, in a small grate, and, descending the stairs with the same light footstep, performed a similar service at the cooking stove, which stood in a comfortable room, where, now that the weather was cold, the family took their meals. The table was set, and the preparations for breakfast nearly completed, when Mrs. Sullivan entered, pale, thin, and feeble in her appearance, and wrapped in a large shawl. "Gertrude," said she, "why will you let me sleep so mornings when you are up and at work? I believe it has happened so every day this week." "For the very best reason in the world, Aunty, because I sleep all the early part of the night, and am wide awake at daybreak, and with you it is just the reverse. Besides, I like to get the breakfast. I make such beautiful coffee. Look," said she, pouring some into a cup, and then lifting the lid of the coffee pot and pouring it back again. "See how clear it is. Don't you long for some of it this cold morning?" Mrs. Sullivan smiled, for, Uncle True having always preferred tea, Gertrude did not at first know how to make coffee, and had been obliged to come to her for instructions. "Now," said Gertrude, playfully, as she drew a comfortable chair close to the fire, "I want you to sit down here and watch the tea kettle boil, while I run and see if Mr. Cooper is ready to let me tie up his queue." She went, leaving Mrs. Sullivan to think what a good girl she was, and presently returning with the old man, who was dressed with perfect neatness, she placed a chair for him, and having waited, as for a child, while he seated himself, and then pinned a napkin about his throat, she proceeded to place the breakfast on the table. While Mrs. Sullivan poured out the coffee, Gertrude, with a quiet tact which rendered the action almost unobserved, removed the skin from a baked potato and the shell from a boiled egg, and placing both on the plate destined for Mr. Cooper, handed him his breakfast in a state of preparation which obviated the difficulty the old man experienced in performing these tasks for himself, and spared Mrs. Sullivan the anxiety she always felt at witnessing his clumsiness and sadly increasing carelessness on those points of neatness so sacred in her eyes. Poor Mrs. Sullivan had no appetite, and it was with difficulty Gertrude persuaded her to eat anything. A few fried oysters, however, unexpectedly placed before her, proved such a temptation that she was induced to taste and finally to eat several, with a degree of relish she rarely felt lately for any article of food. As Gertrude gazed at her languid face, she realized more than ever before the change which had come over the active, energetic little woman, and confident that nothing but positive disease could have effected such a transformation, she resolved that not another day should pass without her seeing a physician. Breakfast over, there were dishes to wash, rooms to be put in order, dinner to be decided on and partially prepared, and all this Gertrude exerted herself and saw accomplished, chiefly through her own labour, before she went to rearrange her dress, previous to her departure for the school, where she had now been some weeks installed as assistant teacher. A quarter before 9 she looked in at the kitchen door, and said, in a cheering tone, to the old man, who was cowering gloomily over the fire, "Come, Mr. Cooper, won't you go over and superintend the new church a little while this morning? Mr. Miller will be expecting you. He said yesterday that he depended on your company when he was at work." The old man rose, and taking his greatcoat from Gertrude, put it on with her assistance, and accompanied her in a mechanical sort of way, that seemed to imply a great degree of indifference whether he went or stayed. As they walked in silence down the street, Gertrude could not but revolve in her mind the singular coincidence which had thus made her the almost daily companion of another infirm old man, nor could she fail to draw a comparison between the genial, warm-hearted Uncle True, and the gloomy, discontented Paul Cooper, who, never, as we have said, possessing a genial temperament, now retained, in his state of mental imbecility, his old characteristics in an exaggerated form. Unfavourable as the comparison necessarily was to the latter, it did not diminish the kindness and thoughtfulness of Gertrude towards her present charge, who was in her eyes an object of sincere compassion. They soon reached the new church of which Gertrude had spoken, a handsome edifice, built on the site of the old building in which Mr. Cooper had long officiated as sexton. It was not yet finished, and a number of workmen were at this time engaged in the completion of the interior. A man with a hodful of mortar preceded Gertrude and her companion up the steps which led to the main entrance, but stopped inside the porch on hearing himself addressed by name, and laying down his burden, turned to respond to the well-known voice. "Good morning, Miss Flint," said he. "I hope you're very well, this fine day." "Ah, Mr. Cooper, you've come to help me a little, I see. That's right. We can't go on very well without you, you're so used to the place. Here, sir, if you'll come with me, I'll show you what has been done since you were here last. I want to know how you think we get along." So saying, he was walking away with the old sexton, but Gertrude followed and detained him a moment, to ask if he would do her the favour to see Mr. Cooper safe home when he passed Mrs. Sullivan's house on his way to dinner. "Certainly, Miss Flint," replied the man, "with all the pleasure in the world. He has usually gone with me pretty readily when you have left him in my care." Having obtained this promise, Gertrude hastened towards the school, rejoicing in the certainty that Mr. Cooper would be safe and well amused during the morning, and that Mrs. Sullivan, freed from all responsibility concerning him, would be left to the rest and quiet she so much needed. This cordial coadjutor in Gertrude's plan of diverting and occupying the old man's mind was a respectable mason, who had often been in Mr. Graham's employ, and whose good will and gratitude Gertrude had won by the kindness and attention she had shown his family during the previous winter, when they were sick and afflicted. In her daily walk past the church she had frequently seen Mr. Miller at his work, and it occurred to her that, if she could awaken in Mr. Cooper's mind an interest in the new structure, he might find amusement in coming there and watching the workmen. She had some difficulty in persuading him to visit a building to the erection of which he had been vehemently opposed, not only because it was inimical to his interests, but on account of the strong attachment he had for the old place of worship. Once there, however, he became interested in the work, and, as Mr. Miller took pains to make him comfortable, and even awakened in him the belief that he was useful, he gradually acquired a habit of passing the greater part of every morning in watching the men engaged in their various branches of industry. Sometimes Gertrude called for him on her return from school, and sometimes, as on the present occasion, Mr. Miller undertook to accompany him home. Since Gertrude had been at Mrs. Sullivan's house, there was a very perceptible alteration in Mr. Cooper. He was much more manageable, looked better contented, and manifested far less irritability than he had previously done. And this favourable change, together with the cheering influence of Gertrude's society, had for a time produced a proportionately beneficial effect upon Mrs. Sullivan. But within the last few days, her increased debility and one or two sudden attacks of faintness, had awakened all, and more than all, of Gertrude's former fears. She had left home with the determination, as soon as she should be released from her school duties, to seek Dr. Jeremy and request his attendance; and it was in order to secure leisure for that purpose that she had solicited Mr. Miller's superintending care for Mr. Cooper. Of Gertrude's school duties we shall say nothing, save that she was found by Mr. W. fully competent to the performance of them, and that she met with those trials and discouragements only to which all teachers are more or less subjected from the idleness, obstinacy, or stupidity of their pupils. On this day, however, she was, from various causes, detained to a later hour than usual, and the clock struck 2 at the very moment that she was ringing Dr. Jeremy's door bell. The girl who opened the door knew Gertrude by sight, having often seen her at her master's house, and telling her that, though the doctor was just going in to dinner, she thought he would see her, asked her into the office, where he stood, with his back to the fire, eating an apple, as it was his invariable custom to do before dinner. He laid it down, however, and advanced to meet Gertrude, holding out both his hands. "Gertrude Flint, I declare!" exclaimed he. "Why, I'm glad to see you, my girl. Why haven't you been here before, I should like to know?" Gertrude explained that she was living with friends, one of whom was very old, the other an invalid, and that so much of her time was occupied in school that she had no opportunity for visiting. "Poor excuse!" said the doctor, "poor excuse! But now we've got you here, we shan't let you go very soon." And going to the foot of the staircase, he called, in the loudest possible tone of voice, "Mrs. Jerry! Mrs. Jerry! Come! Come down to dinner as quick as you can, and put on your best cap. We've got company. Poor soul!" added he, in a lower tone, addressing himself to Gertrude, and smiling good naturedly. "She can't hurry, can she, Gertie? She's fat." Gertrude now protested against staying to dinner, declaring she must hasten home, and announcing Mrs. Sullivan's illness and the object of her visit. "An hour can't make much difference in such a case," insisted the doctor. "You must stay and dine with me, and then I'll go wherever you wish, and take you with me in the buggy." Gertrude hesitated. The sky had clouded over, and a few flakes of snow were falling. She should have an uncomfortable walk, and moreover it would be better for her to accompany the doctor, as the street in which she lived was principally composed of new houses, not yet numbered, and he might, if he were alone, have some difficulty in finding the right tenement. At this stage of her reflections Mrs. Jeremy entered. Fat she certainly was, very uncommonly fat, and flushed too with her unwonted haste and the excitement of anticipating the company of a stranger. She kissed Gertrude in the kindest manner, and then, looking round and seeing that there was no one else present, exclaimed, glancing reproachfully at the doctor, "Why, Dr. Jerry, ain't you ashamed of yourself? I never will believe you again. You made me think there was some great stranger here." "And pray, Mrs. Jerry, who's a greater stranger in this house than Gertie Flint?" "Sure enough," said Mrs. Jeremy, "Gertrude is a stranger, and I've got a scolding in store for her on that very account. But you know, Dr. Jerry, I shouldn't have put on my lilac and pink for Gertrude to see. She likes me just as well in my old yellow, if she did tell me when I bought it, the saucy girl, that I'd selected the ugliest cap in Boston. Do you remember that, Gertie?" Gertie laughed heartily at the recollection of a very amusing scene that took place at the milliner's when she went shopping with Mrs. Jeremy. "But come, Gertie," continued that lady, "dinner's ready. Take off your cloak and bonnet, and come into the dining room. The doctor has got a great deal to say, and has been wanting dreadfully to see you." They had been sitting some minutes without a word's having been spoken, beyond the usual civilities of the table, when the doctor, suddenly laying down his knife and fork, commenced laughing, and laughed till the tears came into his eyes. Gertrude looked at him inquiringly, and Mrs. Jeremy said, "There, Gertrude, for one whole week he has just such a laughing fit, 2 or 3 times a day. I was as much astonished at first as you are, and I confess I don't quite understand now what could have happened between him and Mr. Graham that was so very funny." "Come, wife," said the doctor, checking himself in his merriment, "don't you forestall my communication. I want to tell the story myself. I don't suppose," continued he, turning towards Gertrude, "you've lived 5 years at Mr. Graham's without finding out what a cantankerous, opinionative, obstinate old hulk he is." "Doctor!" said Mrs. Jeremy, reprovingly, and shaking her head at him. "I don't care for winking or head shaking, wife. I speak my mind, and that's the conclusion I've come to with regard to Mr. Graham. And Gertrude here has done the same. I haven't a particle of doubt, only she's a good girl and won't say so." "I never saw anything that looked like it," said Mrs. Jeremy, "and I've seen as much of him as most folks. I meet him in the street almost every day, and he looks as smiling as a basket of chips, and makes a beautiful bow." "I dare say," said the doctor. "Gertrude and I know what gentlemanly manners he has when one does not walk in the very teeth of his opinions. Eh, Gertrude? But when one does " "In talking politics, for instance," suggested Mrs. Jeremy. "It's your differences with him on politics that have set you against him so." "No, it isn't," replied the doctor. "A man may get angry talking politics, and be a pretty good-natured man, too, in the main. I get angry myself on politics, but that isn't the sort of thing I have reference to at all. It's Graham's wanting to lay down the law to everybody that comes within 10 miles of him that I can't endure. His dictatorial way of acting, as if he were the Grand Mogul of Cochin China. I thought he'd improved of late years. He had a serious lesson enough in that sad affair of poor Philip Amory's. But fact, I believe he's been trying the old game again. Ha, ha, ha!" shouted the good doctor, leaning forward and giving Gertrude a light tap on the shoulder. "Wasn't I glad when I found he'd met at last with a reasonable opposition, and that, too, where he least expected it." Gertrude looked her astonishment at his evident knowledge of the misunderstanding between herself and Mr. Graham, and in answer to that look he continued, "You wonder where I picked up my information, and I'll tell you. It was partly from Graham himself. And what diverts me is to think how hard the old chap tried to hide his defeat and persuade me that he'd had his own way after all, when I saw through him, and knew as well as he did that he'd found his match in you." "Dr. Jeremy," interposed Gertrude, "I hope you don't think " "No, my dear, I don't think you a professed pugilist, but I consider you a girl of sense, one who knows what's right, and will do what's right, in spite of Mr. Graham or anybody else. And when you hear my story, you will know the grounds on which I formed my opinion with regard to the course things had taken, and the reasons I have for understanding the state of the case rather better than Graham meant I should. One day, perhaps it was about 2 months ago, you may remember the exact time better than I do, I was summoned to go and see one of Mr. W.'s children, who had an attack of croup. Mr. W. was talking with me, when he was called away to see a visitor, and on his return he mentioned that he had just secured your services in his school. I was not surprised, for I knew Emily intended you for a teacher, and I was thankful you had got so good a situation. I had hardly left Mr. W.'s door, however, before I encountered Mr. Graham, and he entertained me, as we went down the street, with an account of his plans for the winter. 'But Gertrude Flint is not going with you,' said I. 'Gertrude?' said he. 'Certainly she is.' 'Are you sure of that?' I asked. 'Have you invited her?' 'Invited her? No,' was his answer. 'But of course I know she will go, and be glad enough of the opportunity. It isn't every girl in her situation that is so fortunate.' Now, Gertie, I felt a little provoked at his way of speaking, and I answered, in nearly as confident a tone as his own, 'I doubt myself whether she will accept the invitation.' Upon that, Mr. Dignity straightened up, and such a speech as he made! I never can recall it without being amused, especially when I think of the come down that followed so soon after. I can't repeat it, but goodness, Gertrude, one would have thought to hear him, that it was not only impossible you should oppose his wishes, but actual treason in me to suggest such a thing. Of course I knew better than to tell what I had just heard from Mr. W., but I never felt a greater curiosity about anything than I did to know how the matter would end. 2 or 3 times I planned to drive out with my wife, to see Emily and hear the result, but a doctor never can call a day his own, and I got prevented. At last, one Sunday, I heard Mrs. Prime's voice in the kitchen her niece lives here and down I went to make my inquiries. That woman is a friend of yours, Gertrude, and pretty sharp where you are concerned. She told me the truth, I rather think, though not perhaps all the particulars. It was not more than a day or 2 after that before I saw Graham. 'Ah,' said I, 'when do you start?' 'To morrow,' replied he. 'Really?' I exclaimed. 'Then I shan't see your ladies again. Will you take a little package from me to Gertrude?' 'I know nothing about Gertrude,' said he, stiffly. 'What?' rejoined I, affecting the greatest surprise. 'Has Gertrude left you?' 'She has,' answered he. 'And dared,' continued I, quoting his own words, 'to treat you with such disrespect, to trifle so with your dignity.' 'Dr. Jeremy,' exclaimed he, 'I don't wish to hear that young person mentioned. She has behaved as ungratefully as she has unwisely.' 'Why, about the gratitude, Graham,' said I. 'I believe you said it would only be an additional favour on your part if you took her with you. And I can't say but what I think it is wisdom in her to make herself independent at home. But I really am sorry for you and Emily. You will miss her so much.' 'We can dispense with your sympathy, sir,' answered he, 'for that which is no loss.' 'Ah, really?' I replied. 'Now, I was thinking Gertrude's society would be quite a loss.' 'Mrs. Ellis goes with us,' said he, with a marked emphasis, that seemed to say she was a person whose company compensated for all deficiency. "Ah," said I, "charming woman, Mrs. Ellis." Graham looked annoyed, for he is aware that Mrs. Ellis is my antipathy. "Well, you ought to have known better, Dr. Jerry," said his kind hearted wife, "than to have attacked a man so on his weak point. It was only exciting his temper for nothing." "I was taking up the cudgels for Gertrude, wife." "And I don't believe Gertrude wants you to take up the cudgels for her. I have no manner of doubt that she has the kindest of feelings toward Mr. Graham, this blessed minute." "I have indeed, Mrs. Jeremy," said Gertrude. "He has been a most generous and indulgent friend to me." "Except when you wanted to have your own way," suggested the doctor. "Which I seldom did, when it was in opposition to his wishes." "And what if it were?" "I always considered it my duty to submit to him, until at last, a higher duty compelled me to do otherwise." "And then, my dear," said Mrs. Jeremy, "I dare say it pained you to displease him. And that is a right woman's feeling, and one that Dr. Jerry, in his own heart, can't but approve of; though one would think, to hear him talk, that he considered it pretty in a young girl to take satisfaction in browbeating an old gentleman. But don't let us talk any more about it. He has had his say, and now it's my turn. I want to hear how you are situated, Gertie, where you live, and how you like teaching." Gertrude answered all these questions, and the doctor, who had heard Mrs. Sullivan spoken of as a friend of True's and Gertie's, at the time when he attended the former, made inquiries concerning the state of her health. It was by this time beginning to snow fast, and Gertrude's anxiety to return home in good season being very manifest to her kind host and hostess, they urged no further delay, and after she had given many a promise to repeat her visit on the earliest opportunity, she drove away with the doctor. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 24. No simplest duty is forgot. Life hath no dim and lonely spot that doth not in her sunshine share. Lowell. "I have been thinking," said Gertrude, as she drew near home, "how we shall manage, doctor, so as not to alarm Mrs. Sullivan." "What's going to alarm her?" asked the doctor. "You, if she knows at once that you are a physician. I think I had better introduce you as a friend who brought me home in the storm." "Oh, so we are going to act a little farce, are we? Stage manager Gertrude Flint. Unknown stranger Dr. Jeremy. I'm ready. What shall I say first?" "I leave that to a wiser head than mine, doctor, and trust entirely to your own discretion to obtain some knowledge of her symptoms, and only gradually disclose to her that you are a physician." "Ah, yes. Pretend, at first, to be only a private individual of a very inquiring mind. I think I can manage it." They went in. As they opened the door, Mrs. Sullivan rose from her chair with a troubled countenance, and hardly waited for the introduction to Gertrude's friend before she turned to her and asked, with some anxiety, if Mr. Cooper were not with them. "No, indeed," replied Gertrude. "Hasn't he come home?" Upon Mrs. Sullivan saying that she had not seen him since morning, Gertrude informed her, with a composure she was far from feeling, that Mr. Miller had undertaken the care of him, and could, undoubtedly, account for his absence. She would seek him at once. "Oh, I'm so sorry," said Mrs. Sullivan, "that you should have to go out again in such a storm. But I feel very anxious about grandpa. Don't you, Gertie?" "Not very. I think he is safe in the church. But I'll go for him at once. You know, auntie, I never mind the weather." "Then take my great shawl, dear," and Mrs. Sullivan went to the entry closet for her shawl, giving Gertrude an opportunity to beg of Dr. Jeremy that he would await her return. For she knew that any unusual agitation of mind would often occasion an attack of faintness in Mrs. Sullivan, and was afraid to have her left alone to dwell with anxiety and alarm upon Mr. Cooper's prolonged absence. It was a very disagreeable afternoon, and already growing dark. Gertrude hastened along the wet sidewalks, exposed to the blinding storm, for the wind would not permit her to carry an umbrella, and, after passing through several streets, gained the church. She went into the building, now nearly deserted by the workmen, saw at once that Mr. Cooper was not there, and was beginning to fear that she should gain no information concerning him, when she met Mr. Miller coming from the gallery. He looked surprised at seeing her, and asked if Mr. Cooper had not returned home. She answered in the negative, and he then informed her that his utmost efforts were insufficient to persuade the old man to go home at dinner time, and that he had therefore taken him to his own house. He had supposed, however, that long before this hour he would have been induced to allow one of the children to accompany him to Mrs. Sullivan's. As it now seemed probable that he was still at Mr. Miller's, Gertrude took the direction, for the family had moved within a year, and she did not know where to seek them, and declining the company of the friendly mason, whom she was unwilling to take from his work, proceeded thither at once. After an uncomfortable walk, and some difficulty in finding the right street and house, she reached her destination. She knocked at the outside door, but there was no response, and after waiting a moment she opened it and went in. Through another door, at the right, there was the sound of children's voices, and so much noise that she believed it impossible to make herself heard, and therefore, without further ceremony, entered the room. A band of startled children dispersed at the sight of a stranger, and ensconced themselves in corners; and Mrs. Miller, in dismay at the untidy appearance of her kitchen, hastily pushed back a clothes horse against the wall, thereby disclosing to view the very person Gertrude had come to seek, who, in his usual desponding attitude, sat cowering over the fire. But before she could advance to speak to him, her whole attention was arrested by another and most unexpected sight. Placed against the side of the room, directly opposite the door, was a narrow bed, in which some person seemed to be sleeping. Hardly, however, had Gertrude presented herself in the doorway, before the figure suddenly raised itself, gazed fixedly at her, lifted a hand as if to ward off her approach, and uttered a piercing shriek. The voice and countenance were not to be mistaken, and Gertrude, pale and trembling, felt something like a revival of her old dread, as she beheld the well-known features of Nan Grant. "Go away! Go away!" cried Nan, as Gertrude, after a moment's hesitation, advanced into the room. Again Gertrude paused, for the wildness of Nan's eyes and the excitement of her countenance were such that she feared to excite her further. Mrs. Miller now came forward and interfered. "Why, Aunt Nancy," said she, "what is the matter? This is Miss Flint, one of the best young ladies in the land." "No, 'tain't," said Nan, fiercely. "I know better." Mrs. Miller now drew Gertrude aside, into the shadow of the clothes horse, and conversed with her in an undertone, while Nan, leaning on her elbow, and peering after them into the dim corner to which they had retreated, maintained a watchful, listening attitude. Gertrude was informed that Mrs. Miller was a niece of Ben Grant's, but had seen nothing of him or his wife for years, until, a few days previous, Nan had come there in a state of the greatest destitution, and threatened with the fever under which she was now laboring. "I could not refuse her a shelter," said Mrs. Miller, "but as you see, I have no accommodation for her, and it's not only bad for me to have her sick right here in the kitchen, but what with the noise of the children and all the other discomforts, I'm afraid the poor old thing will die." "Have you a room that you could spare above stairs?" asked Gertrude. "Why, there's our Jane," answered Mrs. Miller. "She's a good-hearted girl as ever lived. She said right off she'd give up her room to poor Aunt Nancy, and she'd sleep in with the other children. I didn't feel, though, as if we could afford to keep another fire going, and so I thought we'd put up a bed here for a day or two, and just see how she got along. But she's looking pretty bad to day, and now I'm thinking, from her actions, that she's considerable out of her head." "She ought to be kept quiet," said Gertrude, "and if you will have a fire in Jane's room at my expense, and do what you can to make her comfortable, I'll try and send a physician here to see her." Mrs. Miller was beginning to express the warmest gratitude, but Gertrude interrupted her with saying, "Don't thank me, Mrs. Miller. Nancy is not a stranger to me. I have known her before, and perhaps feel more interest in her than you do yourself." Mrs. Miller looked surprised, but Gertrude, whose time was limited, could not stop to enter into a further explanation. Anxious, however, if possible, to speak to Nan, and assure her of her friendly intentions, she went boldly up to the side of the bed, in spite of the wild and glaring eyes which were fixed steadily upon her. "Nan," said she, "do you know me?" "Yes, yes," replied Nan, in a half whisper, speaking quickly and catching her breath. "What have you come for?" "To do you good, I hope." But Nan still looked incredulous, and in the same undertone, and with the same nervous accent, inquired, "Have you seen Gertie? Where is she?" "She is well," answered Gertrude, astonished, however, at the question, for she had supposed herself recognized. "What did she say about me?" She says that she forgives and pities you, and is in hopes to do something to help you and make you well." "Did she?" said the sick woman. "Then you won't kill me?" "Kill you? No, indeed! We are in hopes to make you comfortable and cure you." Mrs. Miller, who had been preparing a cup of tea, now drew near with it in her hand. Gertrude took it and offered it to Nan, who drank eagerly of it, staring at her, however, in the meantime, over the edge of the cup. When she had finished, she threw herself heavily upon the pillow, and began muttering some indistinct sentences, the only distinguishable word being the name of her son, Stephen. Finding the current of her thoughts thus apparently diverted, Gertrude, now feeling in haste to return and relieve Dr. Jeremy, who had so kindly agreed to stay with Mrs. Sullivan, moved a little from the bedside, saying as she did so, "Good bye, I will come and see you again." "You won't hurt me?" exclaimed Nan, starting up once more. "Oh, no. I will try to bring you something you will like." "Don't bring Gertie here with you. I don't want to see her." "I will come alone," replied Gertrude. Nan now laid down, and did not speak again while Gertrude remained in the house, though she watched her steadily until she was outside the door. Mr. Cooper made no objection to accompanying his young guide, and though the severity of the storm was such that they did not escape a thorough wetting, they reached home in safety, in little more than an hour from the time she started on her expedition. Dr. Jeremy, seated at the side of the grate, with his feet upon the fender, had the contented appearance of one who was quite at home. He seemed, indeed, unconscious that he was waiting for Gertrude's return, or anything else but his own pleasure. He had been talking with Mrs. Sullivan about the people of a country town where they had both passed some time in their childhood, and the timid, retiring woman had, in the course of conversation, come to feel so much at her ease in the society of the social and entertaining physician, that although he had, in his unguarded discourse, accidentally disclosed his profession, she allowed him to question her upon the state of her health, without any of the alarm she had nervously fancied she should feel at the very sight of a doctor. By the time Gertrude returned, he had made himself well acquainted with the case, and was prepared, on Mrs. Sullivan's leaving the room to provide dry clothes for her father, to report to Gertrude his opinion. "Gertrude," said he, as soon as the door was shut, "that's a very sick woman." "Do you think so, Dr. Jeremy?" said Gertrude, much alarmed, and sinking into the nearest chair. "I do," replied he, thoughtfully. "I wish to mercy I had seen her 6 months ago." "Why, doctor, do you date her illness so far back as that?" "Yes, and much further. She has borne up under the gradual progress of a disease which is now, I fear, beyond the aid of medical treatment." "Dr. Jeremy," said Gertrude, in tones of greatest distress, "you do not mean to tell me that auntie is going to die, and leave me and her poor old father, and without ever seeing Willie again, too? Oh, I had hoped it was not nearly so bad as that." "Do not be alarmed, Gertrude," said the doctor, kindly. "I did not mean to frighten you. She may live some time yet. I can judge better of her case in a day or two. But it is absolutely unsafe for you to be here alone with these two friends of yours, to say nothing of its overtasking your strength. Has not Mrs. Sullivan the means to keep a nurse, or even a domestic? She tells me she has no one." "Yes, indeed," answered Gertrude. "Her son supplies her wants most generously. I know that she never draws nearly the whole of the amount he is anxious she should expend." "Then you must speak to her about getting some one to assist you at once, for if you do not, I shall." "I intend to," said Gertrude. "I have seen the necessity for some time past, but she has such a dread of strangers that I hated to propose it." "Nonsense," said the doctor. "That's only imagination in her. She would soon get used to being waited upon." Mrs. Sullivan now returned, and Gertrude, giving an account of her unexpected rencounter with Nan Grant, begged Dr. Jeremy, who knew the particulars of her own early life, and had frequently heard of Nan, to go the next day and see her. "It will be a visit of charity," said she, "for she is probably penniless, and though staying with your old patients the Millers, she is but distantly connected, and has no claim upon them. That never makes any difference with you, however, I know very well." "Not a bit, not a bit," answered the doctor. "I'll go and see her to night, if the case requires it, and to morrow I shall look in to report how she is, and hear the rest of what Mrs. Sullivan was telling me about her wakeful nights. But Gertrude, do you go, child, and change your wet shoes and stockings. I shall have you on my hands next." Mrs. Sullivan was delighted with Dr. Jeremy, and when he was gone eagerly sounded his praise. "So different," said she, "from common doctors," a portion of humanity for which she seemed to have an unaccountable aversion. "So sociable and friendly. Why, I felt, Gertrude, as if I could talk to him about my sickness as freely as I could to you." Gertrude readily joined in the praises bestowed upon her much valued friend, and it was tea time before Mrs. Sullivan was weary of the subject. After the evening meal was over, and Mr. Cooper, much wearied with the fatigues of the day, had been persuaded to retire to rest, while Mrs. Sullivan, comfortably reclining on the sofa, was enjoying what she always termed her happiest hour, Gertrude broached the subject recommended by Dr. Jeremy. Contrary to her expectations, Mrs. Sullivan no longer objected to the proposal of introducing a domestic into the family. She was convinced of her own incompetency to perform any active labor, and was equally opposed to the exertion on Gertrude's part which had, during the last week, had been requisite. Gertrude suggested Jane Miller as a girl remarkably well suited to their wants, and it was agreed that she should be applied for on the following morning. One more glance at Gertrude, and we shall have followed her to the conclusion of the day. She is alone. It is 10 o'clock, and the house is still. Mr. Cooper is sound asleep. Gertrude has just listened at his door and heard his loud breathing. Mrs. Sullivan, under the influence of a soothing draught recommended by Dr. Jeremy, has fallen into an unusually quiet slumber. The little Calcutta birds, 10 in number, that occupy a large cage in the window, are nestled, side by side on their slender perch, in a close, unbroken row, and Gertrude has thrown a warm covering over them that they may not suffer from the cold night air. She has locked the doors, made all things safe, fast, and comfortable, and now sits down to read, to meditate and pray. Her trials and cares are multiplying, a great grief stares her in the face, and a great responsibility, but she shrinks not from either. No, on the contrary, she thanks God that she is here, that she had the resolution to forsake pleasure and ease, and, in spite of her own weakness and man's wrath, to place herself in the front of life's battle and bravely wait its issues. She thanks God that she knows where to look for help, that the bitter sorrows of her childhood and early youth left her not without a witness of His love who can turn darkness into light, and that no weight can now overshadow her whose gloom is not illumined by rays from the throne of God. But though her heart is brave and her faith firm, she has a woman's tender nature, and as she sits alone she weeps for herself, and for him who far away in a foreign land is counting the days, the months and years, which shall restore him to a mother he is destined never to see again. With the recollection, however, that she is to stand in the place of a child to that parent, and that hers is the hand that must soothe the pillow of the invalid, and minister to all her wants, comes the stern necessity of self-control, a necessity to which Gertrude has long since learned to submit. And rallying all her calmness and fortitude, she wipes away the blinding tears, commends herself to Him who is strength to the weak and comfort to the sorrowing. And soothed by the communion of her spirit with the Father of spirits, she seeks her couch, and worn out by the varied mental and bodily fatigues of her day's experience, follows the rest of the household to the land of dreams. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter, by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 25. Some say that gleams of a remoter world visit the soul in sleep. Shelley. It was a fortunate thing for Gertrude that Thanksgiving week was approaching, as that was a vacation time at Mr. W.'s school, and she would thus be more at leisure to attend to her multiplied cares. She considered herself favored, too, in obtaining the services of Jane, who willingly consented to come and help Miss Gertrude. She did not, she said, exactly like the idea of living out, but couldn't refuse a young lady who had been so good to them in times past. Gertrude had feared that, with Nan Grant sick in the house, Mrs. Miller would not be able to give up her eldest daughter. But Mary, a second girl, having returned home unexpectedly, one of them could be very conveniently spared. Under Gertrude's tuition, Jane, who was neat and capable, was able, after a few days, to relieve Mrs. Sullivan of nearly all her household duties, and so far provide for many of her personal wants as to leave Gertrude at liberty to pay frequent visits to the sick room of Nan, whose fever, having reached its height, rendered her claim for aid at present the most imperative. We need hardly say that, in Gertrude's still vivid recollections of her former sufferings under the rule of Nan, there remained nothing of the bitterness or a spirit of revenge. If she remembered the past, it was only to pity and forgive her persecutor. If she meditated upon the course she should herself pursue towards her once hated tyrant, it was only to revolve in her mind how she could best serve and comfort her. Therefore, night after night found her watching by the bedside of the sick woman, who, though still delirious, had entirely lost the fear and dread she had at first seemed to feel at her presence. Nan talked much of little Gertie, sometimes in a way that led Gertrude to believe herself recognized, but more frequently as if the child were supposed to be absent, and it was not until a long time after that Gertrude was led to adopt the correct supposition, which was, that she had been mistaken for her mother, whom she much resembled, and whom, though tended in her last sickness by Nan herself, the fevered, diseased, and conscience-stricken sufferer believed had come back to claim her child at her hands. It was only the continued assurances of good will on Gertrude's part, and her unwearied efforts to soothe and comfort her, that finally led Nan to the belief that the injured mother had found her child in health and safety, and was ignorant of the wrongs and unkindness she had endured. One night, it was the last of Nan's life, Gertrude, who had scarcely left her during the previous day, and was still maintaining her watch, heard her own name mingled with those of others in a few rapid sentences. She approached the bed and listened intently, for she was always in hopes, during these partly incoherent ravings, to gain some information concerning her own early life. Her name was not repeated, however, and for some time the muttering of Nan's voice was indistinct. Then suddenly starting up and addressing herself to some imaginary person, she shouted aloud, "Stevie, Stevie, give me back the watch, and tell me what you did with the rings. They will ask, those folks, and what shall I tell them?" Then after a pause, during which her eyes were fixed steadily upon the wall, she said, in a more feeble, but equally earnest voice, "No, no, Stevie, I never'll tell. I never, never will." The moment the words had left her lips, she started, turned, saw Gertrude standing by the bedside, and with a frightened look, shrieked rather than asked, "Did you hear? Did you hear?" "You did," continued she, "and you'll tell. Oh, if you do!" She was here preparing to spring from the bed, but overcome with exhaustion, sunk back on the pillow. Summoning both Mr. and Mrs. Miller, who, half expecting to be called up during the night, had lain down in the next room, the agitated Gertrude, believing that her own presence was too exciting, left the now dying woman to their care, and sought in another part of the house to calm her disturbed mind and disordered nerves. Learning about an hour afterwards from Mrs. Miller that Nan had become comparatively calm, but was utterly prostrated in strength, and seemed near her end, Gertrude thought it best not to enter the room again, and sitting down by the kitchen stove, pondered in her mind the strange scene she had witnessed. Day was just dawning when Mrs. Miller came to tell her that Nan had breathed her last. Gertie's work of mercy, forgiveness, and Christian love being thus finished, she hastened home to recruit her wasted strength, and fortify herself, as she best might, for the labor and suffering yet in store for her. And it was no ordinary strength and fortitude that she needed to sustain her through a period such as persons in this world are often called upon to meet, when scenes of suffering, sickness, and death follow each other in such quick succession, that ere one shock can be recovered from, and composure of mind restored, another blow comes to add its force to the already overwhelming torrent. In less than 3 weeks from the time of Nan Grant's death, Paul Cooper was smitten by the destroyer's hand, and after a brief illness, he too was laid to his last rest. And though the deepest feelings of Gertrude's heart were not in either case fully awakened, it was no slight call upon the mental and physical endurance of a girl of 18 to bear up under the self-imposed duties occasioned by each event. And that, too, at a time when her mind was racked by the apprehension of a new and far more intense grief. Emily's absence was also a sore trial to her, for she was accustomed to rely upon her for advice and counsel, and in seasons of peculiar distress to learn patience and submission from one who was herself a living exemplification of both virtues. Only one letter had been received from the travelers, and that, written by Mrs. Ellis, contained little that was satisfactory. It was written from Havana, where they were boarding in a house kept by an American lady, and crowded with visitors from Boston, New York, and other northern cities. "It ain't so very pleasant after all, Gertrude," wrote Mrs. Ellis, "and I only wish we were safe home again, and not on my own account either, so much as Emily's. She feels kind of strange here. And no wonder, for it's a dreadful uncomfortable sort of a place. The windows have no glass about them, but are grated just like a prison, and there is not a carpet in the house, nor a fireplace, though sometimes the mornings are quite cold. There's a widder here, with a brother and some nieces. The widder is a flaunting kind of a woman, that I begin to think, if you'll believe it, is either setting her cap for Mr. Graham, or means to make an old fool of him. She is one of your loud talking women, that dress up a good deal, and like to take the lead. And Mr. Graham is just silly enough to follow after her party, and go to all sorts of rides and excursions. It's so ridiculous, and he over 65 years old. Emily and I have pretty much done going into the parlour, for these gay folks don't take any sort of notice of us. Emily doesn't say a word, or complain a bit, but I know she is not happy here, and would be glad to be back in Boston. And so should I, if it wasn't for that horrid steamboat. I liked to have died with seasickness, Gertrude, coming out, and I dread going home so, that I don't know what to do." Gertrude wrote frequently to Emily, but as Miss Graham was dependent upon Mrs. Ellis's eyesight, and the letters must, therefore, be subject to her scrutiny, she could not express her innermost thoughts and feelings as she was wont to do in conversation with her sympathizing and indulgent friend. Every India mail brought news from William Sullivan, who, prosperous in business, and rendered happy, even in his exile, by the belief that the friends he loved best were in the enjoyment of the fruits of his exertions, wrote always in his accustomed strain of cheerfulness. One Sabbath afternoon, a few weeks after Mr. Cooper's death, found Gertrude with an open letter in her hand, the numerous postcards upon the outside of which proclaimed from whence it came. It had that day been received, and Mrs. Sullivan, as she lay stretched upon her couch, had been listening for the third time to the reading of its contents. The bright hopes expressed by her son, and the gay tone in which he wrote, all unconscious, as he yet was, of the cloud of sorrow that was gathering for him, formed so striking a contrast to her own reflections, that she lay with her eyes closed, and oppressed with an unwonted degree of sadness, while Gertrude, as she glanced at the passage in which Willie dilated upon the joy of once more clasping in his arms the dear little mother whom he so longed to see again, and then turned her gaze upon the wasted and faded cheek of that mother, felt an indescribable chill at her heart. Dr. Jeremy's first fears were all confirmed, and her disease still further aggravated by the anxiety and agitation which attended her father's sickness and death, Mrs. Sullivan was rapidly passing away. Whether she were herself aware that this was the case, Gertrude had not yet been able to determine. She had never spoken upon the subject, or intimated in any manner a conviction of her approaching end; and Gertrude, as she surveyed her placid countenance, was almost inclined to believe that she was yet deceiving herself with the expectation of recovery. All doubt on this point was soon removed, for after remaining a short time engaged in deep thought, or perhaps in prayer, Mrs. Sullivan opened her eyes, fixed them upon her young attendant, and said, in a calm, distinct voice, "Gertrude, I shall never see Willie again." Gertrude made no reply. "I wish to write him and tell him so myself," she continued, "or rather, if you will write for me, as you have done so many times already, I should like to tell you what to say, and I feel that no time is to be lost, for I am failing fast, and may not long have strength enough left to do it. It will devolve upon you, my child, to let him know when all is over, but you have had too many sad duties already, and it will spare you somewhat to have me prepare him to hear bad news. Will you commence a letter to-day?" "Certainly, auntie, if you think it best." "I do, Gertie. What you wrote by the last mail was chiefly concerning grandpa's sickness and death, and there was nothing mentioned which would be likely to alarm him on my account, was there?" "Nothing at all." "Then it is quite time he should be forewarned, poor boy. I do not need Dr. Jeremy to tell me that I am dying." "Did he tell you so?" asked Gertrude, as she went to her desk and began to arrange her writing materials. "No, Gertie, he was too prudent for that; but I told him, and he did not contradict me." "You have known it some time, have you not?" inquired she, gazing earnestly in the face of Gertrude, who had returned to the couch, and seated upon the edge of it was bending over the invalid, and smoothing the hair from her forehead. "Some weeks," replied Gertrude, as she spoke imprinting a kiss upon the pale brow of the sufferer. "Why did you not tell me?" "Why should I, dear auntie?" said Gertrude, her voice trembling with emotion. "I knew the Lord could never call you at a time when your lamp would not be trimmed and burning." "Feebly, it burns feebly," said the humble Christian. "Whose then is bright?" responded Gertrude, "if yours be dim? Have you not for years past been a living lesson of piety and patience? Unless it be Emily, auntie, I know of no one who seems so fit for heaven." "Oh, no, Gertie, I am a sinful creature, full of weakness. Much as I long to meet my Saviour, my earthly heart pines with the vain desire for one more sight of my boy, and all my dreams of heaven are mingled with the aching regret that the one blessing I most craved on earth has been denied me." "Oh, auntie!" exclaimed Gertrude, "we are all human. Until the mortal puts on immortality, how can you cease to think of Willie, and long for his presence in this trying hour? It cannot be a sin, that which is so natural." "I do not know, Gertie. Perhaps it is not. And if it be, I trust, before I go hence, I shall be blessed with a spirit of perfect submission that will atone for the occasional murmuring of a mother's heart. Read to me, my dear, some holy words of comfort. You always seem to open the good book at the passage I most need. It is sinful, indeed, in me, Gertrude, to indulge the least repining, blessed as I am in the love and care of one who is dear to me as a daughter." Gertrude took her Bible, and opening it at the Gospel of St. Mark, her eye fell at once upon the account of our Saviour's agony in the Garden of Gethsemane. She rightly believed that nothing could be more appropriate to Mrs. Sullivan's state of mind than the touching description of the struggle of our Lord's humanity; nothing more likely to soothe her spirit, and reconcile her to the occasional rebellion of her own mortal nature, than the evident contest of the human with the divine so thrillingly narrated by the disciple, and that nothing could be more inspiring than the example of that holy Son of God, who ever to his thrice repeated prayer, that, if possible, the cup might pass from him, added the pious ejaculation, "Thy will, not mine, be done." Without hesitation, therefore, she read what first met her glance, and had the satisfaction of seeing that the words were not without effect. For when she had finished, she observed that as Mrs. Sullivan lay still and calm upon her couch, her lips seemed to be repeating the Saviour's prayer. Not wishing to disturb her meditations, Gertrude made no reference to the proposed letter to Willie, but sat in perfect silence; and about half an hour afterwards Mrs. Sullivan fell asleep. It was a gentle, quiet slumber, and Gertrude sat and watched with pleasure the peaceful, happy expression of her features. Darkness had come on before she awoke, and so shrouded the room that Gertrude, who still sat there, was invisible in the gloom. She started on hearing her name, and hastily lighting a candle, approached the couch. "Oh, Gertrude," said Mrs. Sullivan, "I have had such a beautiful dream. Sit down by me, my dear, and let me tell it to you. It could not have been more vivid if it had all been reality. I thought I was sailing rapidly through the air, and for some time I seemed to float on and on, over clouds and among bright stars. The motion was so gentle that I did not grow weary, though in my journey I travelled over land and sea. At last I saw beneath me a beautiful city, with churches, towers, monuments, and throngs of gay people moving in every direction. As I drew nearer, I could distinguish the faces of these numerous men and women, and among them, in a crowded street, there was one who looked like Willie. I followed him, and soon felt sure it was he. He looked older than when we saw him last, and much as I have always imagined him, since the descriptions he has given in his letters of the change that has taken place in his appearance. I followed him through several streets, and at last he turned into a fine, large building which stood near the centre of the city. I went in also. We passed through large halls and beautifully furnished rooms, and at last stood in a dining salon, in the middle of which was a table covered with bottles, glasses, and the remains of a rich dessert, such as I never saw before. There was a group of young men round the table, all well dressed, and some of them fine looking, so that at first I was quite charmed with their appearance. I seemed, however, to have a strange power of looking into their hearts, and detecting all the evil that was there. One had a very bright, intelligent face, and might have been thought a man of talent. And so he was, but I could see better than people usually can, and I perceived, by a sort of instinct, that all his mind and genius were converted into a means of duping and deceiving those who were so foolish or so ignorant as to be ensnared. And in a corner of his pocket I knew he had a pair of loaded dice. Another seemed by his wit and drollery to be the charm of the company. But I could detect marks of intoxication, and felt a certainty that in less than an hour he would cease to be the master of his own actions. A third was making a vain attempt to look happy, but his very soul was bared to my searching gaze, and I was aware of the fact that he had the day before lost at the gaming table all his own and a part of his employer's money, and was tortured with anxiety lest he might not this evening be fortunate enough to win it back. There were many others present, and all, more or less sunk in dissipation, had reached various stages on the road to ruin. Their faces, however, looked animated and gay, and as Willie glanced from one to another he seemed pleased and attracted. One of them offered him a seat at the table, and all urged him to take it. He did so, and the young man at his right filled a glass with bright wine and handed it to him. He hesitated, then took it and raised it to his lips. Just then I touched him on the shoulder. He turned, saw me, and instantly the glass fell from his hand and was broken into 1,000 pieces. I beckoned, and he immediately rose and followed me. The gay circle he had left called loudly upon him to return. One of them even laid a hand upon his arm and tried to detain him. But he would not listen or stay. He shook off the hand that would have held him, and we went on. Before we had got outside the building, the man whom I had first noticed, and whom I knew to be the most artful of the company, came out from a room near the door, which he had reached by some other direction, and approaching Willie, whispered in his ear. Willie faltered, turned, and would perhaps have gone back. But I placed myself in front of him, held up my finger menacingly, and shook my head. He hesitated no longer, but flinging aside the tempter, rushed out of the door, and was down the long flight of steps before I could overtake him. I seemed, however, to move with great rapidity, and soon found myself taking the lead, and guiding my son through the intricate, crowded streets of the city. Many were the adventures we encountered, many the snares we found laid for the unwary in every direction. More than once my watchful eye saved the thoughtless boy by my side from some pitfall or danger, into which, without me, he would have surely fallen. Occasionally I lost sight of him, and was obliged to turn back. Now he had been separated from me by the crowd, and consequently missed his way, and now he had purposely lingered to witness or join in the amusements of the gay populace. Each time, however, he listened to my warning voice, and we went on in safety. At last, however, and passing through a brilliantly lighted street, for it was now evening, I suddenly observed that he was absent from my side. I went backwards and forwards, but he was nowhere to be seen. For an hour I hunted the streets, and called him by name, but there was no answer. I then unfolded my wings, and soaring high above the crowded town, surveyed the whole, hoping that in one glance I might, as I had at first done, detect my boy. I was not disappointed. In a gorgeous hall, dazzlingly lit, and filled with gaiety and fashion, I beheld Willie. A brilliant young creature was leaning on his arm, and I saw into her heart, and knew that she was not blind to his beauty, or insensible to his attractions. But oh, I trembled for him now. She was lovely and rich, and it was evident to me, from the elegance of her dress and the attention she attracted, that she was also fashionable and admired. I saw into her soul, however, and she was vain, proud, cold-hearted and worldly, and if she loved Willie, it was his beauty, his winning manners and his smile that pleased her, not his noble nature, which she knew not how to prize. As they promenaded through the hall, and she, whom crowds were praising, gave all her time and thoughts to him, I, descending in an invisible shape and standing by his side, touched his shoulder as I had done before. He looked around, but before he could see his mother's face, the siren's voice attracted all his attention. Again and again I endeavored to win him away, but he heard me not. At length she spoke some word that betrayed to my high-minded boy the folly and selfishness of her worldly soul. I seized the moment when she had thus weakened her hold upon him, and clasping him in my arms, spread my wings and soared far, far away, bearing with me the prize I had toiled after and won. As we rose into the air, my manly son became in my encircling arms a child again, and there rested on my bosom the same little head, with its soft silken curls, that had nestled there in infancy. Back we flew, over sea and land, and paused not until on a soft grassy slope, under the shade of green trees, I thought I saw my darling Gertie, and was flying to lay my precious boy at her feet, when I awoke, pronouncing your name. And now, Gertrude, the bitterness of the cup I am called upon to drink is passed away. A blessed angel has indeed ministered unto me. I no longer wish to see my son again on this earth, for I am persuaded that my departure is in perfect accordance with the schemes of a merciful Providence. I now believe that Willie's living mother might be powerless to turn him from temptation and evil, but the spirit of that mother will be mighty still, and in the thought that she, in her home beyond the skies, is ever watching around his path, and striving to lead him in the straight and narrow way, he may find a truer shield from danger, a firmer rest to his tempted soul, than she could have been while yet on earth. Now, O my Father, I can say, from the depths of my heart, Thy will, not mine, be done. From this time until her death, which took place about a month afterward, Mrs. Sullivan's mind remained in a state of perfect resignation and tranquillity. As she said, the last pang had lost its bitterness. In the letter which she dictated to Willie, she expressed her perfect trust in the goodness and wisdom of Providence, and exhorted him to cherish the same submissive love for the All-Wise. She reminded him of the early lessons she had taught him, the piety and self-command which she had inculcated, and made it her dying prayer that her influence might be increased, rather than diminished, and her presence felt to be a continual reality. She gave the important caution to one who had faithfully struggled with adversity, to beware of the dangers and snares which attend prosperity, and besought him never to discredit or disgrace his childhood's training. After Gertrude had folded the letter, which she supposed completed, and left the house to attend to those duties in school which she still continued regularly to perform, Mrs. Sullivan reopened the nearly covered sheet, and with her own feeble and trembling hand recounted the disinterested, patient, loving devotion of Gertrude. "So long," said she, "my son, as you cherish in your heart the memory of your grandfather and mother, cease not to bestow all the gratitude of which that heart is capable upon one whose praises my hand is too feeble to portray." So slow and gradual was the decline of Mrs. Sullivan that her death at last came as an unexpected blow to Gertrude, who, though she saw the ravages of disease, could not realize that a termination must come to their work. In the dead hours of the night, with no one to sustain and encourage her but the frightened and trembling Jane, did she watch the departing spirit of her much loved friend. "Are you afraid to see me die, Gertrude?" asked Mrs. Sullivan, about an hour before her death. On Gertrude's answering that she was not, "Then turn me a little towards you," said she, "that your face, my darling, may be the last to me of earth." It was done, and with her hand locked fast in Gertrude's, and a look that spoke of the deepest affection, she expired. Chapter 26 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter, by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 26. But whatsoe'er the weal or woe That Heaven across her lot might throw, full well her Christian spirit knew Its path of virtue, straight and true. Joanna Baillie. Not until her work of love was thus ended did Gertrude become conscious that the long continuance of her labors by night and day had worn upon her frame and utterly exhausted her strength. For a week after Mrs. Sullivan was laid in her grave, Dr. Jeremy was seriously apprehensive of a severe illness for Gertrude. But after struggling with her dangerous symptoms for several days, she rallied, and though still pale and worn by care and anxiety, was able to resume her classes at school, and make arrangements for providing herself with another home. Several homes had already been offered to her, several urgent invitations given, with a warmth and cordiality which made it difficult to decline their acceptance. But Gertrude, though deeply touched by the kindness thus manifested towards her in her loneliness and desolation, preferred to abide by her previously formed resolution to seek for herself a permanent boarding place; and when the grounds on which she based her decision were understood by her friends, they approved her course, ceased to importune her, and manifested a sincere wish to be of service by lending their aid to the furtherance of her plans. Mrs. Jeremy was at first disposed to feel hurt and wounded by Gertrude's refusal to come to them without delay, and consider herself established for any length of time that she chose to remain; and the doctor himself was so peremptory with his "Come, Gertrude, come right at home with us, don't say a word," that she was afraid lest, in her weak state of health, she should be actually carried off, without a chance to remonstrate. But after he had taken upon himself to give Jane orders about packing her clothes and sending them after her, and then locking up the house and going home herself, he gave Gertrude an opportunity to expostulate, and present her reasons for wishing to decline the generous proposal. All her reasoning upon general principles, however, proved insufficient to convince the warm-hearted couple. It was all nonsense about independent position; she would be perfectly independent with them, and her company would be such a pleasure that she need feel no hesitation in accepting their offer, and might be sure she would herself be conferring a favour, instead of being the party obliged. At last she was compelled to make use of an argument which had greatly influenced her own mind, and would, she felt sure, carry no little weight with it in the doctor's estimation. "Dr. Jeremy," said she, "I hope you will not condemn in me a motive which has, I confess, strengthened my firmness in this matter. I should be unwilling to mention it, if I did not know that you are so far acquainted with the state of affairs between Mr. Graham and myself as to understand, and perhaps in some degree sympathize with, my feelings. You know that he was opposed to my leaving them and remaining here this winter, and must suspect that, when we parted, there was not a perfectly good understanding between us. He hinted that I should never be able to support myself, and should be driven to a life of dependence. And since the salary which I receive from Mr. W. is sufficient for all my wants, I am anxious to be so situated, on Mr. Graham's return, that he will perceive that my assurance, or boast, if I must call it so, that I could earn my own living, was not without foundation." "So Graham thought, without his sustaining power, you would soon come to beggary, did he? With your talents, too? That's just like him." "Oh, no, no," replied Gertrude, "I did not say that, but I seemed to him a mere child, and he did not realize that, in giving me an education, he had, as it were, paid my expenses in advance. It was very natural he should distrust my capacity. He had never seen me compelled to exert myself." I understand," said the doctor. "He thought you would be glad enough to come back to them. Yes, yes, just like him." "Well, now," said Mrs. Jeremy, "I don't believe he thought any such thing. He was provoked, and didn't mind what he said. 10 to 1 he will never think of it again, and it seems to me it is only a kind of pride in Gertrude to care anything about it." "I don't know about that, wife," said the doctor. "If it is pride, it's an honourable pride, that I like, and I am not sure but, if I were in Gertrude's place, I should feel just as she does. So I shan't urge her to do any other ways than she proposes. She can have a boarding place, and yet spend a good share of her time with us, what with running in and out, coming to spend days, and so on, and she doesn't need to be told that, in case of any sickness or trouble, our doors are always open to her." "No, indeed," said Mrs. Jeremy. "And if you feel set about it, Gertie dear, I'm sure I shall want you to do whatever pleases you best. But one thing I do insist on, and that is, when you leave this house, which must look dreary enough to you now, this very day, go home with me and stay until you get recruited." Gertrude, gladly consenting to a short visit, compromised the matter by accompanying them without delay; and it was chiefly owing to the doctor's persevering skill and care bestowed upon his young guest, and the kind and motherly nursing of Mrs. Jeremy, that she escaped the illness which had so severely threatened her. Mr. and Mrs. W., who had felt great sympathy for Gertrude, in consequence of the acquaintance they had had with the trying nature of her winter's experience, pressed her to come to their house and remain until the return of Mr. Graham and Emily. But on being assured by her that she was quite unaware of the period of their absence, and should not probably reside with them for the future, they were satisfied that she acted within wisdom and judgment in at once providing herself with an independent situation. Mr. and Mrs. Arnold, who had been constant in their attentions both to Mrs. Sullivan and Gertrude, and were the only persons, except the physician, who had been admitted to the sick room of the invalid, felt that they had a peculiar claim to the guardianship and care of the doubly orphaned girl, and were not slow to urge upon her to become a member of their household and accept of their protection, limiting their invitation, as the W.'s had done, to the time when Emily should be back from the South. Mr. Arnold's family, however, being large, and his house and salary small in proportion, true benevolence alone prompted this proposal, and on Gertrude's acquainting his economical and prudent wife with the ample means she enjoyed from her own exertions, and the decision she had formed of procuring an independent home, she received the warm approbation of both, and found in the latter an excellent adviser and assistant. Mrs. Arnold had a widowed sister, who was in the habit of adding to her moderate income by receiving into her family, as boarders, a few young ladies who came to the city for purposes of education. Gertrude did not know this lady personally, but had heard her warmly praised, and she indulged the hope that through her friend, the clergyman's wife, she might obtain with her an agreeable and not too expensive residence. In this she was not disappointed. Mrs. Warren had fortunately vacant, at this time, a large and cheerful front chamber, and Mrs. Arnold having recommended Gertrude in the warmest manner, suitable terms were agreed upon, and the room immediately placed at her disposal. Mrs. Sullivan had bequeathed to her all her furniture, a part of which had lately been purchased, and was, in accordance with Willie's injunctions, most excellent, both in material and workmanship; and Mrs. Arnold and her two eldest daughters insisted that, in consideration of her recent fatigue and bereavement, she should consent to attend only to her school duties, and leave to them the task of furnishing her room with such articles as she preferred to have placed there, and superintending the packing away of all other movables, for Gertrude was unwilling that anything should be sold. It was a great relief to be thus spared the cruel trial of seeing the house her lost friend had taken so much pleasure and pride in stripped and left desolate; and though, on first entering her apartment at Mrs. Warren's, a deep sadness crept into her heart at the sight of the familiar furniture, she could not but think, as she observed the neatness, care, and taste, with which everything had been arranged for her reception, that it would be a sin to repine and call one's self wretched and alone in a world which contained hearts so quick to feel and hands so ready to labor as those that had interested themselves for her. On entering the dining room the first evening after she took up her residence at Mrs. Warren's, she expected to meet only strangers at the tea table, but was agreeably disappointed at the sight of Fanny Bruce, who, left in Boston while her mother and brother were spending the winter in traveling, had now been several weeks an inmate of Mrs. Warren's house. Fanny was a schoolgirl, 12 or 13 years of age, and having, for some summers past, been a near neighbor to Gertrude, had been in the habit of seeing her frequently at Mr. Graham's, had sometimes begged flowers from her, borrowed books, and obtained assistance in her fancy work. She admired Gertrude exceedingly, had hailed with great delight the prospect of knowing her better, as she hoped to do at Mrs. Warren's, and when she met the gaze of her large dark eyes, and saw a smile of pleasure overspread her countenance at the sight of a familiar face, she felt emboldened to come forward, shake hands, and beg that Miss Flint would sit next her at the table. Fanny Bruce was a girl of good disposition and warm heart, but she had been much neglected by her mother, whose chief pride was in her son, the same Ben of whom we have previously spoken. She had often been left behind in some boarding house, while her pleasure-loving mother and indolent brother passed their time in journeying, and had not always been so fortunately situated as at present. A sense of loneliness, a want of sympathy in any of her pursuits, had been a source of great unhappiness to the poor child, who labored under the painful consciousness that but little interest was felt by any one in her improvement or happiness. Gertrude had not been long at Mrs. Warren's before she observed that Fanny occupied an isolated position in the family. She was a few years younger than her companions, three dressy misses who could not condescend to admit her into their oblique, and Mrs. Warren's time was so much engrossed by household duties that she took but little notice of her. Her apparent loneliness could not fail to excite the compassion of one who was herself suffering from recent sorrow and bereavement; and although the quiet and privacy of her own room were at this time grateful to Gertrude's feelings, pity for poor Fanny induced her to invite her frequently to come and sit with her, and she often so far forgot her own griefs as to exert herself in providing entertainment for her young visitor, who, on her part, considered it privilege enough to share Gertrude's retirement, read her books, and feel confident of her friendship. During the month of March, which was unusually stormy, Fanny spent almost every evening with Gertrude; and she, who at first felt that she was making a sacrifice of her own comfort and ease by giving another such constant access to her apartment, came at last to realize the force of Uncle True's prophecy, that in her efforts for the happiness of others she would at last find her own. For Fanny's lively and often amusing conversation drew Gertrude from the contemplation of her trials, and the interest and affection she awakened saved her from the painful consciousness of her solitary situation. April arrived, and still no further news from Emily. Gertrude's heart ached with a vain longing to once more pour out her griefs on the bosom of that dear friend, and find in her consolation, encouragement, and support. She longed to tell her how many times during the winter she had sighed for the gentle touch of the soft hand which was wont to rest so lovingly on her head, the sound of that sweet voice whose very tones were comforting. For some time Gertrude wrote regularly, but of late she had not known where to direct her letters, and since Mrs. Sullivan's death there had been no communication between her and the travellers. She was sitting at her window one evening, thinking of that group of friends whom she had loved with a daughter's and a sister's love, and who were now separated from her by distance, or that great barrier, death, when she was summoned below stairs to see Mr. Arnold and his daughter Anne. After the usual civilities and inquiries, Miss Arnold turned to Gertrude and said, "Of course you have heard the news, Gertrude." "No," replied Gertrude, "I have heard nothing special." "What!" exclaimed Mr. Arnold, "have you not heard of Mr. Graham's marriage?" Gertrude started up in surprise. "Do you really mean so, Mr. Arnold? Mr. Graham married? When? To whom?" "To the widow Holbrook, a sister-in-law of Mr. Clinton's. She has been staying at Havana with a party from the North, and the Grahams met her there." "But, Gertrude," asked Miss Arnold, "how does it happen you had not heard of it? It is in all the newspapers. Married in New Orleans, J.H. Graham, Esquire, of Boston, to Mrs. Somebody or other, Holbrook." "I have not seen a newspaper for a day or two," replied Gertrude. "And Miss Graham's blindness, I suppose, prevents her from writing," said Anne. "But I should have thought Mr. Graham would have sent wedding compliments." Gertrude made no reply, and Miss Arnold continued laughingly, "I suppose his bride engrosses all his attention." "Do you know anything of this Mrs. Holbrook?" asked Gertrude. "Not much," answered Mr. Arnold. "I have seen her occasionally at Mr. Clinton's. She is a handsome, showy woman, fond of society, I should think." "I have seen her very often," said Anne. "She is a coarse, noisy, dashing person, just the one to make Miss Emily miserable." Gertrude looked distressed, and Mr. Arnold glanced reprovingly at his daughter. "Anne," said he, "are you sure you speak advisedly?" "Belle Clinton is my authority, father. I only judge from what I used to hear her say at school about her Aunt Bella, as she always used to call her." "Did Isabel represent her aunt so unfavourably?" "Not intentionally," replied Anne. "She meant the greatest praise, but I never liked anything she told us about her." "We will not condemn her until we can decide upon acquaintance," said Mr. Arnold, mildly. "Perhaps she will prove the very reverse of what you suppose her." "Can you tell me anything concerning Emily?" asked Gertrude, "and whether Mr. Graham is soon to return?" "Nothing," said Miss Arnold. "I have seen only the notice in the papers. When did you hear from them yourself?" Gertrude mentioned the date of her letter from Mrs. Ellis, the account she had given of a gay party from the North, and suggested the probability that the present Mrs. Graham was the widow she had described. "The same, undoubtedly," said Mr. Arnold. Their knowledge of facts was so slight, however, that little remained to be said concerning the marriage, and other topics of conversation were introduced. But Gertrude found it impossible to give her thoughts to any other subject. The matter was one of such vital importance to Emily that her mind constantly recurred to it, and she found it difficult to keep pace with Anne Arnold's rapidly flowing words and ideas. The necessity which at last arose of replying to a question which she had not at all understood was fortunately obviated by the sudden entrance of Dr. and Mrs. Jeremy. The former held in his hand a sealed letter, directed to Gertrude, in the handwriting of Mr. Graham, and as he handed it to her, he rubbed his hands, and looking at Anne Arnold, exclaimed, "Now, Miss Anne, we shall hear all about these famous nuptials." Finding her visitors thus eager to learn the contents of her letter, Gertrude dispensed with ceremony, broke the seal, and hastily perused its contents. The envelope contained 2 or 3 pages closely written by Mrs. Ellis, and also a somewhat lengthy note from Mr. Graham. Surprised as Gertrude was at any communication from one who had parted from her in anger, her strongest desire was to hear particularly from Emily, and she therefore gave the preference to the housekeeper's document, that being most likely to contain the desired information. It ran as follows: New York, March 31st, 1852. Dear Gertrude, as there were plenty of Boston folks at the wedding, I dare say you have heard before this of Mr. Graham's marriage. He married the Widder Holbrook, the same I wrote you about. She was determined to have him, and she's got him. I don't hesitate to say he's got the worst of the bargain. He likes a quiet life, and he's lost his chance of that, poor man, for she's the greatest hand for company that ever I saw. She followed Mr. Graham up pretty well at Havana, but I guess he thought better of it, and didn't really mean to have her. When we got to New Orleans, however, she was there, and the long and short of it is, she carried her point and married him. Emily behaved beautifully; she never said a word about it, and always treated the widder as pleasantly as could be. But dear me, how will our Emily get along with so many young folks as there are about all the time now, and so much noise and confusion? For my part, I ain't used to it, and don't pretend that I think it is agreeable. The new lady is civil enough to me, now she's married. I dare say she thinks it stands her in hand, as long as she's one of the family, and I've been in it so long. But I suppose you've been wondering what had become of us, Gertrude, and will be surprised to find we've got so far as New York, on our way home. My way home, I should say, for I'm the only one that talks of coming at present. The truth is, I kept meaning to write while we were in New Orleans, but there was so much going on I didn't get a chance. And after that horrid steamboat from Charleston here, I wasn't good for anything for a week. But Emily was so anxious to have you written to that I couldn't put it off any longer than until to-day. Poor Emily isn't very well. I don't mean that she's downright sick. It's low spirits and nervousness, I suppose, more than anything. She gets tired and worried very quick, and is easily startled and disturbed, which didn't used to be the case. I think likely it's the new wife, and all the nieces, and other disagreeable things. She never complains, and nobody would know but what she was pleased to have her father married again, but she hasn't seemed quite happy all winter, and now it troubles me to see how sad she looks sometimes. She talks a sight about you, and felt dreadfully not to get any more letters. To come to the principal thing, however, they are all going to Europe, Emily and all. I take it it's the new wife's idea, but whoever proposed the thing, it's all settled now. Mr. Graham wanted me to go, but I would not hear of such a thing. I would as soon be hung as venture on the sea again, and I told him so up and down. So now he has written for you to go with Emily, and if you are not afraid of seasickness, I hope you won't refuse, for it would be dreadful for her to have a stranger, and you know she always needs somebody, on account of her blindness. I do not think she has the least wish to go, but she would not ask to be left behind, for fear her father should think she did not like the new wife. As soon as they sail, which will be the last of April, I shall come back to the house in D and see to things there while they are away. I am going to write a postscript to you from Emily, and I believe I will add nothing more myself, except that we shall be very impatient to hear your answer, and I must say once more that I hope you will not refuse to go with Emily. Yours, very truly, Sarah H. Ellis. The postscript contained the following: I need not tell my darling Gertrude how much I have missed her and longed to have her with me again, how I have thought of her by night and day, and prayed God to strengthen and fit her for her many trials and labours. The letter written to me soon after Mr. Cooper's death is the last that has reached me, and I do not know whether Mrs. Sullivan is still living. Write to me at once, my dear child, if you cannot come to us. Father will tell you of our plans, and ask you to accompany us to Europe. My heart will be light if I can take my dear Gertie with me, but not if she leave any other duty behind. I trust to you, my love, to decide aright. You have heard of father's marriage. It is a great change for us all, but will, I trust, result in happiness. Mrs. Graham has 2 nieces who are with us at the hotel. They are to be of our party to go abroad, and are, I understand, very beautiful girls, especially Belle Clinton, whom you have seen in Boston some years ago. Mrs. Ellis is very tired of writing, and I must close with assuring my dearest Gertrude of the devoted affection of Emily Graham. It was with great curiosity that Gertrude unfolded Mr. Graham's epistle. She thought it would be awkward for him to address her, and wondered much whether he would maintain his severe and authoritative tone, or condescend to explain and apologize. Had she known him better, she would have been assured that nothing would ever induce him to do the latter, for he was one of those persons who never believe themselves in the wrong. The letter ran thus: Miss Gertrude Flint, I am married, and intend to go abroad on the 28th of April. My daughter will accompany us, and, as Mrs. Ellis dreads the sea, I am induced to propose that you join us in New York, and attend the party as a companion to Emily. I have not forgotten the ingratitude with which you once slighted a similar offer on my part, and nothing would compel me to give you another opportunity to manifest such a spirit, but a desire to promote the happiness of Emily, and a sincere wish to be of service to a young person who has been in my family so long that I feel a friendly interest in providing for her. I thus put it in your powers, by complying with our wishes, to do away from my mind the recollection of your past behaviour, and, if you choose to return to us, I shall enable you to maintain the place and appearance of a lady. As we sail the last of the month, it is important you should be here in the course of a fortnight, and if you will write and name the day, I will myself meet you at the boat. Mrs. Ellis being anxious to return to Boston, I hope you will come as soon as possible. As you will be obliged to incur expenses, I enclose a sum of money sufficient to cover them. If you have contracted debts, let me know to what amount, and I will see that all is made right before you leave. Trusting to your being now come to a sense of your duty, I am ready to subscribe myself, your friend, J. H. Graham. Gertrude was sitting near her lamp, whose light fell directly upon her face, which, as she glanced over Mr. Graham's note, flushed crimson with wounded pride. Dr. Jeremy, who was watching her countenance, observed that she changed colour, and during the few minutes that Mr. and Miss Arnold stayed to hear the news, he gave an occasional glance of defiance at the letter, and as soon as they were gone, begged to be made acquainted with its contents, assuring Gertrude that if she did not let him know what Graham said, he should believe it 1,000 times more insulting than it really was. "He writes," said Gertrude, "to invite me to accompany them to Europe." "Indeed!" said Dr. Jeremy, with a low whistle. "And he thinks you'll be silly enough to pack up and start off at a minute's notice." "Why, Gertie," said Mrs. Jeremy, "you'll like to go, shan't you, dear? It will be wonderful." "Delightful nonsense! Mrs. Jerry," exclaimed the doctor, "what is there delightful, I want to know, in travelling about with an arrogant old tyrant, his blind daughter, upstart dashy wife, and her 2 fine lady nieces? A pretty position Gertrude would be in, a slave to the whims of all that company." "Why, Dr. Jeremy," interrupted his wife, "you forget Emily." "Emily, to be sure, she's an angel, and never would impose upon anybody, least of all her own pet; but she'll have to play second fiddle herself, and I'm mistaken if she doesn't find it pretty hard to defend her rights and maintain a comfortable position in her father's enlarged family circle." "So much more the need, then," said Gertrude, "that some one should be enlisted in her interests, to ward off the approach of every annoyance." "Do you mean, then, to put yourself in the breach?" asked the doctor. "I mean to accept Mr. Graham's invitation," replied Gertrude, "and join Emily at once. But I trust the harmony that seems to subsist between her and her new connections will continue undisturbed, so that I shall have no occasion to take up arms on her account, and on my own I do not entertain a single fear." "Then you really think you shall go?" said Mrs. Jeremy. "I do," said Gertrude. "Nothing but my duty to Mrs. Sullivan and her father led me to think of leaving Emily. That duty is at an end, and now that I can be of use to her and she wishes me back, I cannot hesitate a moment. I see very plainly from Mrs. Ellis's letter that Emily is not happy, and nothing which I can do to make her so must be neglected. Only think, Mrs. Jeremy, what a friend she has been to me." "I know it," said Mrs. Jeremy, "and I dare say you will enjoy the journey, in spite of all the scarecrows the doctor sets up to frighten you. But still, I declare, it does seem a sacrifice for you to leave your beautiful room and all your comforts, for such an uncertain sort of life as one has travelling with a large party." "Sacrifice!" interrupted the doctor. "It's the greatest sacrifice that I ever heard of. It is not merely giving up $350 a year of her own earning, and as pleasant a home as there is in Boston. It is relinquishing all the independence that she has been striving after, and which she was so anxious to maintain that she would not accept of anybody's hospitality for more than a week or 2. "No, doctor," said Gertrude warmly, "nothing that I do for Emily's sake can be called a sacrifice. It is my greatest pleasure." "Gertie always finds her pleasure in doing what is right," remarked Mrs. Jeremy. "Oh, no," said Gertrude. "My wishes would often lead me astray, but not in this case. The thought that our dear Emily was dependent upon a stranger for all those little attentions that are only acceptable from those she loves would make me miserable. Our happiness has for years been almost wholly in each other, and when one has suffered the other has suffered also. I must go to her. I cannot think of doing otherwise." "I wish I thought," muttered Dr. Jeremy, "that the sacrifice you make would be half appreciated. But there's Graham, I'll venture to say, thinking it will be the greatest favour in the world to take you back again. Perhaps he addresses you as a beggar. It wouldn't be the first time he's done such a thing. I wonder what would have induced poor Philip Amory to go back." Then, in a louder tone, he inquired, "Has he made any apology in his letter for past unkindness?" "I do not think he considered any to be needed," replied Gertrude. "Then he didn't make any sort of excuse for his ungentlemanly behaviour? I might have known he wouldn't. I declare, it's a shame you should be exposed to any more such treatment. But I always did hear that women were self forgetful in their friendship, and I believe it. Gertrude makes an excellent friend. Mrs. Jerry, we must cultivate her regard, and some time or other perhaps make a loud call upon her services." "And if ever you do, sir, I shall be ready to respond to it. If there is a person in the world who owes a debt to society, it is myself. I hear the world called cold, selfish, and unfeeling, but it has not been so to me. I should be ungrateful if I did not cherish a spirit of universal love. How much more so, if I did not feel bound heart and hand to those dear friends who have bestowed upon me such affection as no orphan ever found before." "Gertrude," said Mrs. Jeremy, "I believe that you were right in leaving Emily when you did, and that you are right in returning to her now. And if your being such a good girl as you are now is at all due to her, she certainly has a great claim upon you." "She has a claim indeed, Mrs. Jeremy. It was Emily who first taught me the difference between right and wrong." "And she is going to reap the benefit of that knowledge in you," said the doctor, in continuation of her remark. "That's fair. But if you are resolved to take this European tour, you will be busy enough with your preparations. Do you think Mr. W. will be willing to give you up?" "I hope so," said Gertrude. "I am sorry to be obliged to ask it of him, for he has been very indulgent to me, and I have been absent from school 2 weeks out of this winter already. But as there will want only a few months to the summer vacation, he will perhaps be able to supply my place. I shall speak to him about it to morrow." Mrs. Jeremy now interested herself in the details of Gertrude's arrangements, offered an attic room for the storage of her furniture, gave up to her a dressmaker whom she had engaged for herself, and before she left a plan was laid out, by following which Gertrude would be enabled to start for New York in less than a week. Mr. W., on being applied to, relinquished Gertrude, though deeply regretting, as he told her, to lose so valuable an assistant; and after a few days busily occupied in preparation, she bade farewell to the tearful Fanny Bruce, the bustling doctor, and his kind-hearted wife, all of whom accompanied her to the railroad station. She promised to write to the Jermys, and they, on their part, agreed to forward to her any letters that might arrive from Willie. In less than a fortnight from the time of her departure, Mrs. Ellis returned to Boston, and brought news of the safe conclusion of Gertrude's journey. A letter, received a week after, by Mrs. Jeremy, announced that they should sail in a few days. She was therefore surprised when a second epistle was put into her hands, dated the day succeeding that on which she supposed Mr. Graham's party to have left the country. It was as follows: New York, April 29th. "My dear Mrs. Jeremy, as yesterday was the day on which we expected to sail for Europe, you will be somewhat astonished to hear that we are yet in New York, and still more so to learn that the foreign tour is now indefinitely postponed. Only 2 days since, Mr. Graham was seized with his old complaint, the gout, and the attack proved so violent as seriously to threaten his life. Although today somewhat relieved, and considered by his physician out of immediate danger, he remains a great sufferer, and a sea voyage is pronounced impracticable for months to come. His great anxiety is to be at home, and as soon as it is possible for him to bear the journey, we shall all hasten to the house in D. I enclose a note from Mrs. Ellis. It contains various directions which Emily is desirous she should receive, and as we did not know how to address her, I have sent it to you, trusting to your kindness to see it forwarded. Mrs. Graham and her nieces, who had been anticipating much pleasure from going abroad, are, of course, greatly disappointed at the entire change in their plans for the summer. It is particularly trying to Miss Clinton, as her father has been absent more than a year, and she was hoping to meet him in Paris. It is impossible that either Emily or myself should personally regret a journey of which we felt only dread; and, were it not for Mr. Graham's illness being the cause of its postponement, we should both, I think, find it hard not to realize a degree of selfish satisfaction in the prospect of returning to the dear old place in D., where we hope to be established in the course of the next month. I say we, for neither Mr. Graham nor Emily will hear of my leaving them again. With the kindest regards to yourself, and my friend the doctor, I am yours, very sincerely, Gertrude Flint. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter, by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 27. I see her, her hair in ringlets fluttering free, and her lips that move with melody. Not she. There's a beauty that lovelier glows, though her coral lip with melody flows. I see her, 'tis she of the ivory brow, and heaven-tinged orbs, I know her now. Not she. There's another, more lovely still, with a chastened mind and a tempered will. Caroline Gilman. Mr. Graham's country house boasted a fine, old-fashioned entry, with a door at either end, both of which usually stood open during the warm weather, admitting a cool current of air, and rendering the neighborhood of the front entrance a favorite resort for the family, especially during the early hours of the day, when the warm sun had no access to the spot, and the shady yard, which sloped gradually down to the road, was refreshing and grateful to the sight. Here, on a pleasant June morning, Isabel Clinton and her cousin Kitty Ray had made themselves comfortable, each according to her own idea of what constituted comfort. Isabel had drawn a large arm chair close to the door sill, ensconced herself in it, and, although she held in her hand a piece of worsted work, was gazing idly down the road. She was a beautiful girl, tall and finely formed, with a delicate complexion, clear blue eyes, and rich, light, flowing curls. The same lovely child whom Gertrude had gazed upon with rapture, as leaning against the window of her father's house, she watched old True while he lit his lamp, had ripened into an equally lovely woman. Her uncommon beauty aided and enhanced by all the advantages of dress which skill could suggest or money provide, she was universally admired, flattered, and caressed. At an early age deprived of her mother, and left for some years almost wholly to the care of servants, she soon learned to appreciate at more than their true value the outward attractions she possessed, and her aunt, under whose tutelage she had been since she left school, was little calculated to counteract in her this undue self-admiration. An appearance of conscious superiority which distinguished her, and the independent air with which she tapped against the doorstep with her little foot, might be safely attributed, then, to her conviction that Belle Clinton, the beauty and the heiress, was looking vastly well, as she sat there, attired in a blue cashmere morning dress, richly embroidered, and flowing open in front, for the purpose of displaying an equally rich flounced cambric petticoat. It can scarcely be wondered at that she was herself pleased and satisfied with an outward appearance that could not fail to please and satisfy the most severe critic. On a low step at her feet sat Kitty Ray, a complete contrast to her cousin in looks, manners, and many points of character. Kitty was one of those whom the world usually calls a sweet little creature, lively, playful, and affectionate. She was so small that her childish manners became her, so full of spirits that her occasional rudeness claimed pardon on that score, too thoughtless to be always amiable or always wise, and for all other faults her warm-heartedness and generous enthusiasm must plead an excuse to one who wished, or even endeavored to love her as she wished and expected to be loved by everybody. She was a pretty girl, always bright and animated, mirthful and happy, fond of her cousin Belle, and sometimes influenced by her, though often, on the other hand, enlisting with all her force on the opposite side of some contested question. Unlike Belle, she was seldom well dressed, for though possessed of ample means, she was very careless. On the present occasion, Her dark silk wrapper was half concealed by a crimson flannel sack, which she held tightly around her, declaring it was a dreadful chilly morning, and she was half frozen to death. She certainly would go and warm herself at the kitchen fire, if she were not afraid of encountering that she dragon, Mrs. Ellis. She was sure she did not see, if they must sit in the doorway, why Belle couldn't come to the side door, where the sun shone beautifully. "Oh, I forgot though," added she, "complexion." "Complexion!" said Belle. "I'm no more afraid of hurting my complexion than you are. I'm sure I never freckle, or tan either." "I know that, but you burn all up, and look a fright." "Well, if I didn't I shouldn't go there to sit. I like to be at the front of the house, where I can see the passing. I wonder who those people are, coming up the road. I've been watching them for some time." Kitty stood up, and looked in the direction to which Belle pointed. After observing the couple who were approaching for a minute or two, she exclaimed, "Why, that's Gertrude Flint! I wonder where she's been, and who can that be with her? I didn't know there was a beau to be had about here." "Beau!" said Belle, sneeringly. "And why not a beau, Cousin Belle? I'm sure he looks like one." "I wouldn't give much for any of her beaux," said Belle. "Wouldn't you?" said Kitty. "You'd better wait until you see who they are. You near-sighted people shouldn't decide in such a hurry. I can tell you that he is a gentleman you wouldn't object to be walking with, yourself. It's Mr. Bruce, the one we met in New Orleans." "I don't believe it!" exclaimed Belle, starting up. "You will soon have a chance to see for yourself, for he is coming home with her." "He is? What can he be walking with her for?" "To show his taste, perhaps. I am sure he could not find more agreeable company." "You and I don't agree about that," replied Belle. "I don't see anything very agreeable about her." "Because you are determined not to, Belle. Everybody else thinks her charming, and Mr. Bruce is opening the gate for her as politely as if she were a queen. I like him for that." "Do see!" said Belle. "She's got on that white cape bonnet of hers, and that checked gingham dress. I wonder what Mr. Bruce thinks of her, and he such a critic in regard to ladies' dress." Gertrude and her companion now drew near the house. The former looked up, saw the young ladies in the doorway, and smiled pleasantly at Kitty, who was making strange grimaces, and giving significant glances, over Belle's shoulder. But Mr. Bruce, who seemed much engaged by the society he was already enjoying, did not observe either of them, and they distinctly heard him say, as he handed Gertrude a small parcel he had been carrying for her, "I believe I won't come in. It's such a bore to have to talk to strangers. Do you work in the garden mornings this summer?" "No," replied Gertrude. "There is nothing left of my garden but the memory of it." "Why, Miss Gertrude," said the young man, "I hope these newcomers haven't interfered with—" Here, observing the direction of Gertrude's eyes, he raised his own, saw Belle and Kitty standing opposite to him, and compelled now to recognize and speak with them, went forward to shake hands, trusting to his remarks about strangers in general, and these newcomers in particular, not having been overheard. Although overheard, the young ladies chose to take no notice of that which they supposed intended for unknown individuals. They were mistaken, however. Mr. Bruce knew perfectly well that the nieces of the present Mrs. Graham were the same girls whom he had met at the South, and was, nevertheless, indifferent about renewing his acquaintance. His vanity, however, was not proof against the evident pleasure they both manifested at seeing him again, and he was in a few minutes engaged in an animated conversation with them, while Gertrude quietly entered the house and went upstairs unnoticed. She saw Emily's room, to which she had always free access, and was giving an account of her morning's expedition to the village, and the successful manner in which she had accomplished various commissions and errands, when Mrs. Ellis put her head in at the door, and said, with a most distressed voice and countenance, "Hasn't Gertrude Oh, there you are! Do tell me what Mrs. Wilkins said about the strawberries." "I engaged 3 quarts. Hasn't she sent them?" "No, but I'm thankful to hear they're coming. I have been so plagued about the dinner." She now came in, shut the door, and seating herself, exclaimed, with something like a groan, "I declare, Emily, such an ironing as our girls have got to do to day, you never saw anything like it. There's no end to the fine clothes Mrs. Graham and those nieces of hers put into our wash. I declare it's a shame. Rich as they are, they might put out their washing. I've been helping myself as much as I could, but as Mrs. Prime says, one can't do everything at once, and I've had to see the butcher, make puddings and blancmange, and been worried to death all the time because I had forgotten to engage those strawberries. So Mrs. Wilkins hadn't sent her fruit to market when you got there?" "No, but she was in a great hurry getting it ready. It would have been gone in a very short time." "Well, that was lucky. I don't know what I should have done without the berries, for I've no time to hunt up anything else for dessert. I've got just as much as I can do till dinner time. Mrs. Graham never kept house before, and don't know how to make allowances for anything. She comes home from Boston, expects to find everything in apple pie order, and never asks or cares who does the work." Mrs. Prime's voice was now heard calling at the back staircase. "Mrs. Ellis, Miss Wilkins' boy has fetched your strawberries, and the hulls ain't off of one of 'em. He says they hadn't no time." "That's too bad!" exclaimed the tired, worried housekeeper. "Who's going to take the hulls off, I should like to know? Katie is busy enough, and I'm sure I can't do it." "I will, Mrs. Ellis. Let me do it," said Gertrude, following Mrs. Ellis, who was now half way down the stairs. "No, no, don't you touch to, Miss Gertrude," said Mrs. Prime. "They'll only stain your fingers all up." "No matter if they do. My hands are not made of white kid. They'll bear washing." Mrs. Ellis was only too thankful for Gertrude's help, and seating herself in the dining room, she commenced the task. In the meanwhile, Belle and Kitty were doing their best to entertain Mr. Bruce, who, sitting on the doorsteps and leaning back against a pillar of the piazza, from time to time cast his eyes down the entry, and up the staircase in hopes of Gertrude's reappearance, and despairing of it at last, he was on the point of taking his departure, when his sister Fanny came in at the gate, and running up to the house, was rushing past the assembled trio and into the house. Her brother, however, stretched out his arm, caught her, and before he let her go, whispered something in her ear. "Who is that wild Indian?" asked Kitty Ray, as Fanny ran across the entry and disappeared. "A sister of mine," answered Ben, in a nonchalant manner. "Why, is she?" inquired Kitty, with interest. "I have seen her here several times, and never took any notice of her. I didn't know she was your sister. What a pretty girl she is!" "Do you think so?" said Ben. "Sorry I can't agree with you. I think she's a fright." Fanny now reappeared, and stopping a moment on her way upstairs, called out, without any ceremony, "She says she can't come; she's busy." "Who?" asked Kitty, in her turn catching Fanny and detaining her. "Miss Flint." Mr. Bruce coloured slightly, and Belle Clinton observed it. "What is she doing?" inquired Kitty. "Hulling strawberries." "Where are you going, Fanny?" asked her brother. "Upstairs." "Do they let you go all over the house?" "Miss Flint said I might go up and bring down the birds." "What birds?" "Her birds. I'm going to hang them in the sun, and then they'll sing beautifully." She ran off, and soon came back again with a cage in her hand, containing the little monias, sent by Willie from Calcutta. "There, Kitty!" cried Belle. "I think those are the birds that wake us up so early every morning with their noise." "Very likely," said Kitty. "Bring them here, will you, Fanny? I want to see them. Goodness!" continued she, "what little creatures they are! Do look at them, Mr. Bruce. They are so pretty." "Put them down on the doorstep, Fanny," said Ben, "so that we can see them better." "I'm afraid you'll frighten them," replied Fanny. "Miss Gertrude doesn't like to have them frightened." "No, we won't," said Ben. "We are disposed to be very friendly to Miss Gertrude's birds. Where did she get them? Do you know, Fanny?" "Why, they are India birds. Mr. Sullivan sent them to her." "Who is he?" "Oh, he is a very particular friend. She has letters from him every little while." "What Mr. Sullivan?" asked Belle. "Do you know his Christian name?" "I suppose it's William," said Fanny. "Miss Emily always calls the birds little Willies." "Belle!" exclaimed Kitty. "That's your William Sullivan." "What a favoured man he seems to be!" said Mr. Bruce, in a tone of sarcasm. "The property of one beautiful lady, and the particular friend of another." "I don't know what you mean, Kitty," said Belle, tartly. "Mr. Sullivan is a junior partner of my father's, but I have not seen him for years." "Except in your dreams, Belle," suggested Kitty. "You forget." Belle now looked angry. "Do you dream about Mr. Sullivan?" asked Fanny, fixing her eyes on Belle as she spoke. "I mean to go and ask Miss Gertrude if she does." "Do," said Kitty. "I'll go with you." They ran across the entry, opened the door into the dining room, and both put the question to her at the same moment. Taken thus by surprise, Gertrude neither blushed nor looked confused, but answered, quietly, "Yes, sometimes. But what do you, either of you, know of Mr. Sullivan? Why do you ask?" "Oh, nothing," answered Kitty. "Only some others do, and we are inquiring round to see how many there are." And she shut the door and ran back in triumph, to tell Belle she might as well be frank, like Gertrude, and plead guilty to the weakness. It looked so much better than blushing and denying it. But it would not do to joke with Belle any longer. She was seriously offended, and took no pains to conceal the fact. Mr. Bruce felt awkward and annoyed, and soon went away, leaving the two cousins to settle their difficulty as they best could. As soon as he had gone, Belle folded up her work and walked upstairs to her room with great dignity, while Kitty stayed behind to laugh over the matter, and improve her opportunity to make friends with Fanny Bruce, for Kitty was not a little interested in the brother, and laboured under the common, but often mistaken idea, that in cultivating the acquaintance of the sister she should advance her cause. Perhaps she was somewhat induced to this step by her having observed that Gertrude appeared to be an equal favourite with both. She therefore called Fanny to sit beside her, put her arm round her waist, and commenced talking about Gertrude, and the origin and extent of the intimacy which seemed to exist between her and the Bruce family. Fanny, who was always communicative, willingly informed her of the circumstances which had attached her so strongly to a friend who was some years her senior. "And your brother," said Kitty, "he has known her some time, hasn't he?" "Yes, indeed, I suppose so," answered Fanny, carelessly. "Does he like her?" "I don't know. I should think he would. I don't see how he can help it." "What did he whisper to you when you came up the steps?" Fanny could not remember at once, but on being reminded of the answer she had given, she replied, promptly, "Oh, he bade me ask Miss Gertrude if she wasn't coming back to see him again, and tell her he was tired to death waiting for her." Kitty pouted and looked vexed. "I want to know," said she, "if Miss Flint has been in the habit of receiving company here, and being treated like an equal." "Of course she has," answered Fanny, with spirit. "Why shouldn't she? She's the most perfect lady I ever saw, and mother says she has beautiful manners, and I must take pattern by her." "Oh, Miss Gertrude!" called she, as Gertrude, who had been to place the strawberries in the refrigerator, crossed the back part of the long entry. "Are you ready now?" "Yes, Fanny, I shall be in a moment," answered Gertrude. "Ready for what?" inquired Kitty. "To read," said Fanny. "She is going to read the rest of Hamlet to Miss Emily. She read the first 3 acts yesterday, and Miss Emily let me sit in her room and hear it. I can't understand it when I read it myself, but when I listen to Miss Gertrude it seems quite plain. She's a splendid reader, and I came in to day on purpose to hear the play finished." Kitty's last companion having deserted her, she stretched herself on the entry sofa and fell asleep. She was wakened by her aunt, who returned from the city a short time before dinner, and finding her asleep in her morning wrapper, shook her by the arm, and said, in a voice which the best intentions could never render otherwise than loud and coarse, "Kitty Ray, wake up and go dress for dinner. I saw Belle at the chamber window looking like a beauty. I wish you'd take half the pains she does to improve your appearance." Kitty yawned, and after delaying as long as she chose, finally followed Mrs. Graham's directions. It was Kitty's policy, after giving offence to her cousin Belle, to appear utterly unconscious of the existence of any unkind feelings; and though Belle often manifested some degree of sulkiness, she was too dependent upon Kitty's society to retain that disposition long. They were soon, therefore, chatting together as usual. "Belle," said Kitty, as she stood arranging her hair at the glass, "do you remember a girl we used to meet every morning, on our way to school, walking with a paralytic old man?" "Yes." "Do you know, I think it was Gertrude Flint. She has altered very much, to be sure, but the features are still the same, and there certainly never was but one such pair of eyes." "I have no doubt she is the same person," said Belle, composedly. "Did you think of it before?" "Yes, as soon as Fanny spoke of her knowing Willie Sullivan." "Why, Belle, why didn't you speak of it?" "Lor', Kitty, I don't feel so much interest in her as you and some others do." "What others?" It was now Belle's turn to be provoking. "Why, Mr. Bruce, don't you see he is half in love with her?" "No, I don't see any such thing. He has known her for a long time. Fanny says so, and of course he feels a regard and respect for a girl that the Grahams make so much account of. But I don't believe he'd think of such a thing as being in love with a poor girl like her, with no family connections to boast of." "Perhaps he didn't think of being." "Well, he wouldn't be. She isn't the sort of person that would suit him. He has been in society a great deal, not only at home but in Paris, and he would want a wife that was very lively and fond of company, and knew how to make a show with money." A girl, for instance, like Kitty Ray." "How ridiculous, Belle! Just as if people couldn't talk without thinking of themselves all the time. What do I care about Ben Bruce?" "I don't know that you care anything about him, but I wouldn't pull all the hair out of my head about it, as you seem to be doing. There's the dinner bell, and you'll be late, as usual." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter, by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 28. She hath a natural, wise sincerity, a simple truthfulness, and these have lent her a dignity as moveless as the centre. Lowell. Twilight of this same day found Gertrude and Emily seated at a window which commanded a delightful western view. Gertrude had been describing to her blind friend the gorgeous picture presented to her vision by the masses of rich and brilliantly painted cloud, and Emily, as she listened to the glowing description of nature, as she unfolded herself at an hour which they both preferred to all others, experienced a participation in Gertrude's enjoyment. The glory had now faded away, save a long strip of gold which skirted the horizon, and the stars as they came out, one by one, seemed to look in at the chamber window with a smile of recognition. In the parlor below there was company from the city, and the sound of mirth and laughter came up on the evening breeze, so mellowed, however, by distance, that it contrasted with the peace of the quiet room, without disturbing it. "You had better go down, Gertrude," said Emily. "They appear to be enjoying themselves, and I love to hear your laugh mingling with the rest." "Oh, no, dear Emily," said Gertrude. "I prefer to stay with you. They are nearly all strangers to me." "As you please, my dear, but don't let me keep you from the young people." "You can never keep me with you, dear Emily, longer than I wish to stay. There is no society I love so well." And so she stayed, and they resumed their pleasant conversation, which, though harmonious and calm, was not without its playfulness and occasional gleams of wit. They were interrupted by Katy, whom Mrs. Graham sent to announce a new visitor, Mrs. Bruce, who had inquired for Emily. "I suppose I must go down," said Emily. "You'll come too, Gertrude?" "No, I believe not, unless she asked for me. Did she, Katy?" "Mrs. Graham was only after mentioning Miss Emily," said Katy. "Then I will stay here," said Gertrude, and Emily, finding it to be her wish, went without her. There was soon another loud ring at the door bell. It seemed to be a reception evening, and this time Gertrude's presence was particularly requested to see Dr. and Mrs. Jeremy. When she entered the parlor she found a great number of guests assembled, and every seat in the room occupied. As she came in alone, and unexpected by the greater part of the company, all eyes turned upon her. Contrary to the expectation of Belle and Kitty, who were watching her with curiosity, she manifested neither embarrassment nor awkwardness, but glancing leisurely at the various groups, until she recognized Mrs. Jeremy, crossed the large saloon with characteristic grace, and as much ease and self-possession as if she were the only person present. After greeting that lady with her usual warmth and cordiality, she turned to speak to the doctor, but he was sitting next to Fanny Bruce in the window seat, and was half concealed by the curtain. Before he could rise and come forward, Mrs. Bruce nodded pleasantly from the opposite corner, and Gertrude went to shake hands with her. Mr. Bruce, who formed one in a gay circle of young ladies and gentlemen collected in that part of the room, and who had been observing Gertrude's motions so attentively as to make no reply to a question put to him by Kitty Ray, now rose and offered his chair, saying, "Miss Gertrude, do take this seat." "Thank you," said Gertrude, "but I see my friend the doctor on the other side of the room. He expects me to come and speak to him, so don't let me disturb you." Dr. Jeremy now came halfway across the room to meet her, and taking her by both hands, led her into the recess formed by the window, and placed her in his own seat, next to Fanny Bruce. To the astonishment of all who knew him, Ben Bruce brought his own chair and placed it for the doctor opposite to Gertrude. So much respect for age had not been anticipated from the modern bred man of fashion. "Is that a daughter of Mr. Graham?" asked a young lady of Belle Clinton, who sat next to her. "No, indeed," replied Belle. "She is a person to whom Miss Graham gave an education, and now she lives here to read to her, and be sort of a companion. Her name is Flint." "What did you say that young lady's name was?" asked a dashing lieutenant, leaning forward and addressing Isabel. "Miss Flint." "Flint! Ah, she's a genteel-looking girl. How peculiarly she dresses her hair." "Very becoming, however, to that style of face," remarked the young lady who had first spoken. "Don't you think so?" "I don't know," replied the lieutenant. "Something becomes her; she makes a fine appearance. Bruce," said he, as Mr. Bruce returned, after his unusual effort at politeness, "who is that Miss Flint? I have been here 2 or 3 times, and I never saw her before." "Very likely," said Mr. Bruce. "She won't always show herself. Isn't she a fine looking girl?" "I haven't made up my mind yet. She's got a splendid figure, but who is she?" "She's a sort of adopted daughter of Mr. Graham's, I believe. A protégée of Miss Emily's." "Ah, poor thing! An orphan?" "Yes, I suppose so," said Ben, biting his lip. "Pity," said the young man. "Poor thing! But as you say, Ben, she's good looking, particularly when she smiles. There is something very attractive about her face." There certainly was to Ben, for a moment after, Kitty Ray missed him from the room, and immediately espied him standing on the piazza and leaning through the open window to talk with Gertrude, Dr. Jeremy, and Fanny. The conversation soon became very lively. There seemed to be a war of wits going on. The doctor, especially, laughed very loud, and Gertrude and Fanny often joined in the merry peal. Kitty endured it as long as she could, and then ran boldly across to join the party, and hear what they were having so much fun about. But it was all an enigma to Kitty. Dr. Jeremy was talking with Mr. Bruce concerning something which had happened many years ago. There was a great deal about a foolscap, with a long tassel, and taking afternoon naps in the grass. The doctor was making queer allusions to some old pear tree, and traps set for thieves, and kept reminding Gertrude of circumstances which attended their first acquaintance with each other and with Mr. Bruce. Kitty was beginning to feel that, as she was uninitiated in all they were talking about, she had placed herself in the position of an intruder, and was thereupon looking a little embarrassed and ill at ease, when Gertrude touched her arm, and kindly making room for her next to herself, motioned to her to sit down, saying as she did so, "Dr. Jeremy is speaking of the time when he, or he and I, as he chooses to have it, went fruit stealing in Mrs. Bruce's orchard, and were unexpectedly discovered by Mr. Bruce." "You mean, my dear," interrupted the doctor, "that Mr. Bruce was discovered by us. Why, it's my opinion he would have slept until this time if I hadn't given him such a thorough waking up." "My first acquaintance with you was certainly the greatest awakening of my life," said Ben, speaking as if to the doctor, but looking meaningly at Gertrude. "That was not the only nap it cost me. How sorry I am, Miss Gertrude, that you've given up working in the garden, as you used to. Pray, how does it happen?" "Mrs. Graham has had it remodelled," replied Gertrude, "and the new gardener neither needs nor desires my services. He has his own plans, and it is not well to interfere with the professor of an art. I should be sure to do mischief." "I doubt whether his success compares with yours," said Ben. "I do not see anything like the same quantity of flowers in the room that you used to have." "I don't think," said Gertrude, "that he is as fond of cutting them as I was. I did not care so much for the appearance of the garden as for having plenty of flowers in the house, but with him it is the reverse." Kitty now addressed some remark to Mr. Bruce on the subject of gardening, and Gertrude, turning to Dr. Jeremy, continued in earnest conversation with him, until Mrs. Jeremy rose to go, when approaching the window, she said, "Dr. Jerry, have you given Gertrude her letter?" "Goodness me!" exclaimed the doctor. "I came near forgetting it." Then feeling in his pocket, he drew forth an evidently foreign document, the envelope literally covered with various coloured post office stamps. "See here, Gertie, genuine Calcutta, no mistake." Gertrude took the letter, and as she thanked the doctor, her countenance expressed pleasure at receiving it. A pleasure, however, somewhat tempered by sadness, for she had heard from Willie but once since he learned the news of his mother's death, and that letter had been such an outpouring of his vehement grief that the sight of his handwriting almost pained her, as she anticipated something like a repetition of the outburst. Mr. Bruce, who kept his eyes upon her, and half expected to see her colour change, and look disconcerted, on the letter being handed to her in the presence of so many witnesses, was reassured by the composure with which she took it, and held it openly in her hand while she bade the doctor and his wife good evening. She followed them to the door, and was then retreating to her own apartment, when she was met at the foot of the stairs by Mr. Bruce, who had noticed the movement, and now entered from the piazza in time to arrest her steps, and ask if her letter was of such importance that she must deny the company the pleasure of her society in order to study its contents. "It is from a friend of whose welfare I am anxious to hear," said Gertrude, gravely. "Please excuse me to your mother if she inquires for me, and, as the rest of the guests are strangers, I shall not be missed by them." "Oh, Miss Gertrude," said Mr. Bruce, "it's no use coming here to see you, you are so frequently invisible. What part of the day is one most likely to find you disengaged?" "Hardly any part," said Gertrude. "I am always a very busy character. But good night, Mr. Bruce. Don't let me detain you from the other young ladies," and Gertrude ran upstairs, leaving Mr. Bruce uncertain whether to be vexed with himself or her. Contrary to Gertie's expectations, her letter from William Sullivan proved very soothing to the grief she had felt on his account. His spirit had been so weighed down and crushed by the intelligence of the death of his grandfather, and finally of his second and still greater loss, that his first communication to Gertrude had alarmed her. From the discouraged, disheartened tone in which it was written, she had feared lest his Christian fortitude would give way to the force of this double affliction. She was, therefore, much relieved to find that he now wrote in a calmer strain, that he had taken to heart his mother's last entreaty and prayer for a submissive disposition on his part, and that, although deeply afflicted, he was schooling himself to patience and resignation. But he did not, in this letter, dwell long upon his own sufferings under bereavement. The 3 closely written pages were almost wholly devoted to fervent and earnest expressions of gratitude to Gertrude for the act of kindness and love which had cheered and comforted the last days of his much regretted friends. He prayed that Heaven would bless her, and rewarded her with disinterested and self-denying efforts, and closed with saying, "You are all there is left to me, Gertrude. If I loved you before, my heart is now bound to you by ties stronger than those of earth. My hopes, my labors, my prayers are all for you. God grant we may some day meet again." For an hour after she had finished reading, Gertrude sat lost in meditation. Her thoughts went back to her home at Uncle True's, and the days when she and Willie passed so many happy hours in close companionship, little dreaming of the long separation so soon to ensue. She rehearsed in her mind all the succeeding events which had brought her into her present position, and was only startled at last from the reverie she was indulging in by the voices of Mrs. Graham's visitors, who were now taking leave. Mrs. Bruce and her son lingered a little, until the carriages had driven off with those of the guests who were to return to the city, and as they were making their farewells on the doorstep, directly beneath Gertrude's window, she heard Mrs. Graham say, "Remember, Mr. Bruce, we dine at 2. And Miss Fanny, we shall hope to see you also. I presume you will join the walking party." This, then, was an arrangement which was to bring Mr. Bruce there to dinner, at no very distant period, and Gertrude's reflections, forsaking the past, began to centre upon the present. Mr. Bruce's attentions to her had that day been marked, and the professions of admiration he had contrived to whisper in her ear had been still more so. Both these attentions and this admiration were unsought and undesired; neither were they in any degree flattering to the high-minded girl, who was superior to coquetry, and whose self-respect was even wounded by the confident and assured manner in which Mr. Bruce made his advances. As a youth of 17 she had marked him as indolent and ill-bred. Her sense of justice, however, would have obliterated this recollection, had his character and manners appeared changed on the renewal of their acquaintance, some years after. This was not the case, however, for the outward polish, bestowed by fashion and familiarity with society, could not cloud Gertrude's discernment, and she quickly perceived that his old characteristics still remained, heightened and rendered more glaring by an ill-concealed vanity. As a boy, he had stared from Gertrude from impudence, and inquired her name out of idle curiosity. As a youthful coxcomb, he had resolved to flirt with her, because his time hung heavy on his hands, and he could think of nothing better to do. But to his surprise, he found the country girl, for such he considered her, never having seen her elsewhere, was quite insensible to the flattery and notice which many a city belle had coveted, appeared wholly indifferent to his admiration, and that when he tried raillery he usually proved the disconcerted party. If he sought her, as he was frequently in the habit of doing, when she was at work among the flowers, he found it impossible to distract her attention from her labours, or detain her after they were completed. If he joined her in her walks, and with his wonted self-conceit, made her aware of the honour lie supposed himself concerning, she either maintained a dignity which warded off his fulsome adulation, or, if he ventured to make her the object of direct compliment, received it as a jest, and retorted with a playfulness and wit which often left the opaque wits of poor Ben in some doubt whether he had not been making himself ridiculous; and this, not because Gertrude was willing to wound the feelings of one who was disposed to admire her, but because she perceived that he was far from being sincere, and she had an honourable pride which would not endure to be trifled with. It was something new to Mr. Bruce to find any lady thus indifferent to his merits, and proved such an awakening to his ambition, that he resolved, if possible, to recommend himself to Gertrude, and consequently improved every opportunity of gaining admittance to her society. While labouring, however, to inspire her with a due appreciation of himself, he fell into his own snare; for though he failed in awakening Gertrude's interest, he could not be equally insensible to her attractions. Even the comparatively dull intellect of Ben Bruce was capable of measuring her vast superiority to most girls of her age, and her vivacious originality was a contrast to the insipidity of fashionable life, which at length completely charmed him. His earnestness and perseverance began to annoy the object of his admiration before she left Mr. Graham's in the autumn, and she was glad soon after to hear that he had accompanied his mother to Washington, as it insured her against meeting him again for months to come. Mr. Bruce regretted losing sight of Gertrude, but amid the gaiety and dissipation of southern cities, contrived to waste his time with tolerable satisfaction. He was reminded of her again on meeting the Graham party at New Orleans, and it is some credit to his understanding to say, that in the comparison which he constantly drew between her and the vain daughters of fashion, she stood higher than ever in his estimation. He did not hesitate to tell her so, on the morning already mentioned, when with evident satisfaction he had recognized and joined her, and the increased devotion of his words and manner, which now took a tone of truth in which they had before been wanting, alarmed Gertrude, and led to a serious resolve on her part to avoid him on all possible occasions. It will soon be seen how difficult she found it to carry out this resolution. On the day succeeding the one of which we have been speaking, Mr. Graham returned from the city about noon, and joining the young ladies in the entry, unfolded his newspaper, and handing it to Kitty, asked her to read the news. "What shall I read?" said Katy, taking the paper rather unwillingly. "The leading article, if you please." Kitty turned the paper inside and out, looked hastily up and down its pages, and then declared her inability to find it. Mr. Graham stared at her in astonishment, then pointed in silence to the wished-for paragraph. She began, but had scarcely read a sentence before Mr. Graham stopped her, saying, impatiently, "Don't read so fast. I can't hear a single word." She now fell into the other extreme, and drawled so intolerably that her auditor interrupted her again, and bade her give the paper to her cousin. Belle took it from the pouting Kitty, and finished the article, not, however, without being once or twice compelled to go back and read more intelligibly. "Do you wish to hear anything more, sir?" asked she. "Yes. Won't you turn to the ship news and read me the list by the steamer?" Belle, more fortunate than Kitty, found the place, and commenced. "At Canton, April 30th, ship Ann Maria, Ray, DISCG. What does that mean?" "Discharging, of course. Go on." SLD ABT 13th, spelt Belle, looking dreadfully puzzled all the while. "Stupid," muttered Mr. Graham, almost snatching the paper out of her hands, "not knowing how to read ship news. Where's Gertrude? Where's Gertrude Flint? She's the only girl I ever saw that did know anything. Won't you speak to her, Kitty?" Kitty went, though rather reluctantly, to call Gertrude, and told her for what she was wanted. Gertrude was astonished. Since the day when she had persisted in leaving his house, Mr. Graham had never asked her to read to him; but obedient to the summons, she presented herself, and taking the seat which Belle had vacated near the door, commenced with the ship news, and without asking any questions, turned to various items of intelligence, taking them in the order which she knew Mr. Graham preferred. The old gentleman, leaning back in his easy chair, and resting his gouty foot upon an ottoman opposite to him, looked amazingly contented and satisfied. And when Belle and Kitty had gone off to their room, he remarked, "This seems like old times, doesn't it, Gertrude?" He now closed his eyes, and Gertrude was soon made aware, by his deep breathing, that he had fallen asleep. Seeing that, as he sat, it would be impossible for her to pass without waking him, she laid down the paper, and was preparing to draw some work from her pocket, for Gertrude seldom spent her time in idleness, when she observed a shadow in the doorway, and looking up, saw the very person whom she had yesterday resolved to avoid. Mr. Bruce was staring in her face, with an indolent air of ease and confidence, which she always found very offensive. He had in one hand a bunch of roses, which he held up to her admiring gaze. "Very beautiful," said Gertrude, as she glanced at the little branches, covered with a luxurious growth of moss rosebuds, both pink and white. She spoke in a low voice, fearing to awaken Mr. Graham. Mr. Bruce, therefore, softening his to a whisper, remarked, as he dangled them above her head, "I thought they were very pretty when I gathered them, but they suffer from the comparison, Miss Gertrude." And he gave a meaning look at the roses in her cheeks. Gertrude, to whom this was a stale compliment, coming from Mr. Bruce, took no notice of it, but rising, advanced to make her exit by the front door, saying, "I will go across the piazza, Mr. Bruce, and send the ladies word that you are here." "Oh, pray don't," said he, putting himself in her way. "It would be cruel. I haven't the slightest wish to see them." He so effectually prevented her that she was unwillingly compelled to retreat from the door and resume her seat. As she did so, she took her work from her pocket, her countenance in the meantime expressing vexation. Mr. Bruce looked his triumph, and took advantage of it. "Miss Gertrude," said he, "will you oblige me by wearing these flowers in your hair to-day?" "I do not wear gay flowers," replied Gertrude, without lifting her eyes from the piece of muslin on which she was employed. Supposing this to be on account of her mourning, for she wore a plain black dress, he selected the white buds from the rest, and presenting them to her, begged that, for his sake, she would display them in contrast with her dark silken braids. "I am much obliged to you," said Gertrude. "I never saw more beautiful roses, but I am not accustomed to be so much dressed, and believe you must excuse me." "Then you won't take my flowers?" "Certainly I will, with pleasure," said she, rising, "if you will let me get a glass of water and place them in the parlor where we can all enjoy them." "I did not cut my flowers and bring them here for the benefit of the whole household," said Ben, in a half offended tone. "If you won't wear them, Miss Gertrude, I will offer them to somebody that will." This, he thought, would alarm her, for his vanity was such that he attributed her behavior wholly to coquetry, and as instances of this sort had always served to enhance his admiration, he believed that they were intended to produce that effect. "I will punish her," thought he, as he tied the roses together again and arranged them for presentation to Kitty, whom he knew would be flattered to receive them. "Where's Fanny to-day?" asked Gertrude, anxious to divert the conversation. "I don't know," answered Ben, with a manner which implied that he had no idea of talking about Fanny. A short silence ensued, during which he gazed idly at Gertrude's fingers as she sat sewing. "How attentive you are to your work," said he at last. "Your eyes seemed nailed to it. I wish I were as attractive as that piece of muslin." "I wish you were as inoffensive," thought Gertrude. "I do not think you take much pains to entertain me," added he, "when I've come here on purpose to see you." "I thought you came by Mrs. Graham's invitation," said Gertrude. "And didn't I have to court Kitty for an hour in order to get it?" "If you obtained it by artifice," said Gertrude, smiling, "you do not deserve to be entertained." "It is much easier to please Kitty than you," remarked Ben. "Kitty is very amiable and pleasant," said Gertrude. "Yes, but I'd give more for one smile from you than " Gertrude now interrupted him with, "Ah, here is an old friend coming to see us. Please let me pass, Mr. Bruce." The gate at the end of the yard swung to as she spoke, and Ben, looking in that direction, beheld approaching the person whom Gertrude seemed desirous to go and meet. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave me," said Ben. "That little crone, whose coming seems to give you so much satisfaction, can't get here this half hour at the rate she is travelling." "She is an old friend," replied Gertrude. "I must go and welcome her." Her countenance expressed so much earnestness that Mr. Bruce was ashamed to persist in his incivility, and rising, permitted her to pass. Miss Patty Pace, for she it was who was toiling up the yard, seemed overjoyed at seeing Gertrude, and the moment she recognized her, commenced waving, in a theatrical manner, a huge feather fan, her favorite mode of salutation. As she drew near, Miss Patty took her by both hands, and stood talking with her some minutes before they proceeded together up the yard. They entered the house at the side door, and Ben, being thus disappointed of Gertrude's return, sallied out into the garden, in hopes to attract the notice of Kitty. Ben Bruce had such confidence in the power of wealth and high station in fashionable life, that it never occurred to him to doubt that Gertrude would gladly accept his hand and fortune, if it were placed at her disposal. No degree of coldness, or even neglect, on her part, would have induced him to believe that an orphan girl, without a cent in the world, would forego such an opportunity to establish herself. Many a prudent and worldly wise mother had sought his acquaintance. Many a young lady, even among those who possessed property and rank of their own, had received his attention with favor, and believing as he did that he had money enough to purchase for a wife any woman whom he chose to select, he would have laughed at the idea that Gertrude would presume to hold herself higher than the rest. He had not made his mind up to such an important step, however, as the deliberate surrender of the many advantages of which he was the fortunate possessor. He had merely determined to win Gertrude's good opinion and affection. And although more interested in her than he was aware of himself, he at present made that his ultimate object. He felt conscious that as yet she had given no evidence of his success, and having resolved to resort to some new means of winning her, he, with a too common selfishness and baseness, fixed upon a method which was calculated, if successful, to end in the mortification, if not the unhappiness, of a third party. He intended, by marked devotion to Kitty Ray, to excite the jealousy of Gertrude, and it was with the view to furthering his intentions that he walked in the garden, hoping to attract her observation. Oh, it was a shameful scheme, for Kitty liked him already. She was a warm-hearted girl, a credulous one too, and likely to become a ready victim to his duplicity. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter, by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 29. Is this the world of which we want a sight? Are these the beings who are called polite? Hannah More. A half hour before dinner, Mrs. Graham and her nieces, Mr. Bruce, his sister Fanny, and Lieutenant Osborne, as they sat in the large parlor, had their curiosity much excited by the merriment which seemed to exist in Emily's room, directly above. It was not noisy or rude, but strikingly genuine. Gertrude's clear laugh was very distinguishable, and even Emily joined frequently in the outburst which would every now and then occur, while still another person appeared to be of the party, as a strange and most singular voice occasionally mingled with the rest. Kitty ran to the entry 2 or 3 times, to listen, and hear, if possible, the subject of their mirth, and at last returned with the announcement that Gertrude was coming downstairs with the very Queen of Witches. Presently Gertrude opened the door, which Kitty had slammed behind her, and ushered in Miss Patty Pace, who advanced with measured, mincing steps to Mrs. Graham, and stopping in front of her, made a low curtsy. "How do you do, ma'am?" said Mrs. Graham, half inclined to believe that Gertrude was playing off a joke upon her. "This, I presume, is the mistress," said Miss Patty. Mrs. Graham acknowledged her claim to that title. "A lady of presence," said Miss Patty to Gertrude, in an audible whisper, pronouncing each syllable with a manner and emphasis peculiar to her. Then, turning towards Belle, who was shrinking into the shadow of a curtain, she approached her, held up both hands in astonishment, and exclaimed, "Miss Isabella! As I still enjoy existence! And radiant, too, as the morning! Bless my heart, how your youthful charms have expanded!" Belle had recognized Miss Pace the moment she entered the room, but with foolish pride was ashamed to acknowledge the acquaintance of so eccentric an individual, and would have still feigned ignorance, but Kitty now came forward, exclaiming, "Why, Miss Pace, where did you come from?" "Miss Catherine," said Miss Pace, taking her hands in an ecstasy of astonishment. "Then you knew me! Blessings on your memory of an old friend!" "Certainly, I knew you in a minute. You're not so easily forgotten, I assure you. Belle, don't you remember Miss Pace? It's at your house I've always seen her." "Oh, is it she?" said Belle, with a poor attempt to conceal the fact that she had any previous knowledge of a person who had been a frequent visitor at her father's house, and was held in high esteem by both her parents. "I apprehend," said Miss Patty to Kitty, in the same loud whisper, "that she carries a proud heart." Then, without having appeared to notice the gentlemen, who were directly behind her, she added, "Sparks, I see Miss Catherine, young Sparks. Whose? Yours or hers?" Kitty laughed, for she saw that the young men heard her and were much amused, and replied, without hesitation, "Oh, mine, Miss Patty, mine, both of 'em." Miss Patty now looked round the room, and missing Mr. Graham, advanced to his wife, saying, "And where, madam, is the bridegroom?" Mrs. Graham, a little confused, replied that her husband would be in presently, and invited Miss Pace to be seated. "No, mistress, I am obliged to leave you. I have an inquiring mind, and, with your leave, will take a survey of the apartment. I love to see everything that is modern." She then proceeded to examine the pictures upon the walls, but had not proceeded far before she turned to Gertrude, and asked, still loud enough to be distinctly heard, "Gertrude, my dear, what have they done with the second wife?" Gertrude looked surprised, and Miss Pace corrected her remark, saying, "Oh, it is the counterfeit that I have reference to. The original, I am aware, departed long since. But where is the counterfeit of the second Mistress Graham? It always hung here, if my memory serves me." Gertrude whispered a reply to this question, and Miss Pace then uttered the following soliloquy: "The garret! Well, 'tis the course of nature. What is new obliterates the recollection, even, of the old." She now linked her arm in Gertrude's, and made her the companion of her survey. When they had completed the circuit of the room, she stopped in front of the group of young people, all of whom were eyeing her with great amusement, claimed acquaintance with Mr. Bruce, and asked to be introduced to the member of the War Department, as she styled Lieutenant Osborne. Kitty introduced her with great formality, and at the same time presented the lieutenant to Gertrude, a ceremony which she felt indignant that her aunt had not thought proper to perform. A chair was now brought, Miss Patty joined their circle and entertained them until dinner time. Gertrude again saw Emily's room. At the table, Gertrude, seated next to Emily, whose wants she always made her care, and with Miss Patty on the other side, had no time or attention to bestow on any one else, much to the chagrin of Mr. Bruce, who was anxious she should observe his assiduous devotion to Kitty, whose hair was adorned with moss rosebuds, and her face with smiles. Belle was also made happy by the marked admiration of her young officer, and no one felt any disposition to interfere with either of the well satisfied girls. Occasionally, however, some remark made by Miss Pace irresistibly attracted the attention of every one at the table, and extorted either the laughter it was intended to excite, or a mirth which, though perhaps ill-timed, it was impossible to repress. Mr. Graham treated Miss Patty with the most marked politeness and attention, and Mrs. Graham, who was possessed of great suavity of manners when she chose to exercise it, and who loved dearly to be amused, spared no pains to bring out the old lady's conversational powers. She found, too, that Miss Patty was acquainted with everybody, and made most appropriate and amusing comments upon almost every person who became the topic of conversation. Mr. Graham at last led her to speak of herself and her lonely mode of life, and Fanny Bruce, who sat next, asked her, bluntly, why she never got married. "Ah, my young miss," said she, "we all wait our time, and I may take a companion yet." "You should," said Mr. Graham. "Now you have property, Miss Pace, and ought to share it with some nice, thrifty man." Mr. Graham knew her weak point. "I have but an insignificant trifle of worldly wealth," said Miss Pace, "and am not as youthful as I have been; but I may suit myself with a companion, notwithstanding. I approve of matrimony, and have my eye upon a young man." "A young man!" exclaimed Fanny Bruce, laughing. "Oh, yes, Miss Frances," said Miss Patty. "I am an admirer of youth, and of everything that is modern. Yes, I cling to life! I cling to life!" "Certainly," remarked Mrs. Graham. "Miss Pace must marry somebody younger than herself, someone to whom she can leave all her property, if he should happen to outlive her." "Yes," said Mr. Graham. "At present you would not know how to make a will, unless you left all your money to Gertrude here. I rather think she would make a good use of it." "That would certainly be a consideration to me," said Miss Pace. "I should dread the thought of having my little savings squandered. Now I know there's more than a sufficiency of pauper population, and plenty that would be glad of legacies, but I have no intention of bestowing on such. Why, sir, 9/10 of them will always be poor. No, no, I shouldn't give to such. No, no, I have other intentions." "Miss Pace," asked Mr. Graham, "what has become of General Pace's family?" "All dead," replied Miss Patty, promptly. "All dead. I made a pilgrimage to the grave of that branch of the family. It was a melancholy and touching scene," continued she, in a pathetic tone of voice. "There was a piece of grassy ground, belted about with an iron railing, and in the centre a beautiful white marble monument, in which they were all buried. It was pure as alabaster, and on it was inscribed these lines, 'Pace.'" "What were the lines?" inquired Mrs. Graham, who believed her ears had deceived her. "Pace, ma'am, pace; nothing else." Solemn as was the subject, a universal titter pervaded the circle, and Mrs. Graham, perceiving that Kitty and Fanny would soon burst into uncontrollable fits of laughter, made the move for the company to quit the table. The gentlemen did not care to linger, and followed the ladies into the wide entry, the refreshing coolness of which invited every one to loiter there during the heat of the day. Miss Patty and Fanny Bruce compelled the unwilling Gertrude to join the group there assembled, and Mrs. Graham, who was never disposed to forego her afternoon nap, was the only member of the family who absented herself. So universal was the interest Miss Patty excited, that all private dialogue was suspended, and close attention given to whatever topic the old lady was discussing. Belle maintained a slightly scornful expression of countenance, and tried, with partial success, to divert Lieutenant Osborne's thoughts into another channel; but Kitty was so delighted with Miss Pace's originality, that she made no attempt at any exclusive conversation, and, with Mr. Bruce sitting beside her and joining in her amusement, looked more than contented. Dress and fashion, two favorite themes with Miss Patty, were now introduced, and after discoursing at some length upon her love of the beautiful, as witnessed in the mantua making and millinery arts, she deliberately left her seat, and going towards Belle, the only one of the company who seemed desirous to avoid her, began to examine the material of her dress, and finally requested her to rise and permit her to further inspect the mode in which it was made, declaring the description of so modern and finished a masterpiece of art would be a feast to the ears of some of her junior acquaintances. Belle indignantly refused to comply, and shook off the hand of the old lady as if there had been contamination in her touch. "Do stand up, Belle," said Kitty, in an undertone. "Don't be so cross." "Why don't you stand up yourself," said Belle, "and show off your own dress, for the benefit of her low associates?" "She didn't ask me to," replied Kitty, "but I will, with the greatest pleasure, if she will condescend to look at it. Miss Pace," continued she, gaily, placing herself in front of the inquisitive Miss Patty, "do admire my gown at your leisure, and take a pattern of it if you like. I should be proud of the honor." For a wonder, Kitty's dress was pretty and well worthy of observation. Miss Patty made many comments, especially on the train, as she denominated its unnecessary and inconvenient length, and then, her curiosity being satisfied, commenced retreating towards the place she had left, first glancing behind her to see if it was still vacant, and then moving towards it with a backward motion, consisting of a series of curtsies. Fanny Bruce, who stood near, observing that she had made an exact calculation how many steps would be required to reach her seat, placed her hand on the back of the chair, as if to draw it away, and encouraged by a look and smile from Isabel, moved it, slightly, but still enough to endanger the old lady's safety. On attempting to regain it, Miss Patty stumbled, and would have fallen, but Gertrude, who had been watching Fanny's proceedings, sprung forward in time to fling an arm around her, and place her safely in the chair, casting at the same time a reproachful look at Fanny, who, much confused, turned to avoid Gertrude's gaze, and in doing so accidentally trod on Mr. Graham's gouty toes, which drew from him an exclamation of pain. "Fan," said Mr. Bruce, who had observed the latter accident only, "I wish you could learn politeness." "Who am I to learn it from?" asked Fanny, pertly. "You?" Ben looked provoked, but forbore to reply. While Miss Pace, who had now recovered her composure, took up the word and said, "Politeness, ah, a lovely but rare virtue, perceptibly developed, however, in the manners of my friend Gertrude, which I hesitate not to affirm would well become a princess." Belle curled her lip and smiled disdainfully. "Lieutenant Osborne," said she, "don't you think Miss Devereux has beautiful manners?" "Very fine," replied the lieutenant. "The style in which she receives company, on her reception day, is elegance itself." "Who were you speaking of?" inquired Kitty. "Mrs. Harry Noble?" "Miss Devereux we were remarking upon," said Belle, "but Mrs. Noble is also very stylish." "I think she is," said Mr. Bruce. "Do you hear, Fanny? We have found a model for you. You must imitate Mrs. Noble." "I don't know anything about Mrs. Noble," retorted Fanny. "I'd rather imitate Miss Flint." "Miss Gertrude," said she, with a seriousness which Gertrude rightly believed was intended to express regret for her late rudeness, "how shall I learn politeness?" "Do you remember," asked Gertrude, speaking low, and giving Fanny a look full of meaning, "what your music master told you about learning to play with expression? I should give you the same rule for improvement in politeness." "What is that?" said Mr. Graham. "Let us know, Fanny. What is Gertrude's rule for politeness?" "She only said," answered Fanny, "that it was the same my music master gave me last winter." "And what did he say?" inquired her brother, with a tone of interest. "I asked Mr. Herman," said Fanny, "how I should learn to play with expression, and he said, 'You must cultivate your heart, Miss Bruce. You must cultivate your heart.'" This new direction for the attainment of a great accomplishment was received with countenances that indicated as great a variety of sentiment as there was difference of character among Fanny's audience. Mr. Graham bit his lip, and walked away, for his politeness was founded on no such rule, and he knew that Gertrude's was. Belle looked glorious disdain; Mr. Bruce and Kitty, puzzled and half amused; while Lieutenant Osborne proved himself not quite callous to a noble truth, by turning upon Gertrude a glance of admiration and interest. Emily's face evidenced how fully she coincided in the opinion thus unintentionally made public, and Miss Patty unhesitatingly expressed her approbation. "Miss Gertrude's remark is undeniably a verity," said she. "The only politeness which is trustworthy is a spontaneous offering of the heart. Perhaps this goodly company of masters and misses would condescend to give ear to an old woman's tale of a rare instance of true politeness, and the fitting reward it met." All professed a strong desire to hear Miss Patty's story, and she began. On a winter day, some years ago, an old woman of many foibles and besetting weaknesses, but with a keen eye and her share of worldly wisdom, Miss Patty Pace by name, started by special invitation for the house of one worshipful Squire Clinton, the honored parent of Miss Isabella, the fair damsel yonder. Every tall tree in our good city was spangled with frostwork, more glittering far than gems that sparkle in Golconda's mine, and the sidewalks were a snare to the feet of the old and the unwary. I lost my equilibrium and fell. Two gallant gentlemen lifted and carried me to a neighboring apothecary's emporium, restored my scattered wits, and revived me with a fragrant cordial. I went on my way with many a misgiving, however, and scarcely should I have reached my destination with bones unbroken, had it not been for a knight with a rosy countenance, who overtook me, placed my old arm within his own more strong and youthful one, and protected my steps to the very end of my journey. No slight courage either, my young misses, did my noble escort need, to carry him through what he had undertaken. Paint to your imaginations a youth fresh and beautiful as a sunbeam, straight as an arrow, a perfect Apollo indeed, linked to the little bent body of poor Miss Patty Pace. I will not spare myself, young ladies, for had you seen me then, you would consider me now vastly ameliorated in outward presentment. My double row of teeth were stowed away in my pocket, my frisette was pushed back from my head by my recent fall, and my gogs, the same my father wore before me, covered my face, and they alone attracted attention, and created some excitement. But he went on unmoved, and in spite of many a captivating glance and smile from long rows of beautiful young maidens whom we met, and many a sneer from the youths of his own age, he sustained my feeble form with as much care as if I had been an empress, and accommodated his buoyant step to the slow movement which my infirmities compelled. Ah, what a spirit of conformity he manifested, my knight of the rosy countenance! Could you have seen him, Miss Catherine, or you, Miss Frances, your palpitating hearts would have taken flight forever. He was a paragon indeed. Whither his own way tended I cannot say, for he moved in conformity to mine, and left me not until I was safe at the abode of Mistress Clinton. I hardly think he coveted my old heart, but I sometimes believe it followed him, for truly he is still a frequent subject of my meditations." "Ah, then that was his reward!" exclaimed Kitty. "Not so, Miss Kitty. Guess again." "I can think of nothing so desirable, Miss Patty." "His fortune in life, Miss Catherine. That was his reward. It may be that he cannot yet estimate the full amount of his recompense." "How so?" exclaimed Fanny. "I will briefly narrate the rest. Mistress Clinton encouraged me always to converse much in her presence. She knew my taste, and was disposed to humor me, and I was pleased to be indulged. I told my story, and enlarged upon the merits of my noble youth and his wonderful spirit of conformity. The 'squire, a gentleman who estimates good breeding, was present, with his ears open; and when I recommended my knight with all the eloquence I could command, he was amused, interested, pleased. He promised to see the boy, and did so. The noble features spake for themselves, and gained him a situation as clerk, from which he has since advanced in the ranks, until now he occupies the position of partner and confidential agent in a creditable and wealthy house. Miss Isabella, it would rejoice my heart to hear the latest tidings from Mr. William Sullivan." "He is well, I believe," said Isabella, sulkily. "I know nothing to the contrary." "Oh, Gertrude knows," said Fanny. "Gertrude knows all about Mr. Sullivan. She will tell you." All turned and looked at Gertrude, who, with face flushed, and eyes glistening with the interest she felt in Miss Patty's narrative, stood leaning upon Emily's chair. Miss Patty now appealed to her, much surprised, however, at her having any knowledge of her much admired and well remembered young escort. Gertrude drew near, and answered all her questions without the least hesitation or embarrassment, but in a tone of voice so low that the others, most of whom felt no interest in Willie, entered into conversation, and left her and Miss Patty to discourse freely concerning a mutual friend. Gertrude gave Miss Pace a brief account of the wonder and curiosity which Willie and his friends had felt concerning the original author of his good fortune, and the old lady was so entertained and delighted at hearing of the various conjectures and doubts which arose on the reception of Mr. Clinton's unexpected summons, and of the matter being finally attributed to the agency of Santa Claus, that her laugh was nearly as loud and quite as heartfelt as that of the gay party near the doorstep, whom Kitty and Fanny had excited to unusual merriment. Miss Pace was just taxing Gertrude with interminable compliments and messages of remembrance to be dispatched in her next letter to Willie, when Mrs. Graham presented herself, refreshed both in dress and countenance since her nap, and arrested the attention of the whole company by exclaiming, in her abrupt manner and loud tones, "What! are you all still here? I thought you were bound for a walk in the woods. Kitty, what has become of your cherished scheme of climbing Sunset Hill?" "I proposed it, aunt, an hour ago, but Belle insisted it was too warm. I think the weather is just right for a walk." "It will soon be growing cool," said Mrs. Graham, "and I think you had better start. It is some distance if you go round through the woods." "Who knows the way?" asked Kitty. No one responded to the question, and on being individually appealed to, all professed total ignorance, much to the astonishment of Gertrude, who believed that every part of the woody ground and hill beyond were familiar to Mr. Bruce. She did not stay, however, to hear any further discussion of their plans, for Emily was beginning to suffer from headache and weariness, and Gertrude, perceiving it, insisted that she should seek the quiet of her own room, to which she herself accompanied her. She was just closing the chamber door when Fanny called from the staircase, "Miss Gertrude, ain't you going to walk with us?" "No," replied Gertrude, "not to day." "Then I won't go," said Fanny, "if you don't. Why don't you go, Miss Gertrude?" "I shall walk with Miss Emily by and by, if she is well enough. You can accompany us, if you like, but I think you would enjoy going to Sunset Hill much more." Meantime, a whispered consultation took place below, in which some one suggested that Gertrude was well acquainted with the path which the party wished to follow through the woods. Belle opposed to her being invited to join them. Kitty hesitated between her liking for Gertrude and her fears regarding Mr. Bruce's allegiance. Lieutenant Osborne forbore to urge what Belle disapproved, and Mr. Bruce remained silent, trusting to the final necessity of her being invited to act as guide, in which capacity he had purposely concealed his own ability to serve. This necessity was so obvious, that, as he had foreseen, Kitty was at last dispatched to find Gertrude, and make known their request. Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 30. There are haughty steps that would walk the globe o'er necks of humbler ones. Miss L. P. Smith. Gertrude would have declined, and made her attendance upon Emily an excuse for non-compliance, but Emily herself, believing that the exercise would be beneficial to Gertrude, interfered, and begged her to agree to Kitty's apparently very cordial proposal, and on the latter's declaring that the expedition must otherwise be given up, she consented to join it. To change her slippers for thick walking boots occupied a few minutes only. A few more were spent in a vain search for her flat hat, which was missing from the closet where it usually hung. "What are you looking for?" said Emily, hearing Gertrude once or twice open and shut the door of the large closet at the end of the upper entry. "My hat, but I don't see it. I believe I shall have to borrow your sunbonnet again," and she took up a white sunbonnet, the same she had worn in the morning, and which now lay on the bed. "Certainly, my dear," said Emily. "I shall begin to think it's mine before long," said Gertrude gaily, as she ran off. "I wear it so much more than you do." She found Fanny waiting for her. The rest of the party had started, and were some distance down the road, nearly out of sight. Emily now called from the staircase, "Gertrude, my child, have you thick shoes? It is always very wet in the meadow beyond the Thornton place." Gertrude assured her that she had, but fearing that the others were less carefully equipped, inquired of Mrs. Graham whether Belle and Kitty were insured against the dampness, possibly the mud, they might encounter. Mrs. Graham declared they were not, and was at a loss what to do, as they were now quite out of sight, and it would be so much trouble for them to return. "I have some very light India rubbers," said Gertrude. "I will take them with me, and Fanny and I shall be in time to warn them before they come to the place." It was an easy matter to overtake Belle and the Lieutenant, for they walked very slowly and seemed not unwilling to be left in the rear. The reverse, however, was the case with Mr. Bruce and Kitty, who appeared purposely to keep in advance. Kitty, hastening her steps from her reluctance to allow an agreeable tete-a-tete to be interfered with, and Ben, from a desire to occupy such a position as would give Gertrude a fair opportunity to observe his devotion to Kitty, which increased the moment she came in sight, whose jealousy he was desirous to arouse. They had now passed the Thornton farm, and only one field separated them from the meadow, which, covered with grass and fair to the eye, was nevertheless in the centre of a complete quagmire, and only passable, even for the thickly shod, by keeping close to the wall, and thus skirting the field. Gertrude and Fanny were some distance behind, and already nearly out of breath with a pursuit in which the others had gained so great an advantage. As they were passing the farmhouse, Mrs. Thornton appeared at the door, and addressed Gertrude, who, foreseeing that she should be detained some minutes, bade Fanny run on, acquaint her brother and Kitty with the nature of the soil in advance, and beg them to wait at the bars until the rest of the party came up. Fanny was too late, notwithstanding the haste she made, for they were half across the meadow when she reached the bars, proceeding, however, in perfect safety, for Mr. Bruce was conducting Kitty by the only practicable path, close under the wall, proving to Gertrude, who in a few moments joined Fanny, that he was no stranger to the place. When they were about halfway across, they seemed to encounter some obstacle, for Kitty stood poised on one foot and clinging to the wall, while Mr. Bruce placed a few stepping stones across the path. He then helped her over, and they went on, their figures soon disappearing in the grove beyond. Isabel and the Lieutenant were so long making their appearance that Fanny became very impatient, and urged Gertrude to leave them to their fate. They at last turned the corner near the farmhouse and came on, Belle maintaining her leisurely pace, although it was easy to be seen that the others were waiting for her. "Are you lame, Miss Clinton?" called out Fanny, as soon as they were within hearing. "Lame?" said Belle. "What do you mean?" "Why, you walk so slow," said Fanny. "I thought something must be the matter with your feet." Belle disdained any reply to this, and tossing her head, entered the damp meadow, in close conversation with her devoted young officer, not deigning even to look at Gertrude, who, without appearing to notice her haughtiness, took Fanny's hand, and turning away from the direct path, to make the circuit of the field, said to Belle, with an unruffled ease and courtesy of manner, "This way, if you please, Miss Clinton. We have been waiting to guide you through this wet meadow." "Is it wet?" asked Belle, in alarm, glancing down at her delicate slipper. She then added, in a provoked tone, "I should have thought you would have known better than to bring us this way. I shan't go across." "Then you can go back," said the pert Fanny. "Nobody cares." "It was not my proposition," remarked Gertrude, mildly, though with a heightened colour, "but I think I can help you through the difficulty. Mrs. Graham was afraid you had worn thin shoes, and I brought you a pair of India rubbers." Belle took them, and without the grace to express any thanks, said, as she unfolded the paper in which they were wrapped, "Whose are they?" "Mine," replied Gertrude. "I don't believe I can keep them on," muttered Belle. "They'll be immense, I suppose." "Allow me," said the Lieutenant, and taking one of the shoes he stooped to place it on her foot, but found it difficult to do so, as it proved quite too small. Belle, perceiving this to be the case, bent down to perform the office for herself, and treated Gertrude's property with such angry violence that she snapped the slender strap which passed across the instep, and even then only succeeded in partially forcing her foot into the shoe. Meantime, as she bent forward, Fanny's attention was attracted by a very tasteful broad-brimmed hat which she wore jauntily set on one side of her head, and which Fanny at once recognized as Gertrude's. It was a somewhat fanciful article of dress that Gertrude would hardly have thought of purchasing for herself, but which Mr. Graham had selected and brought home to her the previous summer, to replace a common garden hat which he had accidentally crushed and ruined. As the style of it was simple and in good taste, she had been in the habit of wearing it often in her country walks, and usually kept it hung in the entry closet, where it had been found and appropriated by Belle. It had been seen by Fanny in Gertrude's room at Mrs. Warren's. She had also been permitted to wear it on one occasion, when she took part in a charade, and could not be mistaken as to its identity. Having heard Gertrude remark to Emily upon its being missing, she was astonished to see it adorning Belle, and as she stood behind her, deliberately pointed, made signs to Gertrude, opened her eyes, distorted her countenance, and performed a series of pantomimic gestures expressive of an intention to snatch it from Miss Clinton's head and place it on that of its rightful owner. Gertrude's gravity nearly gave way. She shook her head at Fanny, held up her finger, made signs for her to forbear, and with a face whose laughter was only concealed by the deep white bonnet which she wore, took her hand, and hastened with her along the path, leaving Belle and Beau to follow. "Fanny," said she, "you must not make me laugh so. If Miss Clinton had seen us she would have been very much hurt." "She has no business to wear your hat," said Fanny, "and she shan't." "Yes, she shall," replied Gertrude. "She looks beautifully in it. I am delighted to have her wear it, and you must not intimate to her that it is mine." Fanny would not promise, and there was a sly look in her eye which prophesied mischief. The walk through the woods was delightful, and Gertrude and her young companion, in the quiet enjoyment of it, had almost forgotten that they were members of a gay party, when they suddenly came in sight of Kitty and Mr. Bruce. They were sitting at the foot of an old oak, Kitty earnestly engaged in the manufacture of an oak wreath, which she was just fitting to her attendant's hat, while he himself, when Gertrude first caught sight of him, was leaning against the tree in a careless, listless attitude. As soon, however, as he perceived their approach, he bent forward, inspected Kitty's work, and when they came within hearing, was uttering a profusion of thanks and compliments, which he took care should reach Gertrude's ears, and which the blushing, smiling Kitty received with manifest pleasure; a pleasure which was still further enhanced by her perceiving that Gertrude had apparently no power to withdraw his attention from her, but that on the contrary he permitted her rival to seat herself at a distance, and continued to pour into her own ear little confidential nothings. Poor, simple Kitty! She believed him honest, while he bought her heart with counterfeits. "Miss Gertrude," said Fanny, "I wish we could go into some pine woods, so that I could get some cones to make baskets and frames of." "There are plenty of pines in that direction," said Gertrude, pointing with her finger. "Why can't we go and look for cones?" said Fanny. "We could get back by the time Belle Clinton reaches this place." Gertrude professed her willingness to do so, and she and Fanny started off, having first tied their bonnets to the branch of a tree. They were gone some time, for Fanny found plenty of cones, and made a large collection of them. but was then at a loss how to carry them home. "I have thought," said she at last, "I will run back and borrow Brother Ben's handkerchief, or if he won't let me have it, I'll take my own bonnet and fill it full." Gertrude promised to await her return, and she ran off. When she came near the spot where she had left Kitty and Mr. Bruce, she heard several voices and loud laughter. Belle and the Lieutenant had arrived, and they were having great sport about something. Belle was standing with the white cape bonnet in her hand. She had bent it completely out of shape, so as to give it the appearance of an old woman's cap, had adorned the front with white weed and dandelions, and finally pinned on a handkerchief to serve as a veil. It certainly looked very ridiculous. She was holding it up on the end of the Lieutenant's cane, and endeavouring to obtain a bid for Miss Flint's bridal bonnet. Fanny listened a moment with an indignant countenance, then advanced with a bound, as if just running from the woods. Kitty caught her frock as she passed, and exclaimed, "Why, Fanny, are you here? Where's Gertrude?" "Oh, she's in the pine woods," replied Fanny, "and I'm going right back. She only sent me to get her hat, the sun's so warm where we are." "Ah, yes," said Belle, "her Paris hat. Please give it to her, with our compliments." "No, that isn't hers," said Fanny. "That is Miss Emily's. This is hers," and she laid her hand upon the straw headdress which the gentleman had but a moment before been assuring Belle was vastly becoming, and without ceremony snatched it from her head. Belle's eyes flashed angrily. "What do you mean?" said she. "You saucy little creature! Give me that hat!" and she stretched out her hand to take it. "I shan't do any such thing," said Fanny. "It's Gertrude's hat. She looked for it this afternoon, but concluded it was either lost or stolen, and so borrowed Miss Emily's cape bonnet. But she'll be very glad to find it, and I'll carry it to her. I rather think," said she, looking over her shoulder as she ran off, "I rather think Miss Emily would be willing you should wear her bonnet home, if you'll be careful and not bend it." A few moments of embarrassment and anger to Belle, laughter from Kitty and Mr. Bruce, and concealed amusement on Lieutenant Osborne's part, and Gertrude came hastily from the woods, with the hat in her hand, Fanny following her, and taking advantage of Belle's position, with her back towards her, to resume her pantomimic threats and insinuations. "Miss Clinton," said Gertrude, as she placed the hat in her lap, "I am afraid Fanny has been very rude in my name. I did not send her for either hat or bonnet, and shall be pleased to have you wear this as often as you like." "I don't want it," said Belle, scornfully. "I'd no idea it belonged to you." "Certainly not; I am aware of it," said Gertrude. "But I trust that will not prevent your making use of it for to day, at least." Without urging the matter further, she proposed that they should hasten on to the top of the hill, which they could not otherwise reach before sundown, and set the example by moving forward in that direction, Fanny accompanying her, and busying herself as she went with stripping the decorations from Emily's despised bonnet, Belle tying an embroidered handkerchief under her chin, and Mr. Bruce swinging on his arm the otherwise neglected hat. Belle did not recover her temper for the evening; the rest found their excursion agreeable, and it was nearly dark when they reached the Thornton farm on their return. Here Gertrude left them, telling Fanny that she had promised to stop and see Jemmy Thornton, one of her Sunday school class, who was sick with a fever, and refusing to let her remain, as her mother might not wish her to enter the house where several of the family were sick. About an hour after, as Gertrude was walking home in some haste, she was joined near Mr. Graham's house by Mr. Bruce, who, with her hat still hanging on his arm, seemed to have been awaiting her return. She started on his abruptly joining her, for it was so dark that she did not at once recognize him, and supposed it might be a stranger. "Miss Gertrude," said he, "I hope I don't alarm you." "Oh, no," said she, reassured by the sound of his voice. "I did not know who it was." He offered his arm, and she took it, for his recent devotion to Kitty had served in some degree to relieve her of any fear she had felt lest his attentions carried meaning with them, and concluding that he liked to play beau general, she had no objection to his escorting her home. "We had a very pleasant walk this evening," said he. "At least I had. Miss Kitty is a very entertaining companion." "I think she is," replied Gertrude. "I like her frank, lively manners much." "I am afraid you found Fanny rather poor company. I should have joined you occasionally, but I could hardly find an opportunity to quit Miss Kitty, we were so much interested in what we were saying." "Fanny and I are accustomed to each other, and very happy together." "Do you know we have planned a delightful drive for to morrow?" "No, I was not aware of it." I suppose Miss Ray expects I shall ask her to go with me. But supposing, Miss Gertrude, I should give you the preference, and ask you, what should you say?" "That I was much obliged to you, but had an engagement to take a drive with Miss Emily," replied Gertrude, promptly. "Indeed!" said he, in a surprised and provoked tone. "I thought you would like it. But Miss Kitty, I doubt not, will accept. I will go in and ask her," for they had now reached the house. "Here is your hat." "Thank you," said Gertrude, and would have taken it, but Ben still held it by one string, and said, "Then you won't go, Miss Gertrude?" "My engagement with Miss Emily cannot be postponed on any account," answered Gertrude, thankful that she had so excellent a reason for declining. "Nonsense!" said Mr. Bruce. "You could go with me if you chose, and if you don't, I shall certainly invite Miss Kitty." The weight he seemed to attach to this threat astonished Gertrude. "Can it be possible," thought she, "that he expects thus to pique and annoy me?" And she replied to it by saying, "I shall be happy if my declining prove the means of Kitty's enjoying a pleasant drive. She is fond of variety, and has few opportunities here to indulge her taste." They now entered the parlour. Mr. Bruce sought Kitty in the recess of the window, and Gertrude, not finding Emily present, stayed but a short time in the room; long enough, however, to observe Mr. Bruce's exaggerated devotion to Kitty, which was marked by others beside herself. Kitty promised to accompany him the next day, and did so. Mrs. Graham, Mrs. Bruce, Belle, and the Lieutenant went also in another vehicle, and Emily and Gertrude, according to their original intention, took a different direction, and driving White Charley in the old fashioned buggy, rejoiced in their quiet independence. Chapter 31 of The Lamplighter. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter, by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 31. Sporting at will, and moulding sport to art, with that sad holiness, the human heart. New Timon. And now days and even weeks passed on, and no marked event took place in Mr. Graham's household. The weather became intensely warm, and no more walks and drives were planned. The Lieutenant left the neighboring city, which was at this season nearly deserted by the friends of Mrs. Graham and her nieces, and Isabel, who could neither endure with patience excessive heat or want of society, grew more irritable and fretful than ever. To Kitty, however, these summer days were fraught with interest. Mr. Bruce remained in the neighborhood, visited constantly at the house, and exercised a marked influence upon her outward demeanor and her inward happiness, which were changeable and fluctuating as his attentions were freely bestowed or altogether suspended. No wonder the poor girl was puzzled to understand one whose conduct was certainly inexplicable to any but those initiated into his motives. Believing, as he did, that Gertrude would in time show a disposition to win him back, he was anxious only to carry his addresses to Kitty to such a point as would excite a serious alarm in the mind of the poor protégée of the Grahams, who dared to slight his proffered advances. Acting then as he did almost wholly with reference to Gertrude, it was only in her presence, or under such circumstances that he was sure it would reach her ears, that he manifested a marked interest in Kitty; and his behavior was, therefore, in the highest degree unequal, leading the warm-hearted Kitty to believe one moment that he felt for her almost the tenderness of a lover, and the next to suffer under the apprehension of having unconsciously wounded or offended him by her careless gaiety or conversation. Unfortunately, too, Mrs. Graham took every opportunity to tease and congratulate her upon her conquest, thereby increasing the simple girl's confidence in the sincerity of Mr. Bruce's admiration. Nor were Mr. Bruce and Kitty the only persons who found occasion for vexation and anxiety in this matter. Gertrude, whose eyes were soon opened to the existing state of things, was filled with regret and apprehension on account of Kitty, for whose peace and welfare she felt a tender and affectionate concern. The suspicions to which Mr. Bruce's conduct gave rise, during the scenes which have been detailed, were soon strengthened into convictions; for on several occasions, after he had been offering Kitty ostentatious proofs of devotion, he thought proper to test their effect upon Gertrude by the tender of some attention to herself, more than intimating, at the same time, that she had it in her power to rob Kitty of all claim upon his favor. Gertrude availed herself of every opportunity to acquaint him with the truth, that he could not possibly render himself more odious in her eyes than by the use of such mean attempts to mortify her. But attributing her warmth to the very feeling of jealousy which he desired to excite, the selfish young man persevered in his course of folly and wickedness. As he only proffered his attentions and made no offer of his heart and hand, Gertrude did not in the least trust his professions towards herself, considering them merely as intended, if possible, to move her from her firm and consistent course of behavior, in order to gratify his self-love. But she saw plainly that, however light and vain his motives might be in her own case, they were still more so with reference to Kitty, and she was deeply grieved at the evident unconsciousness of this fact which the simple girl constantly exhibited. For strangely enough, Kitty, having quite forgotten that she had a few weeks back looked upon Gertrude as a rival, now chose her for her bosom friend and confidant. Her aunt was too coarse and rough, Belle too selfish and vain, to be entrusted with little matters of the heart. And though Kitty had no idea of confessing her partiality for Mr. Bruce, the transparency of her character was such that she betrayed her secret to Gertrude without being in the least aware that she had done so. Though no one but Gertie appeared to observe it, Kitty was wonderfully changed. The gay, laughing, careless Kitty had now her fits of musing. Her sunny face was subject to clouds, that flitted across it and robbed it of all its brightness. Now her spirits were unnaturally free and lively, and now she wore a pensive expression, and stealthily lifting her eyes, fixed them anxiously on the face of Mr. Bruce, as if studying his temper or his sentiments. If she saw Gertrude walking in the garden, or sitting alone in her room, she would approach, throw her arm around her, lean against her shoulder, and talk on her favorite topic. She would relate, with a mixture of simplicity and folly, the complimentary speeches and polite attentions of Mr. Bruce, talk about him for an hour, and question Gertrude as to her opinion of his merits, and the sincerity of his avowed admiration for herself. She would intimate her perception of some fault possessed by him, who was in her eyes almost perfection, and when Gertrude coincided with her and expressed regret at the evident failing, she would exhaust a great amount of strength and ingenuity in her efforts to prove that they were both mistaken in attributing it to him, and that, if he had a fault, it was in reality quite the reverse. She would ask if Gertrude really supposed he meant all he said, and add that of course she didn't believe he did, it was all nonsense. And if Gertrude embraced the opportunity to avow the same opinion, and declare that it was not best to trust all his high-flown flatteries, poor Kitty's face would fall, and she would proceed to give her reasons for sometimes thinking he was sincere, he had such a truthful, earnest way of speaking. It was no use to throw out hints, or try to establish safeguards. Kitty was completely infatuated. At last Mr. Bruce thought proper to try Gertrude's firmness by offering to her acceptance a rich ring. Not a little surprised at his presumption, she declined it without hesitation or ceremony, and the next day saw it on the finger of Kitty, who was eager to give an account of its presentation. "And did you accept it?" asked Gertrude, with such a look of astonishment that Kitty observed it, and evaded an acknowledgment of having done so, by saying with a blushing countenance that she agreed to wear it a little while. "I wouldn't," said Gertrude. "Why not?" "Because, in the first place, I do not think it is in good taste to receive rich gifts from gentlemen; and then, again, if strangers notice it, you may be subjected to unpleasant, significant remarks." "What would you do with it?" asked Kitty. "I should give it back." Kitty looked very undecided, but on reflection concluded to offer it to Mr. Bruce, and tell him what Gertrude said. She did so, and that gentleman, little appreciating Gertrude's motives, and believing her only desirous of making difficulty between him and Kitty, jumped at the conclusion that her heart was won at last, and that his triumph would now be complete. He was disappointed, therefore, when, on his next meeting with her, she treated him, as she had invariably done of late, with cool civility. Indeed, it seemed to him that she was more insensible than ever to his attractions, and hastily quitting the house, much to the distress of Kitty, who spent the rest of the day in thinking over everything she had done and said which could by any possibility have given offence, he sought his old haunt under the pear tree, and gave himself up to the consideration of a weighty question. Seldom did Ben Bruce feel called upon to take serious views of any subject. Seldom was he accustomed to rally and marshal the powers of his mind, and deliberately weigh the two sides of an argument. Living as he did, with no higher aim than the promoting of his own selfish gratification, he had been wont to avail himself of every opportunity for amusement and indulgence, and even to bring mean and petty artifice to the furtherance of his plans. Possessed as he was, notwithstanding his narrow mind, with what is often called a good look-out, he was rarely cheated or defrauded of his rights. He knew the value of his money and position in life, and never suffered himself to be sacrificed to the designs of those who hoped to reap a benefit from his companionship. Self-sacrifice, too, was a thing of which he had no experience, and with which, as seen in others, he felt no sympathy. Now, however, a crisis had arrived when his own interests and wishes clashed, when necessity demanded that one should be immolated at the shrine of the other, and a choice must be made between the two. It was certainly a matter which claimed deep deliberation, and if Ben Bruce, for the first time in his life, devoted a whole afternoon to careful thought and an accurate measurement of opposing forces, the occurrence must be attributed to the fact that he was making up his mind on the most important question that ever yet had agitated it. "Shall I," thought he, "conclude to marry this poor girl? Shall I, who am master of a handsome fortune, and have additional expectations, forego the prospect they afford me of making a brilliant alliance, and condescend to share my wealth and station in society with this adopted child of the Grahams, who, in spite of her poverty, will not grant me a smile even, except at the price of all my possessions? If she were one atom less charming, I would disappoint her after all. I wonder how she'd feel if I should marry Kitty. I dare say I should never have the satisfaction of knowing, for she's so proud that she would come to my wedding, for aught I know, bend her slender neck as gracefully as ever, and say, 'Good evening, Mr. Bruce,' as politely and calmly as she does now, every time I go to the house. It provokes me to see how a poor girl like that carries herself. But as Mrs. Bruce, I should be proud of that manner, certainly. I wonder how I ever got in love with her. I'm sure I don't know. She isn't handsome, at least mother thinks she isn't, and so does Belle Clinton. But then again, Lieutenant Osborne noticed her the minute she came into the room, and there's Fan raves about her beauty. I don't know what I think myself. I believe she's bewitched me, so that I'm not capable of judging. But if it isn't beauty, it is because it's something more than mere good looks." Thus he soliloquized, and as, every time he revolved the subject, he commenced by dwelling upon the immense sacrifice he was making, and ended with reflections upon Gertrude's charms, it may well be supposed that he ultimately came to the conclusion that he should suffer less by laying his fortune at her feet than by the endeavour to enjoy the fortune without her. For a few days after he arrived at the resolve on this point, he had no opportunity to address a word to Gertrude, who was now doubly anxious to avoid him, and spent nearly the whole day above stairs, except when, at Emily's request, she accompanied her for a short time into the parlour, and even then she took pains, under some pretext or other, to remain close by the side of her blind friend. About this time, Mrs. Graham and Mrs. Bruce, with their families, received cards for a levee to be held at the house of an acquaintance nearly 5 miles distant. It was on the occasion of the marriage of a schoolmate of Isabel's, and both she and Kitty were desirous to be present. Mrs. Bruce, who had a close carriage, invited both the cousins to accompany her, and as Mr. Graham's carryall, when closed, would only accommodate himself and the lady, the proposal was gladly acceded to. The prospect of a gay assembly and an opportunity for display revived Isabel's drooping spirits and energy. Her rich evening dresses were brought out, for the selection of the most suitable and becoming, and as she stood before the mirror and tried on first one wreath and then another, and looked so beautiful in each that it was difficult to make a choice, Kitty, who stood by, eagerly endeavouring to win her attention, and obtain her advice concerning the style and colour most desirable for herself, gave up in despair and ran off to consult Gertrude. She found her reading in her own room, but on Kitty's abrupt entrance she laid down her book, and gave her undivided attention to the subject which was under discussion. "Gertrude," said Kitty, "what shall I wear this evening? I've been trying to get Belle to tell me, but she never will speak a word or hear what I ask her when she's thinking about her own dress. I declare she's dreadfully selfish." "Who advises her?" asked Gertrude. "Oh, nobody. She always decides for herself, but then she has so much taste, and I haven't the least in the world. So do tell me, Gertrude, what had I better wear to night?" I'm the last person you should ask, Kitty. I never went to a fashionable party in my life." "That doesn't make any difference. I'm sure, if you did go, you'd look better than any of us, and I'm not afraid to trust to your opinion, for I never in my life saw you wear anything that didn't look genteel. Even your gingham morning gown has a sort of stylish air." "Stop, stop, Kitty. You are going too far. You must keep within bounds, if you want me to believe you." "Well, then," said Kitty, "to say nothing of yourself, for I know you're superior to flattery, Gertrude, somebody told me so, who furnishes Miss Emily's wardrobe? Who selects her dresses?" "I have done so lately, but" "I thought so," interrupted Kitty. "I knew poor Miss Emily was indebted to you for always looking so nice and beautiful." "No, indeed, Kitty, you are mistaken. I have never seen Emily better dressed than she was the first time I met her, and her beauty is not borrowed from art, it is all her own. Oh, I know she is lovely, and everybody admires her, but no one can suppose she would take pains to wear such pretty things, and put them on so gracefully, just to please herself." "It is not done merely to please herself. It was to please her father that Emily first made the exertion to dress with taste as well as neatness. I have heard that, for some time after she lost her eyesight, she was disposed to be very careless, but having accidentally discovered that it was an additional cause of sorrow to him, she roused herself at once, and with Mrs. Ellis's assistance, contrived always afterwards to please him in that particular. But you observe, Kitty, she never wears anything showy or conspicuous." "No, indeed, that is what I like. But Gertrude, hasn't she always been blind?" "No, until she was 16 she had beautiful eyes, and could see as well as you can." "What happened to her? How did she lose them?" "I don't know." "Didn't you ever ask?" "No." "Why not? How queer!" "I heard that she didn't like to speak of it." "But she would have told you. She half worships you." "If she had wished me to know, she would have told without my asking." Kitty stared at Gertrude, wondering much at such unusual delicacy and consideration, and instinctively admiring a forbearance of which she was conscious she should herself have been incapable. "But your dress," said Gertrude, smiling at Kitty's abstraction. "Oh, yes, I had almost forgotten what I came here for," said Kitty. "What shall it be, then? Thick or thin? Pink, blue, or white? What has Isabel decided upon?" "Blue, a rich blue silk. That is her favourite colour, always, but it doesn't become me." "No, I should think not," said Gertrude. "But come, Kitty, we will go to your room and see the dresses, and I will give my opinion." Kitty's wardrobe having been inspected, and Gertrude having expressed her preference for thin and flowing material, especially in the summer season, a delicate white crape was fixed upon. And now there was a new difficulty. Among all her head dresses, none proved satisfactory. All were more or less defaced, and none of them to be compared with the new and exquisite wreath which Isabel was arranging among her curls. "I cannot wear any of them," said Kitty. "They look so mean by the side of Isabel's. But oh!" exclaimed she, glancing at a box which lay on the dressing table, "these are just what I should like. Oh, Isabel, where did you get these beautiful carnations?" And she took up some flowers, which were, indeed, a rare imitation of nature, and displaying them to Gertrude, added that they were just what she wanted. "Oh, Kitty!" said Isabel, angrily, turning away from the glass, and observing what her cousin had in her hand, "don't touch my flowers, you will spoil them." And snatching them from her, she replaced them in the box, opened a drawer in her bureau, and having deposited them there, took the precaution to lock them up and put the key in her pocket, an action which Gertrude witnessed with astonishment, not unmingled with indignation. "Kitty," said she, "I will arrange a wreath of natural flowers for you, if you wish." "Will you, Gertrude?" said the disappointed and provoked Kitty. "Oh, that will be delightful! I should like it of all things." "And Isabel, you cross old miser, you can keep all your wreaths to yourself. It is a pity you can't wear two at a time." True to her promise, Gertrude prepared a head dress for Kitty, and so tastefully did she mingle the choicest productions of the garden, that when Isabel saw her cousin arrayed under a more careful and affectionate superintendence than she often enjoyed, she felt, notwithstanding her own proud consciousness of superior beauty, a sharp pang of jealousy of Kitty, and dislike to Gertrude. It had been no small source of annoyance to Isabel, who could not endure to be outshone, that Kitty had of late been the object of marked attention to Mr. Bruce, while she herself had been entirely overlooked. Not that she felt any partiality for the gentleman whom Kitty was so anxious to please, but the dignity conferred on her cousin by his admiration, the interest the affair awakened in her aunt, and the meaning looks of Mrs. Bruce, all made her feel herself of second-rate importance, and rendered her more eager than ever to supplant, in general society, the comparatively unpretending Kitty. Therefore, when Mrs. Graham complimented the latter on her unusually attractive appearance, and declared that somebody would this night be more charmed than ever, Isabel curled her lip with mingled disdain and defiance, while the blushing Kitty turned to Gertrude and whispered in her ear, "Mr. Bruce likes white. He said so the other day, when you passed through the room dressed in your mulled muslin." Chapter 32 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter, by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 32. Know then that I have supported my pretensions to your hand in the way that best suited my character. Ivanhoe. Emily was not well this evening. It was often the case, lately, that headache, unwonted weariness, or a nervous shrinking from noise and excitement, sent her to her own room, and sometimes led her to seek her couch at an early hour. After Mrs. Graham and her nieces had gone downstairs to await Mr. Graham's pleasure and Mrs. Bruce's arrival, Gertrude returned to Emily, whom she had left only a short time before, and found her suffering more than usual from what she termed her troublesome head. She was easily induced to seek the only infallible cure, sleep, and Gertrude, seating herself on the bedside, as she was frequently in the habit of doing, bathed her temples until she fell into a quiet slumber. The noise of Mrs. Bruce's carriage, coming and going, seemed to disturb her a little, but in a few moments more she was so sound asleep that when Mr. and Mrs. Graham departed, the loud voice of the latter, giving her orders to one of the servants, did not startle her in the least. Gertrude sat some time longer without changing her position. Then, quietly rising, and arranging everything for the night, according to Emily's well-known wishes, she closed the door gently behind her, sought a book in her own room, and entering the cool and vacant parlor, seated herself at a table, to enjoy the now rare opportunity for perfect stillness and repose. Either her own thoughts, however, proved more interesting than the volume she held, or, it may be, the insects, attracted by the bright lamp, annoyed her, or the beauty of the evening won her observation, for she soon forsook her seat at the table, and going towards the open glass doors, placed herself near them, and leaning her head upon her hand, became absorbed in meditation. She had not long sat thus when she heard a footstep in the room, and turning, saw Mr. Bruce beside her. She started, and exclaimed, "Mr. Bruce, is it possible? I thought you had gone to the wedding." "No, there were greater attractions for me at home. Could you believe, Miss Gertrude, I should find any pleasure in a party which did not include yourself?" "I certainly should not have the vanity to suppose the reverse," replied Gertrude. "I wish you had a little more vanity, Miss Gertrude; perhaps then you would sometimes believe what I say." "I am glad you have the candor to acknowledge, Mr. Bruce, that, without that requisite, one would find it impossible to put faith in your fair speeches." "I acknowledge no such thing. I only say to you what any other girl but yourself would be willing enough to believe. But how shall I convince you that I am serious, and wish to be so understood? How shall I persuade you to converse freely with me, and no longer shun my society?" "By addressing me with simple truthfulness, and sparing me those words and attentions which I have endeavored to convince you are unacceptable to me and unworthy of yourself." "But I have a meaning, Gertrude, a deep meaning. I have been trying for several days to find an opportunity to tell you of my resolve, and you must listen to me now," for he saw her change color and look anxious and uneasy. "You must give me an answer at once, and one that will, I trust, be favorable to my wishes. You like plain speaking, and I will be plain enough, now that my mind is made up. My relatives and friends may talk and wonder as much as they please at my choosing a wife who has neither money nor family to boast of, but I have determined to defy them all, and offer, without hesitation, to share my prospects with you. After all, what is money good for, if it doesn't make a man independent to do as he pleases? And as to the world, I don't see but you can hold your head as high as anybody, Gertrude. So if you've no objection to make, we'll play at cross purposes no longer, and consider the thing settled." And he endeavored to take her hand. But Gertrude drew back; the color flushed her cheeks, and her eyes glistened as she fixed them upon his face with an expression of astonishment and pride that could not be mistaken. The calm, penetrating look of those dark eyes spoke volumes, and Mr. Bruce replied to their inquiring gaze in these words: "I hope you are not displeased at my frankness." "With your frankness," said Gertrude, calmly, "no, that is a thing that never displeases me. But what have I unconsciously done to inspire you with so much confidence, that while you defend yourself for defying the wishes of your friends, you hardly give me a voice in the matter?" "Nothing," said Bruce, in an apologizing tone, "but I thought you had labored under the impression that I was disposed to trifle with your affections, and had therefore kept aloof and maintained a distance towards me which you would not have done had you known how much I was in earnest. But believe me, I only admired you the more for behaving with so much dignity, and if I have presumed upon your favor, you must forgive me. I shall be only too happy to receive a favorable answer from you." The expression of wounded pride vanished from Gertrude's face. "He knows no better," thought she. "I should pity his vanity and ignorance, and sympathize in his disappointment." And in disclaiming, with a positiveness which left no room for further self deception, any interest in Mr. Bruce beyond that of an old acquaintance and sincere well wisher, she nevertheless softened her refusal by the choice of the mildest language and terms the least likely to grieve or mortify him. She felt, as every true woman must under similar circumstances, that her gratitude and consideration were due to the man who, however little she might esteem him, had paid her the highest honour; and though her regret in the matter was somewhat tempered by the thought of Kitty, and the strangeness of Mr. Bruce's conduct towards her, now rendered doubly inexplicable, she did not permit that reflection even to prevent her from maintaining the demeanour, not only of a perfect lady, but of one who, in giving pain to another, laments the necessity of doing so. She almost felt, however, as if her thoughtfulness for his feelings had been thrown away, when she perceived the spirit in which he received her refusal. "Gertrude," said he, "you are either trifling with me or yourself. If you are still disposed to coquet with me, I desire to have it understood that I shall not humble myself to urge you further; but if, on the other hand, you are so far forgetful of your own interests as deliberately to refuse such a fortune of mine, I think it's a pity you haven't got some friend to advise you. Such a chance doesn't occur every day, especially to poor schoolmistresses, and if you are so foolish as to overlook it, I'll venture to say you'll never have another." Gertrude's old temper rose at this insulting language, beat and throbbed in her chafed spirit, and even betrayed itself in the tips of her fingers, which trembled as they rested on the table near where she stood, having risen as Mr. Bruce spoke. But though this was an unlooked for and unwonted rebellion of an old enemy, her feelings had too long been under strict regulation to yield to the blast, however sudden, and she replied in a tone which, though slightly agitated, was far from being angry. "Allowing I could so far forget myself, Mr. Bruce, I would not do you such an injustice as to marry you for your fortune. I do not despise wealth, for I know the blessing it may often be, but my affections cannot be bought with gold." And as she spoke she moved towards the door. "Stay!" said Mr. Bruce, catching her hand. "Listen to me one moment. Let me ask you one question. Are you jealous of my late attentions to another?" "No," answered Gertrude, "but I confess I have not understood your motives." "Did you think," asked he, eagerly, "that I cared for that silly Kitty? Did you believe, for a moment, that I had any other desire than to show you that my devotion was acceptable elsewhere? No, upon my word, I never had the least particle of regard for her. My heart has been yours all the time, and I only danced attendance upon her in hopes to win a glance from you. An anxious glance, if might be. Oh, how often I have wished that you would show 1/4 of the pleasure that she did in my society, would blush and smile as she did, would look sad when I was dull, and laugh when I was merry, so that I might flatter myself, as I could in her case, that your heart was won. But as to loving her, pooh! Mrs. Graham's poodle dog might as well try to rival you as that soft " "Stop, stop!" exclaimed Gertrude. "For my sake, if not for your own. Oh, how " She could say no more, but sinking into the nearest seat, burst into tears, and hiding her face in her hands, as had been her habit in childhood, wept without restraint. Mr. Bruce stood by in utter amazement. At last he approached her, and asked, in a low voice, "What is the matter? What have I done?" It was some minutes before she could reply to the question; then, lifting her head, and tossing the hair from her forehead, she displayed features expressive only of the deepest grief, and said in broken accents, "What have you done? Oh, how can you ask? She is gentle and amiable and affectionate. She loves everybody and trusts everybody. You have deceived her, and I was the cause of it. Oh, how could you do it?" A most disconcerted appearance did Ben present at her words, and hesitating was the tone in which he muttered, "She will get over it." "Get over what?" said Gertrude. "Her love for you? Perhaps so; I know not how deep it is. But think of her happy, trusting nature, and how it has been betrayed. Think how she believed your flattering words, and how hollow they were all the while. Think how her confidence has been abused; how that fatherless and motherless girl, who had a claim to the sympathy of all the world, has been taught a lesson of distrust." "I didn't think you would take it so," said Ben. "How else could I view it?" asked Gertrude. "Could you expect that such a course would win my respect?" "You take it very seriously, Gertrude. Such flirtations are common." "I am sorry to hear it," said Gertrude. "To my mind, unversed in the ways of society, it is a dreadful thing to trifle thus with the human heart. Whether Kitty loves you is not for me to say; but what opinion, alas! will she have of your sincerity?" "I think you're rather hard, Miss Gertrude, when it was my love for you that prompted my conduct." "Perhaps I am," said Gertrude. "It is not my place to censure. I speak only from the impulse of my heart. One orphan girl's warm defence of another is but natural. Perhaps she views the thing lightly, and does not need an advocate. But oh, Mr. Bruce, do not think so meanly of my sex as to believe that one woman's heart can be won to love and reverence by the author of another's betrayal. She were less than woman who could be so false to her sense of right and honor." "Betrayal! Nonsense! You are very high flown." "So much so, Mr. Bruce, that half an hour ago I could have wept with you that you should have bestowed your affection where it met with no requital. And if now I weep for the sake of her whose ears have listened to false professions, and whose peace has, to say the least, been threatened on my account, you should attribute it to the fact that my sympathies have not been exhausted by contact with the world." A short silence ensued. Ben went a step or two towards the door, then stopped, came back, and said, "After all, Gertrude Flint, I believe the time will come when your notions will grow less romantic, and you will look back to this night and wish you had acted differently. You will find out, in time, that this is a world where people must look out for themselves." Immediately upon this remark he left the room, and Gertrude heard him shut the hall door with a loud bang as he went out. A moment after, the silence that ensued was disturbed by a slight sound, which seemed to proceed from the deep recess in the window. Gertrude started, and as she went towards the spot, heard distinctly a smothered sob. She lifted a drapiered curtain, and there, upon the wide window seat, her head bent over and buried in the cushions, and her little slender form distorted into a strange and forlorn attitude, such as might be seen in a grieved child, sat, or rather crouched, poor Kitty Ray. The crumpled folds of her white crape dress, her withered wreath, which had half fallen from her head and hung drooping on her shoulders, her disordered hair, and her little hand clinging to a thick cord connected with the window curtain, all added to the appearance of extreme distress. "Kitty!" cried Gertrude, at once recognizing her, although her face was hid. At the sound of her voice, Kitty sprung suddenly from her recumbent posture, threw herself into Gertrude's arms, laid her head upon her shoulder, and though she did not, could not weep, shook and trembled with an agitation which was perfectly uncontrollable. Her hand, which grasped Gertrude's, was fearfully cold. Her eyes seemed fixed, and occasionally, at intervals, the same hysterical sound which had at first betrayed her in her hiding place alarmed her young protector, to whom she clung as if seized with sudden fear. Gertrude supported her to a seat, and then, folding the slight form to her bosom, chafed the cold hands, and again kissing the rigid lips, succeeded at last in restoring her to something like composure. For an hour she lay thus, receiving Gertrude's caresses with evident pleasure, and now and then returning them convulsively, but speaking no word, and making no noise. Gertrude, with the truest judgment and delicacy, refrained from asking questions, or recurring to a conversation the whole of which had been thus overheard and comprehended, but patiently waiting until Kitty grew more quiet and calm, prepared for her a soothing draught, and then, finding her completely prostrated, both in mind and body, passed her arm around her waist, guided her upstairs, and, without the ceremony of an invitation, took her into her own room, where, if she proved wakeful, she would be spared the wonder and scrutiny of Isabel. Still clinging to Gertrude, the poor girl, to whose relief tears came at last, sobbed herself to sleep, and all her sufferings were for a time forgotten in that oblivion in which childhood and youth find a temporary rest and often a healing balm to pain. It was otherwise, however, with Gertrude, who, though nearly of the same age as Kitty, had seen too much trouble, experienced too much care, to enjoy, in times of disquiet, the privilege of sinking easily to repose. She felt under the necessity, too, of remaining awake until Isabel's return, that she might inform her what had become of Kitty, whom she would be sure to miss from the room which they occupied in common. She seated herself therefore at the window, to watch for her return, and was pained to observe that Kitty tossed restlessly on her pillows, and occasionally muttered in her sleep, as if distressed by uneasy dreams. It was past midnight when Mrs. Graham and her niece returned home, and Gertrude went immediately to inform the latter that her cousin was asleep in her room. The noise of the carriages, however, had awakened the sleeper, and when Gertrude returned she was rubbing her eyes, and trying to collect her thoughts. Suddenly the recollection of the scene of the evening flashed upon her, and with a deep sigh she exclaimed, "Oh, Gertrude, I have been dreaming of Mr. Bruce. Should you have thought he would have treated me so?" "No, I should not," said Gertrude; "but I wouldn't dream about him, Kitty, nor think of him any more. We will both go to sleep and forget him." "It is different for you," said Kitty, with simplicity. "He loves you, and you do not care for him; but I " Here her feelings overpowered her, and she buried her face in the pillow. Gertrude approached, laid her hand kindly upon the head of the poor girl, and finished the sentence for her. "You have such a large heart, Kitty, that he found some place there perhaps, but it is too good a heart to be shared by the mean and base. You must think no more of him. He is not worthy of your regard." "I can't help it," said Kitty. "I am silly, just as he said." "No, you are not," said Gertrude, encouragingly, "and you must prove it to him." "How?" "Let him see that, with all her softness, Kitty Ray is strong and brave; that she has ceased to believe his flattery, and values his professions at just what they are worth." "Will you help me, Gertrude? You are my best friend; you took my part, and told him how wicked he had been to me. May I come to you for comfort when I can't make believe happy any longer to him, and my aunt and Isabel?" Gertrude's fervent embrace was assurance enough of her co operation and sympathy. "You will be as bright and happy as ever in a few weeks," said she. "You will soon cease to care for a person whom you no longer respect." Kitty disclaimed the possibility of ever being happy again; but Gertrude, though herself a novice in the ways of the human heart, was much more sanguine and hopeful. She saw that Kitty's violent outburst of sobs and tears was like a child's impetuous grief, and suspected that the deepest recesses of her nature were safe and unendangered by the storm. She felt a deep compassion for her, however, and many fears lest she would be wanting in sufficient strength of mind to behave with dignity and womanly pride in her future intercourse with Mr. Bruce, and would also expose herself to the ridicule of Isabel and the contempt of her aunt, by betraying in her looks and behavior her recent trying and mortifying experience. Fortunately, the first mentioned trial was spared her, by Mr. Bruce's immediately absenting himself from the house, and in the course of a few days leaving home for the remainder of the summer. And as this circumstance involved both his own and Mrs. Graham's family in doubt and wonder as to the cause of his sudden departure, Kitty's outward trials consisted chiefly in the continued and repeated questionings from her aunt and cousin, to which she was incessantly exposed, as to her share in this sudden and unlooked for occurrence. Had she refused him? Had she quarrelled with him? And why? Kitty denied that she had done either, but she was not believed, and the affair remained a strange and interesting mystery. Both Mrs. Graham and Isabel were aware that Kitty's refusing at the last moment to attend the wedding levee was owing to her having accidentally learned, just before the carriage drove to the door, that Mr. Bruce was not to be of the party; and as they wrung from her the confession that he had passed a part of the evening at the house, they came to the very natural conclusion that some misunderstanding had arisen between the supposed lovers. Isabel was too well acquainted with Kitty's sentiments to believe she had voluntarily relinquished an admirer who had evidently been highly prized, and she also saw that the sensitive girl winced under every allusion to the deserter. One would have thought, then, that common affection and delicacy would have taught her to forbear any reference to the painful subject; but this was not the case. she made Mr. Bruce and his strange disappearance her almost constant topic, and on occasion of the slightest difference or disagreement arising between herself and Kitty, she silenced and distressed the latter by some pointed and cutting sarcasm relative to her late love affair. Kitty would then seek refuge with Gertrude, relate her trials, and claim her sympathy, and she not only found in her a friendly listener to her woes, but invariably acquired in her society greater strength and cheerfulness than she could elsewhere rally to her aid, so that she became gradually dependent upon her for the only peace she enjoyed. And Gertrude, who felt a sincere interest in the girl who had been on her account subjected to such cruel deception, and whose drooping spirits and pensive countenance spoke touchingly of her inner sorrow, spared no pains to enliven her sadness, divert her thoughts, and win her to those occupations and amusements in which she herself had often found a relief from preying care and vexation. A large proportion of her time was necessarily devoted to her dearest and best friend Emily, but there was nothing exclusive in Emily's nature. When not suffering from those bodily afflictions to which she was subject, she was ever ready to extend a cordial welcome to all visitors who could find pleasure or benefit from her society; and even the wild and thoughtless Fanny never felt herself an intruder in Emily's premises, so sweet was the smile with which she was greeted, so forbearing the indulgence which was awarded to her waywardness. It can hardly be supposed, then, that Kitty would be excluded from her hospitality, especially after Emily, with a truly wonderful perception, became aware that she was less gay and happy than formerly, and had therefore an additional claim upon her kindness. Many a time, when Isabel had been tantalizing and wounding Kitty beyond what her patience could endure, and Gertrude had been vainly sought elsewhere, a little figure would present itself at the half open door of Miss Graham's room, and was sure to hear the sweetest of voices saying from within, "I hear you, Kitty. Come in, my dear; we shall be glad of your pleasant company." And once there, seated by the side of Gertrude, learning from her some little art in needlework, listening to an agreeable book, or Emily's more agreeable conversation, Kitty passed hours which were never forgotten, so peaceful were they, so serene, so totally unlike any she had ever spent before. Nor did they fail to leave a lasting impression upon her, for the benefit of her mind and heart. None could live in familiar intercourse with Emily, listen to her words, observe the radiance of her heavenly smile, and breathe in the pure atmosphere that environed her very being, and not carry away with them the love of virtue and holiness, if not something of their essence. She was so unselfish, so patient, notwithstanding her privations, that Kitty would have been ashamed to repine in her presence, and there was a contagious cheerfulness ever pervading her apartment, which, in spite of Kitty's recent cause of unhappiness, often led her to forget herself and break into her natural tone of buoyancy and glee. As week after week passed away, and her sufferings and regrets, which at first were so vehement and severe, began to wear off as rapidly as such hurricane sorrows are apt to do, and the process of cure went on silently and unconsciously, another work at the same time progressed, to her equally salutary and important. In her constant intercourse with the pure heart and superior mind of Emily, and her still more familiar intimacy with one who had sat at her feet and learned of her, Kitty imbibed an elevation of thought and a worthiness of aim quite foreign to her quondam character. The foolish child, whose heart was ensnared by the flatteries of Mr. Bruce, learned, partly through the example and precepts of her new counselors and friends, and partly through her own bitter experience, the vanity and emptiness of the food thus administered to her mind, and resolving, for the first time in her life, to cultivate and cherish her immortal powers, she now developed the first germs of her better nature, which expanding in later years, and through other influences, transformed the gay, fluttering, vain child of fashion, into the useful, estimable, and lovely woman. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter, by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 33. Small slights, neglect, unmixed perhaps with hate, make up in number what they want in weight. These and 1,000 griefs minute as these, corrode our comfort and destroy our ease. Hannah More. Little did Gertrude imagine, while she was striving most disinterestedly to promote the welfare and happiness of Kitty, who had thrown herself upon her love and care, the jealousy and ill will she was exciting in others. Isabel, who had never liked one whose whole tone of action and life was a continual reproach to her own vanity and selfishness, and who saw in her the additional crime of being the favored friend of a youth of whose interesting boyhood she herself retained a sentimental recollection, was ready and eager to seize the earliest opportunity of rendering her odious in the eyes of Mrs. Graham. She was not slow to observe the remarkable degree of confidence that seemed to exist between Kitty and Gertrude. She remembered that her cousin had forsaken her own room for that of the latter the very night after her probable quarrel and parting with Bruce; and her resentment and anger, excited still farther by the growing friendship which her own coldness and unkindness to Kitty served only to strengthen and confirm, she hastened to communicate to Mrs. Graham her suspicion that Gertrude had, for purposes of her own, made a difficulty between Bruce and Kitty, fostered and widened the breach, and succeeded at last in breaking off the match. Mrs. Graham readily adopted Belle's opinion. "Kitty," said she, "is weak minded, and evidently very much under Miss Flint's influence. I shouldn't be surprised if you were right, Belle." Thus leagued together, they endeavored to surprise or entrap Kitty into a confession of the means which had been taken by Gertrude to drive away her lover, and outwit herself. But Kitty, while she indignantly denied Gertrude's having thus injured her, persisted obstinately in refusing to reveal the occurrences of the eventful evening of the wedding levee. It was the first secret Kitty ever did keep, but her woman's pride was involved in the affair, and she preserved it with a care which both honor and wisdom prompted. Mrs. Graham and Belle were now truly angry, and many were the private discussions held by them on the subject, many the vain conjectures which they conjured up; and as, day after day, they became more and more incensed against Gertrude, so they gradually began to manifest it in their demeanor. Gertrude soon perceived the incivility to which she was constantly subjected; for though, in a great degree independent of their friendship, she could not live under the same roof without their having frequent opportunities to wound her by their rudeness, which soon became marked, and would have been unendurable to one whose disposition was less thoroughly schooled than Gertrude's. With wonderful patience, however, did she preserve her equanimity. She had never looked for kindness and attention from Mrs. Graham and Isabel. She had seen from the first that between herself and them there could be little sympathy; and now that they manifested open dislike, she struggled to maintain, on her part, not only self-command and composure, but a constant spirit of charity. It was well that she did not yield to this comparatively light trial of her forbearance, for a new, unexpected, and far more intense provocation was in store for her. Her malicious persecutors, incensed and irritated by an unlooked-for calmness and patience, which gave them no advantage in their one-sided warfare, now made their attack in another quarter, and Emily, the sweet, lovely, unoffending Emily, became the object against whom they aimed many of their shafts of unkindness and ill will. Gertrude could bear injury, injustice, and even hard and cruel language, when exercised towards herself only; but her blood boiled in her veins when she began to perceive that her cherished Emily was becoming the victim of mean and petty neglect and ill usage. To address the gentle Emily in other words than those of courtesy was next to impossible. It was equally hard to find fault with the actions of one whose life was so good and beautiful, and the somewhat isolated position which she occupied on account of her blindness seemed to render her secure from interference. But Mrs. Graham was coarse and blunt, Isabel selfish and unfeeling, and long before the blind girl was herself aware of any unkind intention on their part, Gertrude's spirit had chafed and rebelled at the sight and knowledge of many a word and act, well calculated, if perceived, to annoy and distress a sensitive and delicate spirit. Many a stroke was warded off by Gertrude, many a neglect atoned for, before it could be felt, many a nearly defeated plan, which Emily was known to have at heart, carried through and accomplished by Gertrude's perseverance and energy; and for some weeks Emily was kept ignorant of the fact that many a little office, formerly performed for her by a servant, was now fulfilled by Gertrude, who would not let her know that Bridget had received from her mistress orders which were quite inconsistent with her usual attendance upon Miss Graham's wants. Mr. Graham was at this time absent from home, some difficulty and anxiety in business matters having called him to New York, at a season when he usually enjoyed his leisure, free from all such cares. His presence would have been a great restraint upon his wife, who was well aware of his devoted affection for his daughter, and his wish that her comfort and case should always be considered of first rate importance. Indeed, his love and thoughtfulness for Emily, and the enthusiastic devotion manifested towards her by every member of the household, had early rendered her an object of jealousy to Mrs. Graham, who was therefore very willing to find ground of offence against her; and in her case, as in Isabel's, Kitty's desertion to what her aunt and cousin considered the unfriendly party was only a secondary cause of distrust and dislike. The misunderstanding with Mr. Bruce, and their unworthy suspicions of it having been fostered by Gertrude, aided and abetted by Emily, furnished, however, an ostensible motive for the indulgence of their animosity, and one of which they resolved to avail themselves to the utmost. Shortly before Mr. Graham's return home, Mrs. Graham and Isabel were sitting together, endeavoring to while away the tedious hours of a sultry August afternoon by indulging themselves in an unlimited abuse of the rest of the household, when a letter was brought to Mrs. Graham, which proved to be from her husband. After glancing over its contents, she remarked, with an air of satisfaction, "Here is good news for us, Isabel, and a prospect of some pleasure in the world." And she read aloud the following passage: "The troublesome affair which called me here is nearly settled, and the result is exceedingly favorable to my wishes and plans. I now see nothing to prevent our starting for Europe the latter part of next month, and the girls must make their arrangements accordingly. Tell Emily to spare nothing towards a full and complete equipment for herself and Gertrude." "He speaks of Gertrude," said Isabel sneeringly, "as if she were one of the family. I'm sure I don't see any very great prospect of pleasure in travelling all through Europe with a blind woman and her disagreeable appendages. I can't think what Mr. Graham wants to take them for." "I wish he would leave them at home," said Mrs. Graham. "It would be a good punishment for Gertrude. But mercy, he would as soon think of going without his right hand as without Emily." "I hope, if ever I am married," exclaimed Isabel, "it won't be to a man that's got a blind daughter. Such a dreadful good person, too, whom everybody has got to worship and admire and wait upon." "I don't have to wait upon her," said Mrs. Graham. "That's Gertrude's business. It's what she's going for." "That's the worst of it. Blind girl has to have a waiting maid, and waiting maid is a great lady, who doesn't mind cheating your nieces out of their lovers, and even robbing them of each other's affection." "Well, what can I do, Belle? I'm sure I don't want Gertrude's company any more than you do, but I don't see how I can get rid of her." "I should think you'd tell Mr. Graham some of the harm she's done already. If you have any influence over him, you might prevent her going." "It would be no more than she deserves," said Mrs. Graham, thoughtfully, "and I am not sure but I shall give him a hint of her behaviour. He'll be surprised enough when he hears of Bruce's sudden flight. I know he thought it would be a match between him and Kitty." At this point in the conversation, Isabel was summoned to see visitors, and left her aunt in a mood pregnant with consequences. As Isabel descended the front staircase, to meet with smiles and compliments the guests whom in her heart she wished 1,000 miles away on this intensely hot afternoon, Gertrude came up by the back way from the kitchen, and passed along a passage leading to her own room. She carried over one arm a dress of delicate white muslin, and a number of embroidered collars, sleeves, and ruffles, together with other articles evidently fresh from the ironing board. Her face was flushed and heated; she looked tired, and, as she reached her room and carefully deposited her burden upon the bed, she drew a long breath, as if much fatigued, seated herself by a window, brushed the hair back from her face, and threw open a blind, to feel, if possible, a breath of cool air. Just at this moment, Mrs. Prime put her head in at the half open door, and seeing Gertrude alone, entered the room, but stood fixed with astonishment on observing the evidences of her recent laborious employment. Then, glancing directly opposite at the fruits of her diligence, she burst forth indignantly, "My sakes alive, Miss Gertrude, I do believe you've been doing up them muslins yourself, after all." Gertrude smiled, but did not reply. "Now, if that ain't too bad," said the friendly and kind-hearted woman, "to think you should ha' been at work down in that 'ere hot kitchen, and all the rest on us takin' a spell o' rest in the heat of the day. I'll warrant, if Miss Emily knew it, she'd never put on that white gown in this 'ere world." "It hardly looks fit for her to wear," said Gertrude. "I'm not much used to ironing, and have had a great deal of trouble with it. One side got dry before I could smooth out the other." "It looks elegant, Miss Gertrude, but what should you be doing Bridget's work for, I want to know?" Bridget always has enough to do," said Gertrude, evading a direct answer, "and it's very well for me to have some practice. Knowledge never comes amiss, you know, Mrs. Prime." "'Tain't no kind of an afternoon for 'speriments o' that sort, and you wouldn't ha' done it, I'll venture to say, if you hadn't been afeared Miss Emily would want her things, and find out they weren't done. Times is changed in this house, when Mr. Graham's own daughter, that was once to the head of everything, has to have her clothes laid by to make room for other folks. Bridget ought to know better than to mind these upstarters when they tell her, as I heard Miss Graham yesterday, to let alone that heap o' muslins, and attend to something that was o' more consequence. Our Katie would 'a known better, but Bridget's a newcomer, like all the rest. Thinks I to myself then, what would Miss Gertrude say if she suspected as how Miss Emily was being neglected? But I'll tell Miss Emily, as sure as my name's Prime, just how things go. You shan't get so red in the face with ironing again, Miss Gertrude. If the kind of frock she likes to wear can't be done up at home, and yourn too, what's more, the washin' ought to be put out. There's money enough, and some of it ought to be spent for the use of the ladies as is ladies. I wish to heart that Isabella could have to start round a little lively. 'Twould do her good. But lor', Miss Gertrude, it goes right to my heart to see all the vexatious things as is happenin' nowadays. I'll go right to Miss Emily this minute and blow my blast." "No, you won't, Mrs. Prime," said Gertrude persuasively, "when I ask you not to. You forget how unhappy it would make her if she knew that Mrs. Graham was so wanting in consideration. I would rather iron dresses every day, or do anything else for our dear Emily, than to let her suspect even that anybody could willingly be unkind to her." Mrs. Prime hesitated. "Miss Gertrude," said she, "I thought I loved our dear young lady as well as anybody could, but I believe you love her better still to be so thoughtful and wise like all for her sake. And I wouldn't say nothing about it, only I think a sight o' you too. You've been here ever since you was a little gal, and we all set lots by you, and I can't see them folks ride over your head, as I know they mean to. I know you love me, Mrs. Prime, and Emily too, so for the sake of us both, you mustn't say a word to anybody about the change in the family arrangements. We'll all do what we can to keep Emily from pain, and as to the rest, we won't care for ourselves. If they don't pet and indulge me as much as I've been accustomed to, the easiest way is not to notice it, and you mustn't put on your spectacles to see trouble." "Lord bless your heart, Miss Gertrude, them folks is lucky to have you to deal with. It isn't everybody as would put up with 'em. They don't come much in my way, thank fortune. I let Miss Graham see right off that I wouldn't put up with interference. Cooks is privileged to set up for their rights, and I scared her out o' my premises pretty quick, I'll tell yer. It's mighty hard for me to see our own ladies imposed upon. But since you say mum, Miss Gertrude, I'll try and hold my tongue as long as I can. It's a shame, though, I do declare," and Mrs. Prime walked off, muttering to herself. An hour after, Gertrude was at the glass, braiding up the bands of her long hair, when Mrs. Ellis, after a slight knock at the door, entered. "Well, Gertrude," said she, "I didn't think it would come to this." "Why, what is the matter?" inquired Gertrude anxiously. "It seems we are going to be turned out of our rooms." "Who?" "You, and I next, for aught I know." Gertrude coloured, but did not speak, and Mrs. Ellis went on to relate that she had just received orders to fit up Gertrude's room for some visitors who were expected the next day. She was astonished to hear that Gertrude had not been consulted on the subject. Mrs. Graham had spoken so carelessly of her removal, and seemed to think it so mutually agreeable for Emily to share her apartment with her young friend, that Mrs. Ellis concluded the matter had been prearranged. Deeply wounded and vexed, both on her own and Emily's account, Gertrude stood for a moment silent and irresolute. She then asked if Mrs. Ellis had spoken to Emily on the subject. She had not. Gertrude begged her to say nothing about it. "I cannot bear," said she, "to let her know that the little sanctum she fitted up so carefully has been unceremoniously taken from me. I sleep in her room more than half the time, as you know, but she always likes to have me call this chamber mine, that I may be sure of a place where I can read and study by myself. If you will let me remove my bureau into your room, Mrs. Ellis, and sleep on the couch there occasionally, we need not say anything about it to Emily." Mrs. Ellis assented. She had grown strangely humble and compliant within a few months, and Gertrude had completely won her good will, first by forbearance, and latterly by the frequent favours and assistance she had found it in her power to render the overburdened housekeeper. So she made no objection to receive her into her room as an inmate, and even offered to assist in the removal of her wardrobe, work table, and books. But though yielding and considerate towards Gertrude, whom, with Emily and Mrs. Prime, she now considered members of the oppressed and injured party, to which she herself belonged, no words could express her indignation with regard to the late behaviour of Mrs. Graham and Isabel. "It is all of a piece," said she, "with the rest of their conduct. Sometimes I almost feel thankful that Emily is blind, it would grieve her so to see the goings on. I should have liked to box Isabella's ears for taking your seat at the table so impudently as she did yesterday, and then neglecting to help Emily to anything at all. And there sat dear Emily, angel as she is, all unconscious of her shameful behaviour, and asking her for butter as sweetly as if it were by mere accident that you had been driven from the table, and she left to provide for herself. And all those strangers there, too. I saw it all from the china closet. And then Emily's dresses and muslins, there they laid in the press drawer, till I thought they would mildew. I'm glad to see Bridget has been allowed to do them at last, for I began to think Emily would one of these warm days be without a clean gown in the world. But there, it's no use talking about it. All I wish is, that they'd all go off to Europe, and leave us here to ourselves. You don't want to go, do you, Gertrude?" "Yes, if Emily goes." "Well, you're better than I am. I couldn't make such a martyr of myself, even for her sake." It is needless to detail the many petty annoyances to which Gertrude was daily subjected, especially after the arrival of the expected visitors, a gay and thoughtless party of fashionables, who were taught to look upon her as an unwarrantable intruder, and upon Emily as a troublesome encumbrance. Nor, with all the pains taken to prevent it, could Emily be long kept in ignorance of the light estimation in which both herself and Gertrude were regarded. Kitty, incensed at the incivility of her aunt and Isabel, and indifferent towards the visitors, to whose folly and levity of character her eyes were now partially opened, hesitated not to express both to Emily and Gertrude her sense of the injuries they sustained, and her own desire to act in their defence. But Kitty was no formidable antagonist to Mrs. Graham and Belle, for, her spirits greatly subdued, and her fears constantly excited by her cousin's sarcastic looks and speeches, she had become a sad coward, and no longer dared, as she would once have done, to thwart their schemes, and stand between her friends and the indignities to which they were exposed. But Mrs. Graham, thoughtless woman, went too far, and became at last entangled in difficulties of her own weaving. Her husband returned, and it now became necessary to set bounds to her own insolence, and what was far more difficult, to that of Isabel. Mrs. Graham was a woman of tact. She knew just how far her husband's forbearance would extend, just the point to which his perceptions might be blinded, and had also sufficient self-control to check herself in any course which would be likely to prove obnoxious to his imperious will. In his absence, however, she acted without restraint, permitted Belle to fill the house with her lively young acquaintances, and winked at the many open and flagrant violations of the law of politeness manifested by the young people towards the daughter of their absent host, and her youthful friend and attendant. Now, however, a check must be put to all indecorous proceedings, and, unfortunately for the execution of the wife's wise precautions, the head of the family returned unexpectedly, and under circumstances which forestalled any preparation or warning. He arrived just at dusk, having come from town in an omnibus, which was quite contrary to his usual custom. It was a cool evening. The windows and the doors of the house were closed, and the parlor was so brilliantly lighted that he at once suspected the truth that a large company was being entertained there. He felt vexed, for it was Saturday night, and, in accordance with old New England customs, Mr. Graham loved to see his household quiet on that evening. He was, moreover, suffering from a violent headache, and, avoiding the parlor, he passed on to the library, and then to the dining room. Both were chilly and deserted. He then made his way upstairs, walked through several rooms, glanced indignantly at their disordered and slovenly appearance, for he was excessively neat, and finally gained Emily's chamber. He opened the door noiselessly and looked in. A bright wood fire burned upon the hearth, a couch was drawn up beside it, on which Emily was sitting, and Gertrude's little rocking chair occupied the opposite corner. The firelight reflected upon the white curtains, the fragrant perfume which proceeded from a basket of flowers upon the table, the perfect neatness and order of the apartment, the placid, peaceful face of Emily, and the radiant expression of Gertrude's countenance, as she looked up and saw the father and protector of her blind friend looking pleasantly in upon them, proved such a charming contrast to the scenes presented in other parts of the house, that the old gentleman, warmed to more than usual satisfaction with both of the inmates, greeted his surprised daughter with a hearty paternal embrace, and bestowing upon Gertrude an equally affectionate greeting, exclaimed, as he took the armchair which the latter wheeled in front of the fire for his accommodation, "Now, girls, this looks pleasant and homelike. What in the world is going on downstairs? What is everything up in arms about?" Emily explained that there was company staying in the house. "Ugh, company!" grunted Mr. Graham, in a dissatisfied tone. "I should think so. Been emptying rag bags about the chambers, I should say, from the looks." Gertrude asked if he had been to tea. He had not, and should be thankful for some. He was tired. So she went downstairs to see about it. "Don't tell anybody that I've got home, Gertie," called he, as she left the room. "I want to be left in peace, to night at least." While Gertrude was gone, Mr. Graham questioned Emily as to her preparations for the European tour. To his surprise, he learned that she had never received his message communicated in the letter to Mrs. Graham, and knew nothing of his plans. Equally astonished and angry, he nevertheless restrained his temper for the present. He did not like to acknowledge to himself, far less to his daughter, that his commands had been disregarded by his wife. It put him upon thinking, however. After he had enjoyed a comfortable repast, at which Gertrude presided, they both returned to Emily's room, and now Mr. Graham's first inquiry was for the evening transcript. "I will go for it," said Gertrude, rising. "Ring," said Mr. Graham, imperatively. He had observed at the tea table that Gertrude's ring was disregarded, and wished to know the cause of so strange a piece of neglect. Gertrude rang several times, but obtained no answer to the bell. At last she heard Bridget's step in the entry, and opening the door, said to her, "Bridget, won't you find the transcript and bring it to Miss Emily's room?" Bridget soon returned, with the announcement that Miss Isabella was reading it, and declined to give it up. A storm gathered on Mr. Graham's brow. "Such a message to my daughter!" he exclaimed. "Gertrude, go yourself, and tell the impertinent girl that I want the paper." "What sort of behaviour is this?" muttered he. Gertrude entered the parlour with great composure, and, amid the stares and wonder of the company, spoke in a low tone to Belle, who immediately yielded up the paper, blushing, and looking much confused as she did so. Belle was afraid of Mr. Graham, and on her informing her aunt of his return, it was that lady's turn, also, to look disconcerted. She had fully calculated upon seeing her husband before he had access to Emily. She knew the importance of giving the desired bias to a man of his strong prejudices. But it was too late now. She would not go to seek him. She must take her chance, and trust to fortune to befriend her. She used all her tact, however, to disperse her friends at an early hour, and then found Mr. Graham smoking in the dining room. He was in an unpleasant mood, as she told her niece afterwards, cross as a bear, but she contrived to conciliate rather than irritate him, avoided all discordant subjects, and was able the next morning to introduce to her friends an apparently affable and obliging host. This serenity was disturbed, however, long before the Sabbath drew to a close. As he walked up the church aisle before morning service, with Emily, according to his invariable custom, leaning upon his arm, his brow darkened at seeing Isabel complacently seated in that corner of the old-fashioned square pew which all the family were well aware had for years been sacred to his blind daughter. Mrs. Graham, who accompanied them, winked at her niece, but Isabel was mentally rather obtuse, and was, consequently, subjected to the mortification of having Mr. Graham deliberately take her hand and remove her from the seat, in which he immediately placed Emily, while the displaced occupant, who had been so mean as for the last 3 Sundays to purposely deprive Miss Graham of this old established right, was compelled to sit during the service in the only vacant place, beside Mr. Graham, with her back to the pulpit. And very angry was she at observing the smiles visible upon many countenances in the neighbouring pews, and especially chagrined when Fanny Bruce, who was close to her in the next pew, giggled outright. Emily would have been grieved if she had been in the least aware of the triumph she had unconsciously achieved, but her heart and thoughts were turned upward, and, as she had felt no pang of provocation at Isabel's past encroachment, so had she no consciousness of present satisfaction, except as the force of habit made her feel more at ease in her old seat. Mr. Graham had not been at home a week before he understood plainly the existing state of feeling in the mind of his wife and Isabel, and the manner in which it was likely to act upon the happiness of the household. He saw that Emily was superior to complaint. He knew that she had never in her life complained. He observed, too, Gertrude's devotion to his much-loved child, and it stamped her in his mind as one who had a claim to his regard which should never be disputed. It is not, then, to be wondered at that when, with much art and many plausible words, Mrs. Graham made her intended insinuations against his youthful protégé, Mr. Graham treated them with indifference and contempt. He had known Gertrude from a child. She was high-spirited. He had sometimes thought her wilful, but never mean or false. It was no use to tell him all that nonsense. He was glad, for his part, that it was all off between Kitty and Bruce, for Ben was an idle fellow and would never make a good husband. And as to Kitty, he thought her much improved of late, and if it were owing to Gertrude's influence, the more they saw of each other the better. Mrs. Graham was in despair. "It is all settled," said she to Isabel. "It is no use to contest the point. Mr. Graham is firm as a rock, and as sure as we go to Europe, Emily and Gertrude will go too." She was almost startled, therefore, by what she considered an excess of good luck, when informed, a few days afterwards, that the couple she had so dreaded to have of the party were in reality to be left behind, and that, too, at Miss Graham's special request. Emily's scruples with regard to mentioning to her father the little prospect of pleasure the tour was likely to afford her all vanished when she found that Gertrude, whose interest she ever had at heart, would be likely to prove a still greater sufferer from the society to which she would be subjected. Blind as she was, Emily understood and perceived almost everything that was passing around her. Quick of perception, and with a hearing rendered doubly intense by her want of sight, the events of the summer were, perhaps, more familiar to her than to any other member of the family. She more than suspected the exact state of matters betwixt Mr. Bruce and Gertrude, though the latter had never spoken to her on the subject. She imagined the manner in which Kitty was involved in the affair, no very difficult thing to be conceived by one who enjoyed the confidences which the simple-hearted girl unconsciously, but continually, made during her late intercourse with her. As Mrs. Graham's and Isabel's abuse of power became more open and decided, Mrs. Ellis and Mrs. Prime both considered the embargo upon free speech in Miss Graham's presence wholly removed, and any pain which the knowledge of their neglect might have caused her was more than compensated to Emily by the proofs it had called forth of devoted attachment and willing service on the part of her adopted child, as she loved to consider Gertrude. Calmly and without hesitation, as without excitement, did she resolve to adopt a course which should at once free Gertrude from her self-sacrificing service. That she encountered much opposition from her father may well be imagined, but he knew too well the impossibility of any pleasure to be derived to herself from a tour in which mental pain was added to outward deprivation, to persist in urging her to accompany the party, and concluding at last that it was, after all, the only way to reconcile opposing interests, and that Emily's plan was perhaps the best that could be adopted under the circumstances, decided to resign himself to the long separation from his daughter, and permit her to be happy in her own way. He had seen, during the previous winter at the South, how entirely Emily's infirmity unfitted her for travelling, especially when deprived of Gertrude's attendant eyes. He now realized how totally contrary to her tastes and habits were the tastes and habits of his new wife and her nieces; and unwilling to be convinced of the folly of his sudden choice, and the probable chance of unhappiness arising from it, he appreciated the wisdom of Emily's proposal, and felt a sense of relief in the adoption of a course which would satisfy all parties. Chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 34. A course of days, composing happy months. Wordsworth. Mrs. Warren's pleasant boarding house was the place chosen by Emily for her own and Gertrude's winter home, and 1 month from the time of Mr. Graham's return from New York, his country house was closed. He, with his wife, Isabel, and Kitty, were on their way to Havre, Mrs. Ellis gone to enjoy a little rest from care with some cousins at the eastward, and Mrs. Prime established as cook in Mrs. Warren's household, where all the morning she grumbled at the increase of duty she was here called upon to perform, and all the evening blessed her stars that she was still under the same roof with her dear young ladies. Although ample arrangements were made by Mr. Graham, and all sufficient means provided for the support of both Emily and Gertrude, The latter was anxious to be once more usefully employed, and therefore resumed a portion of her school duties at Mr. W.'s. Much as Emily loved Gertrude's constant presence, she gladly resigned her for a few hours every day, rejoiced in the spirit which prompted her exertions, and rewarded her with her encouragement and praise. In the undisturbed enjoyment of each other's society, and in their intercourse with a small but intelligent circle of friends, they passed a season of sweet tranquillity. They read, walked, and communed as in times long past. Together they attended lectures, concerts, and galleries of art. As they stood before the works of a master's hand, whether in the sculptured marble or the painted canvas, and Emily listened while Gertrude, with glowing eyes, and a face radiant with enthusiasm, described with minuteness and accuracy the subject of the pieces, the manner in which the artist had expressed in his work the original conception of his mind, the attitudes of figures, the expression of faces, the coloring of landscapes, and the effect produced upon her mind and heart by the thoughts which the work conveyed. Such was the eloquence of the one, and the sympathizing attention of the other, that, as they stood there in striking contrast, forgetful of all around, they were themselves a study, if not for the artist, for the observer of human nature, as manifested in novel forms and free from affectation and worldliness. Then, too, as, in their daily walks, or gazing upon the glories of a brilliant winter's night, Gertrude, enraptured at the work of the great Master of the universe, poured out without reserve her soul's deep and earnest admiration, dilated upon the gorgeousness of a clear sunset, or in the sweet hour of twilight sat watching the coming on of beautiful night and lighting of heaven's lamps, then would Emily, from the secret fountains of her largely illumined nature, speak out such truths of the inner life as made it seem that she alone were blessed with the true light, and all the seeing world sat in comparative darkness. It was a blissful and an improving winter which they thus passed together. They lived not for themselves alone. The poor blessed them, the sorrowful came to them for sympathy, and the affection which they both inspired in the family circle was boundless. Gertrude often recurred to it, in her after life, as the time when she and Emily lived in a beautiful world of their own. Spring came and passed, and still they lingered there, loath to leave a place where they had been so happy. And nothing at last drove them from the city but a sudden failure in Emily's health, and Dr. Jeremy's peremptory command that they should at once seek the country air as the best restorative. Added to her anxiety about Emily, Gertrude began to feel much troubled at Willie Sullivan's long silence. No word from him for 2 or 3 months. Willie could not have forgotten or meant to neglect her. That was impossible. But why this strange suspension to their correspondence? She tried, however, not to feel disturbed about it, and gave all her care to Emily, who now began indeed to require it. They went to the seaside for a few weeks, but the clear and bracing atmosphere brought no strength to the blind girl's feeble frame. She was obliged to give up her daily walks. A continued weariness robbed her step of its elasticity, and her usually equal spirits were subject to an unwonted depression, while her nervous temperament became so susceptible that the utmost care was requisite to preserve her from all excitement. The good doctor came frequently to see his favorite patient, but finding on every visit that she seemed worse instead of better, he at last ordered her back to the city, declaring that Mrs. Jerry's front chamber was as cool and comfortable as the little stivied-up apartments of the crowded boarding-house at Nahant, and there he should insist upon both her and Gertrude's taking up their quarters, at least for a week or two, at the end of which time, if Emily had not found her health, he hoped to have leisure to start off with them in search of it. Emily thought she was doing very well where she was afraid she should be troublesome to Mrs. Jeremy. "Don't talk about trouble, Emily. You ought to know Mrs. Jerry and me better by this time. Come up to-morrow. I'll meet you at the cars. Good-bye." And he took his hat and was off. Gertrude followed him. "I see, doctor, you think Emily is not so well." "No, how should she be, what with the sea roaring on one side and Mrs. Fellow's babies on the other? It's enough to wear away her strength. I won't have it so. This isn't the place for her, and do you bring her up to my house to-morrow." "The babies don't usually cry as much as they have to-day," said Gertrude, smiling. "And as to the ocean, Emily loves dearly to hear the waves rolling in. She sits and listens to them by the hour together." "Knew she did," said the doctor. "Shan't do it. Bad for her. It makes her sad, without her knowing why. Bring her up to Boston, as I tell you." It was full 3 weeks after the arrival of his visitors before the popular physician could steal away from his patients to enjoy a few weeks' recreation in traveling. For his own sake, he would hardly have thought of attempting so unusual a thing as a journey. And his wife, too, loved home so much better than any other place that she was loath to start for parts unknown. But both were willing, and even anxious, to sacrifice their long indulged habits for what they considered the advantage of their young friends. Emily was decidedly better, so much so as to view with pleasure the prospect of visiting West Point, Catskill, and Saratoga, even on her own account. And when she reflected upon the probable enjoyment the trip would afford Gertrude, she felt herself endowed with new strength for the undertaking. Gertrude needed change of scene and diversion of mind almost as much as Emily. The excessive heat of the last few weeks, and her constant attendance in the invalid's room, had paled the roses in her cheeks, while care and anxiety had weighed upon her mind. The late improvement in Emily, however, and the alacrity with which she entered into the doctor's plans, relieved Gertrude of her fears, and as she moved actively about to complete the few preparations which were needed in her own and her friend's wardrobe, her step was as light and her voice as gladsome as her fingers were busy and skillful. New York was their first destination, but the heat and dust of the city were almost insufferable, and during the one day which they passed there, Dr. Jeremy was the only member of the party who ventured out of the hotel, except on occasion of a short expedition which Mrs. Jeremy and Gertrude made in search of dress caps, the former lady's stock being still limited to the old yellow and the lilac and pink, neither of which she feared would be just the thing for Saratoga. The doctor, however, seemed quite insensible to the state of the weather. So much was he occupied with visits to some of his Asclepian brethren, several of whom were college classmates, whom he had not seen for years. He passed the whole day in the revival of old acquaintances and associations, and a number of these newly found but warm-hearted friends having presented themselves at the hotel in the evening, to be introduced to Mrs. Jeremy and her traveling companions, their parlor was enlivened until a late hour by the happy and cheerful conversation of a group of elderly men, who, as they recalled the past and dwelt upon the scenes and incidents of their youthful days, seemed to renew their boyish spirits, so joyous was the laughter and excitement with which each anecdote of former times received as it fell from the lips of the spokesman, an office which each filled by turns. Dr. Jeremy had been a great favorite among his circle, and almost every narrative of college days, save those which he himself detailed, bore reference to some exploit in which he had borne a spirited and honorable part, and the 3 female auditors, especially Gertrude, who was enthusiastic in her own appreciation of the doctor's merits, listened triumphantly to this corroborative testimony of his worth. The conversation, however, was not of a character to exclude the ladies from participating in as well as enjoying it, and Gertrude, who always got on famously with elderly men, and whom the doctor loved dearly to draw out, contributed not a little to the mirth and good humor of the company by her playful and amusing sallies, and the quickness of repartee with which she responded to the adroit, puzzling, and sometimes ironical questions and jokes of an old bachelor physician, who from the first took a wonderful fancy to her. Emily listened with delighted interest to a conversation which had for her such varied charms, and shared with Gertrude the admiration of the doctor's friends, who were all excited to the warmest sympathy for her misfortune, while Mrs. Jeremy, proud, smiling, and happy, looked so complacent as she sat ensconced in an armchair, listening to the encomiums pronounced on her husband's boyhood, that Gertrude declared, as they separated for the night, that she had almost come to the conclusion that the old yellow was becoming to her, and her new caps altogether superfluous. Upon hearing that Dr. Jeremy's party were going up the Hudson the next morning, Dr. Grisworth, of Philadelphia, who had many years before been a student of our good doctor's, expressed his satisfaction in the prospect of meeting them on board the boat, and introducing to Gertrude his 2 daughters, whom he was about to accompany to Saratoga to meet their grandmother, already established at Congress Hall for the summer. It was midnight before Gertrude could compose her mind, and so far quiet her imagination, which, always lively, was now keenly excited by the next day's promise of pleasure, as to think of the necessity of fortifying herself by sleep, and Emily was finally obliged to check her gaiety and loquacity by positively refusing to join in another laugh or listen to another word that night. Thus condemned to silence, she sunk at once to slumber, unconscious that Emily, usually an excellent sleeper, had in this instance acted solely for her benefit, being herself so strangely wakeful that morning found her unrefreshed and uncertain whether she had once during the night been lulled into a perfect state of repose. Gertrude, who slept soundly until wakened by Miss Graham, started up in astonishment on seeing her dressed and standing by the bedside, a most unusual circumstance, and one which reversed the customary order of things, as Gertrude's morning kiss was wont to be Emily's first intimation of daylight. "6 o'clock, Gertie, and the boat starts at 7. The doctor has already been knocking at our door." "How soundly I have slept!" exclaimed Gertrude. "I wonder if it's a pleasant day." "Beautiful," replied Emily, "but very warm. The sun was shining in so brightly that I had to close the blinds on account of the heat." Gertrude made haste to repair for lost time, but was not quite dressed when they were summoned to the early breakfast prepared for travellers. She had also her own and Emily's trunks to lock, and therefore insisted upon the others preceding her to the breakfast hall, where she promised to join them in a few moments. The company assembled at this early hour was small, consisting only of 2 parties besides Dr. Jeremy's, and a few gentlemen, most of them business men, who, having partaken of their food in a business-like manner, started off in haste for their different destinations. Of those who still lingered at the table when Gertie made her appearance, there was only one whom she particularly observed, during the few moments allowed her by Dr. Jeremy for the enjoyment of her breakfast. This was a gentleman who sat at some distance from her, idly balancing his teaspoon on the edge of his cup. He had concluded his own repast, but seemed quite at his leisure, and previous to Gertrude's entrance had won Mrs. Jeremy's animadversions by a slight propensity he had manifested to make a more critical survey of her party than she found wholly agreeable. "Do pray," said she to the doctor, "send the waiter to ask that man to take something himself. I can't bear to have anybody looking at me so when I'm eating." "He isn't looking at you, wife. It's Emily that has taken his fancy. Emily, my dear, there's a gentleman over opposite who admires you exceedingly." "Is there?" said Emily, smiling. "I am very much obliged to him. May I venture to return the compliment?" "Yes, he's a fine-looking fellow. The wife here doesn't seem to like him very well." At this moment Gertrude joined them, and, as she made her morning salutation to the doctor and his wife, and gaily apologized to the former for her tardiness, the fine color which mantled her countenance, and the deep brilliancy of her large dark eyes, drew glances of affectionate admiration from the kind old couple, and were, perhaps, the cause of the stranger's attention being at once transferred from the lovely and interesting face of Emily to the more youthful, beaming, and eloquent features of Gertrude. She had hardly taken her seat before she became aware of the notice she was attracting. It embarrassed her, and she was glad when, after a moment or two, the gentleman hastily dropped his teaspoon, rose and left the room. As he passed out, she had an opportunity of observing him, which she had not ventured to do while he sat opposite to her. He was a man considerably above the middle height, slender but finely formed, and of a graceful and dignified bearing. His features were rather sharp, but expressive and even handsome. His eyes, dark, keen, and piercing, had a most penetrating look, while his firmly compressed lips spoke of resolution and strength of will. But the chief peculiarity of his appearance was his hair, which was deeply tinged with gray, and in the vicinity of his temples almost snowy white. This was so strikingly in contrast with the youthful fire of his eye, and the easy lightness of his step, that instead of seeming the effect of age, and giving him a title to veneration, it rather enhanced the contradictory claims of his otherwise apparent youth and vigor. "What a queer-looking man!" exclaimed Mrs. Jeremy, when he had passed out. "An elegant-looking man, isn't he?" said Gertrude. "Elegant!" rejoined Mrs. Jeremy. "What, with that gray head?" "I think it's beautiful," said Gertrude, "but I wish he didn't look so melancholy. It makes me quite sad to see him." "How old should you think he was?" asked Dr. Jeremy. "About 50," said Mrs. Jeremy. "About 30," said Gertrude, and both in the same breath. "A wide difference," remarked Emily. "Doctor, you must decide the point." "Impossible. I wouldn't venture to tell that man's age within 10 years at least. Wife has got him old enough, certainly. I'm not sure but I should set him as low even as Gertrude's mark. Age never turned his hair gray, that is certain." Intimation was now given that passengers for the boat must be on the alert, and all speculation upon the probable age of the stranger, a fruitless kind of speculation, often indulged in, and sometimes a source of vain and endless discussion, was suddenly and peremptorily suspended. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 35. His mien is lofty, but his gaze Too well a wandering soul betrays. His full dark eye at times is bright With strange and momentary light, And oft his features and his air A shade of troubled mystery wear, A glance of hurried wildness fraught With some unfathomable thought. Mrs. Hemans. To most of our traveling public, a little trip from Boston into New York State seems an everyday affair, scarce worth calling a journey. But to Dr. Jeremy it was a momentous event, calling the good physician out of a routine of daily professional visits, which, during a period of 20 years, had not been interrupted by a week's absence from home, and plunging him at once into that whirl of hurry, tumult, and excitement, which exists on all our great routes, especially in the summer season, the time when the American populace takes its yearly pleasure excursion. The doctor was by nature and habit a social being, never shrinking from intercourse with his fellow men, but rather seeking and enjoying their companionship on all occasions. He knew how to adapt himself to the taste of young and old, rich and poor, and was well acquainted with city life in all its forms. In the art of travelling, however, an art to be acquired by practice only, he was totally unversed. He had yet learned the adroit use of those many springs, which touched at the right moment, and by a skilful hand, soften the obdurate hearts of landlords, win the devoted attendance of waiters, inspire railroad conductors and steamboat officials with a spirit of accommodation, and convert the clamorous, noisy hackmen into quiet, obedient, and humble servants at command. In Dr. Jeremy's travelling days, the stage coach was the chief vehicle of convenience and speed. The driver was a civil fellow, each passenger a person of consequence, and each passenger's baggage a thing not to be despised. Now, on the contrary, people moved in masses. A single individual was a man of no influence, a mere unit in the great whole, and his much valued luggage that which seemed in his eyes a mark for the heaviest knocks and bruises. Dr. Jeremy was appalled at this new state of things, and quite unable to reconcile to it either his taste or temper. To him the modern landlord resembled the keeper of an intelligence office, who condescendingly glances at his books to see if he can furnish the humble suppliant with a situation, and often turns him away mortified and disappointed. The waiters, whom the honest and unsophisticated doctor scorned to bribe, were an impudent lady set of varlets; conductors and steamboat masters, lordly tyrants; and the hackmen, a swarm of hungry, buzzing, stinging wasps, let loose on wharves and in the depots for the torment of their victims. Thus were these important members of society stigmatized, and loudly were they railed at by our traveler, who invariably, at the commencement and close of every trip, got wrought up to a high pitch of excitement at the wrongs and indignities to which he was subjected. It was astonishing, however, to see how quickly he cooled down, and grew comfortable and contented, when he was once established in car or steamboat, or had succeeded in obtaining suitable quarters at a hotel. He would then immediately subside into the obliging, friendly, and sociable man of the world, would make acquaintance with everybody about him, and talk and behave with such careless concern that one would have supposed he considered himself fixed for life, and was moreover perfectly satisfied with the fate that destiny had assigned to him. Thankful, therefore, were the ladies of his party when they were safe on board the steamboat, a circumstance upon which they were still congratulating themselves and each other, while they piled up their heavy shawls and other extra garments in an out-of-the-way corner of the cabin, when the doctor's voice was again heard calling to them from the other end of the long saloon. "Come, come, wife! Gertrude! Emily! What are you staying down in this stivied-up place for? You'll lose the best part of the view." And coming towards them, he took Gertrude's arm, and would have hurried her away, leaving Mrs. Jeremy and Emily to follow when they were ready. But Gertrude would not trust Emily to ascend the cabin stairs under any guardianship but her own, and Mrs. Jeremy immediately engaged the doctor in an animated discussion as to the advisability of his adopting a straw hat, which the thoughtful wife had brought from home in her hand, and which she was eager to see enjoyed. By the time the question was settled, and Emily, at Gertrude's persuasion, had been induced to exchange her thin mantilla for a light travelling cloak, which the latter was sure she would require, as there was a fresh breeze stirring on the river. The boat had proceeded some distance, and when our party finally gained the head of the stairs and looked about them for seats on the deck, not a single vacant bench or accommodation of any sort was to be seen. There was an unusually large number of passengers, nearly all of whom were collected at the stern of the boat. Dr. Jeremy was obliged to leave his ladies and go off in search of chairs. "Don't let us stay here," whispered Mrs. Jeremy to Gertrude and Emily. "Let's go right back before the doctor comes. There are beautiful great rocking chairs down in the cabin, without a soul to sit in them, and I'm sure we ain't wanted here to make up a company. I hate to stand with all these people staring at us, and crowing to think they've got such nice places. Don't you, Emily?" Miss Jeremy was one of the people who were constantly forgetting that Emily could not see. But Gertrude was not; she never forgot it, and as she stood with her arm lightly passed around her friend's waist, to prevent the motion of the boat from throwing her off her balance, it was no wonder they attracted attention. The one so bright, erect, and strong with youth and health that she seemed a fit protector for the other, who in her sweet and gentle helplessness leaned upon her so trustingly. "I think, when we get seated in the shade, we shall find it cooler here than it is below," said Emily, in reply to Mrs. Jeremy's urgent proposition that they should make their escape in the doctor's absence. "You always prefer the coolest place, I believe." "So I do, but I noticed there was a good draught of air in the ladies' saloon, and" here the good woman's argument was interrupted by the cordial salutation of Dr. Grisworth, who, previously seated with his back towards them, had turned at the sound of Emily's flute-like voice, which once heard, invariably left an impression upon the memory. When he had finished shaking hands, he insisted upon giving his seat to Mrs. Jeremy, and at the same instant another gentleman, who, owing to the throng of passengers, had hitherto been unnoticed by our party, rose and bowing politely, placed his own chair for the accommodation of Emily, and then walked quickly away. It was the stranger whom they had seen at breakfast. Gertrude recognized his keen dark eye, even before she perceived his singular hair, and as she thanked him, and placed Emily in the offered seat, she felt herself colour under his earnest glance. But Dr. Grisworth immediately claimed her attention for the introduction to his daughters, and all thought of the retreating stranger was banished for the present. The Miss Grisworths were intelligent-looking girls. The eldest, lately returned from Europe, where she had been travelling with her father, was considered a very elegant and superior person, and Gertrude was charmed with the ladylike cordiality with which they both made her acquaintance, and still more with the amiable and sympathizing attentions which they paid to Emily. By the time that Dr. Jeremy returned with the solitary chair which he had been able to obtain, he found Gertrude and Dr. Grisworth comfortably accommodated, through the skilful agency of the latter, and was thus enabled to sink at once into his seat, and subside into that state of easy unconcern which admirably became his pleasant, genial temperament. Long before the boat reached West Point, where the Jeremys were to go on shore, it was plain to be seen that an excellent understanding subsisted between Gertrude and Miss Grisworths, and that time only was wanting to ripen their acquaintance into friendship. Gertrude was not one of those young persons who consider every girl of their own age entitled to their immediate intimacy and confidence. She had her decided preferences, and, though invariably civil and obliging, was rarely disposed to admit new members into her sacred circle of friends. She was quick, however, to recognize a congenial spirit, and such a one, once found, was claimed by her enthusiastic nature, and engrafted into her affections as something of kindred birth. Nor was the readily adopted tie easily loosened or broken. Whom Gertrude once loved, she loved long and well. Faithful was she in her efforts to serve, and prompt in her sympathy to feel for those whose interest and happiness friendship made dear to her as her own. Perhaps Ellen Grisworth divined this trait of her character, and appreciated the value of so steady and truthful a regard, for she certainly tried hard to win it, and her father, who had heard Gertrude's history from Dr. Jeremy, smiled approvingly as he witnessed the pains which his high-bred and somewhat aristocratic daughter was taking to render herself agreeable to one whose social position had in it nothing to excite her ambition, and whose person, mind and manners, constituted her sole recommendation. They had been for about an hour engaged in the enjoyment of each other's society, and in the view of some of the most charming scenery in the world. when Netta Griesworth touched her sister's arm, and glancing towards another part of the boat, said, in an undertone, "Ellen, do invite Mr. Phillips to come back and be introduced to Miss Flint. See how lonesome the poor man looks." Gertrude followed the direction of Netta's eye, and saw the stranger of the morning at some distance from them, slowly pacing up and down, with a serious and abstracted air. "He has not been near us for an hour," said Netta. "I am afraid he has got the blues." "I hope we have not frightened your friend away," said Gertrude. "Oh, no, indeed," replied Ellen. "Although Mr. Phillips is but a recent acquaintance, we have found him so independent, and sometimes so whimsical, that I am never astonished at his proceedings, or mortified at being suddenly forsaken by him. There are some people, you know, for whom it is always sufficient excuse to say, 'It is their way.' I wish he would condescend to join us again, however. I should like to introduce him to you, Miss Flint." "You wouldn't like him," said Netta. "Now, that is not fair, Netta," exclaimed her sister, "to try and prejudice Miss Flint against my friend. You mustn't let her influence you," added she, addressing Gertrude. "She hasn't known him half as long as I have, and I do not dislike him by any means. My little straightforward sister never likes odd people, and I must confess that Mr. Phillips is somewhat eccentric, but he interests me all the more on that account, and I feel positive he and you would have many ideas and sentiments in common." "How can you say so, Ellen?" said Netta. "I think they are totally different." "You must consider Netta's remark very complimentary, Miss Flint," said Ellen good naturedly. "It would not be quite so much so if it had come from me." "But you wished me to become acquainted with your oddity," remarked Gertrude, addressing herself to Netta. "I suspect you act on the principle that one's misfortunes should be shared by one's friends." Netta laughed. "Not exactly," said she. "It was compassion for him that moved me. I can't help pitying him when he looks so homesick, and I thought your society would brighten him up and do him good." "Ah, Netta, Netta!" cried her sister. "He has excited your sympathy, I see. A few days more, and I shouldn't be surprised if you went beyond me in your admiration of him. If so, take care, you transparent creature, not to betray your inconsistency." Then turning to Gertrude, she said, "Netta met Mr. Phillips yesterday for the first time, and has not seemed very favourably impressed. Father and I were passengers in the same steamer in which he came from Liverpool, a few weeks ago. He had an ill turn in the early part of the voyage, and it was in a professional way that father first made his acquaintance. I was surprised at seeing him on board the boat to-day, for he mentioned no such intention yesterday." Gertrude suspected that the agreeable young lady might herself be the cause of his journey, but she did not say so. Her native delicacy and the slight knowledge she had of the parties forbade such an allusion, and the conversation soon taking another turn, Mr. Phillips was not again adverted to, though Gertrude observed, just before the boat stopped at West Point, that Dr. Jeremy and Dr. Griesworth, having left their party, had joined him, and that the trio were engaged in a colloquy which seemed to possess equal interest to them all. At West Point Gertrude parted from her new friends, who expressed an earnest hope that they should again meet in Saratoga, and before the bustle of going on shore had subsided, and she had found on the narrow pier a safe place of refuge for Emily and herself, the boat was far up the river, and the Miss Griesworths quite undistinguishable among the crowd that swarmed the deck. Our travellers passed one night only at West Point. The weather continued extremely hot, and Dr. Jeremy, perceiving that Emily drooped under the oppressive atmosphere, was desirous to reach the summit of Catskill Mountain before the Sabbath, which was now near at hand. One solitary moonlit evening, however, sufficed to give Gertrude some idea of the beauties of the place. She had no opportunity to observe it in detail, she saw it only as a whole; but thus presented to her vision in all the dreamy loveliness of a summer's night, it left on her fresh and impressive mind a vague sentiment of wonder and delight at the surpassing sweetness of what seemed rather a glimpse of paradise than an actual show of earth, so harmonious was the scene, so calm, so still, so peaceful. "Emily, darling," said she, as they stood together in a rustic arbor, commanding the most striking prospect both of the river and the shore, "it looks like you. You ought to live here, and be the priestess of such a temple." And locking her hand in that of Emily, she poured into her attentive ear the holy and elevated sentiments to which the time and the place gave birth. To pour out her thoughts to Emily was like whispering to her own heart, and the response to those thoughts was as sure and certain. So passed the evening away, and an early hour in the morning found them again steaming up the river. Their first day's experience having convinced them of the danger of delay, they lost no time in securing places on deck, for the boat was as crowded as on the previous morning. But the shores of West Point were hardly passed from their view before Gertrude's watchful eye detected in Emily's countenance the well-known signs of her weariness and debility. Sacrificing, without hesitation, the intense pleasure she was herself deriving from the beautiful scenes through which the boat was at the moment passing, she at once proposed that they should seek the cabin, where Miss Graham might rest in greater stillness and comfort. Emily, however, would not listen to the proposal, would not think of depriving Gertrude of the rare pleasure she knew she must be experiencing. "The prospect is all lost upon me now, Emily," said Gertrude. "I see only your tired face. Do go and lie down, if it be only to please me. You hardly slept at all last night." "Are you talking of going below?" exclaimed Mrs. Jeremy. "I, for one, shall be thankful to, as it's comfortable again, and we could see all we want to from the cabin windows. Can't we, Emily?" "Should you really prefer it?" inquired Emily. "Indeed I should," said Mrs. Jeremy, with such emphasis that her sincerity could not be doubted. "Then if you will promise to stay here, Gertrude," said Emily, "I will go with Mrs. Jeremy." Gertrude assented to the plan, but insisted upon first accompanying them, to find a vacant berth for Emily, and see her under circumstances which would promise repose. Dr. Jeremy having, in the meantime, gone to inquire about dinner, they at once carried their plan into effect. Emily was really too weak to endure the noise and confusion on deck, and after she had lain down in the quiet and nearly deserted saloon, Gertrude stood smoothing back her hair and watching her pale countenance, until she was accused of violating the conditions of their agreement, and was at last driven away by the lively and good-natured doctor's lady, who declared herself perfectly well able to take care of Emily. "You'd better make haste back," said she, "before you lose your seat. And mind, Gertie, don't let the doctor come near us; he'll be teasing us to go back again, and we've no idea of doing any such thing." Saying which, Mrs. Jeremy untied her bonnet strings, put her feet up in the opposite chair, clapped her hands at Gertrude, and bade her be gone. Gertrude ran off laughing, and a smile was still on her face when she reached the staircase. As she came up with her usual quick and light step, a tall figure moved aside to let her pass. It was Mr. Phillips. He bowed, and Gertrude, returning the salutation, passed on to the place she had left, wondering how he came to be again their travelling companion. He could not have been on board previously to her going below with Emily. She was sure she would have seen him. She should have known him among 1,000. He must have taken the boat at Newburgh; it stopped there while she was in the cabin. As these reflections passed through her mind, she resumed her seat, which was placed at the very stern of the boat, and with her back to most of the company, gazed out upon the river. She had sat thus for about 5 minutes, her thoughts divided between the scenery and the interesting countenance of the stranger, when a shadow passed before her, and looking up, prepared to see and address Dr. Jeremy, she betrayed a little confusion at again encountering a pair of eyes whose earnest, magnetic gaze had the power to disconcert and bewilder her. She was turning away, somewhat abruptly, when the stranger spoke. "Good morning, young lady. Our paths still lie in the same direction, I see. Will you honor me by making use of my guide book?" As he spoke, he offered her a little book containing a map of the river, and the shores on either side. Gertrude took it and thanked him. As she unfolded the map, he stationed himself a few steps distant, and leaned over the railing, in an apparently absent state of mind, nor did he speak to her again for some minutes. Then suddenly turning towards her, he said, "You like all of this very much." "Very much," said Gertrude. "You have never seen anything so beautiful before in your life." He did not seem to question her; he spoke as if he knew. "It is an old story to you, I suppose," said Gertrude. "What makes you think so?" asked he, smiling. Gertrude was disconcerted by his look, and still more by his smile. It changed his whole face so; it made him look so handsome, and yet so melancholy. She blushed, and could not reply. He saved her the trouble. "That is hardly a fair question, is it? You probably think you have as much reason for your opinion as I had for mine. You are wrong, however. I never was here before. But I am too old a traveller to carry my enthusiasm in my eyes, as you do," added he, after a moment's pause, during which he looked her full in the face. Then seeming, for the first time, to perceive the embarrassment which his scrutiny of her features occasioned, he turned away, and a shadow passed over his fine countenance, lending it for a moment an expression of mingled bitterness and pathos, which served at once to disarm Gertrude's confusion at his self-introduction and subsequent remarks, and render her forgetful of everything but the strange interest with which this singular man inspired her. Presently, taking a vacant chair next hers, he directed her attention to a beautiful country residence on their right, spoke of its former owner, whom he had met in a foreign land, and related some interesting anecdotes concerning an adventurous journey which they had taken together. This again introduced other topics, chiefly connected with wanderings in countries almost unknown, even in this exploring age; and so rich and varied was the stranger's conversation, so graphic were his descriptions, so exuberant and glowing his imagination, and so powerful his command of words and his gift at expressing and giving force to his thoughts, that his young and enthusiastic listener sat entranced with admiration and delight. Her highly wrought and intellectual nature sympathized fully with the fervor and poetry of a mind as sensitive as her own to the great and wonderful, whether in nature or art; and, her fancy and interest thus taken by storm, her calm and observant entertainer had soon the satisfaction of perceiving that he had succeeded in disarming her diffidence and embarrassment; for as she listened to his words, and even met the occasional glance of his dark eyes, her animated and beaming countenance no longer showed signs of fear or distrust. He took no advantage, however, of the apparent self-forgetfulness with which she enjoyed his society, but continued to enlarge upon such subjects as naturally presented themselves, and was careful not to disturb her equanimity by again bestowing upon her the keen and scrutinizing gaze which had proved so disconcerting. By the time, therefore, that Dr. Jeremy came in search of his young charge, conversation between her and the stranger had assumed so much ease and freedom from restraint that the doctor opened his eyes in astonishment, shrugged his shoulders, and exclaimed, "This is pretty well, I declare!" Gertrude did not see the doctor approach, but looked up at the sound of his voice. Conscious of the surprise it must be to him to find her talking so familiarly with a complete stranger, she coloured slightly at his abrupt remark; but observing that her companion was quite unconcerned, and even received it with a smile, she felt herself rather amused than embarrassed; for strangely enough the latter feeling had almost entirely vanished, and she had come to feel confidence in her fellow traveller, who rose, shook hands with Dr. Jeremy, to whom he had, the previous day, been introduced, and said, with perfect composure, "Will you have the kindness, sir, to present me to this young lady? We have already had some conversation together, but do not yet know by what name we may address each other." Dr. Jeremy having performed the ceremony of introduction, Mr. Phillips bowed gracefully, and looked at Gertrude in such a benignant, fatherly way that she hesitated not to take his offered hand. He detained hers a moment while he said, "Do not be afraid of me when we meet again," and then walked away, and paced slowly up and down the deck until passengers for Catskill were summoned to dinner, when he, as well as Dr. Jeremy and Gertrude, went below. The doctor tried to rally Gertrude a little about her grey-headed beau, declaring that he was yet young and handsome, and that she could have his hair dyed any colour she pleased; but he could not succeed in annoying her in that way, for her interest in him, which she did not deny, was quite independent of his personal appearance. The bustle, however, of dinner and going on shore at Catskill, banished from the good doctor's head all thought of everything except the safety of himself, his ladies, and their baggage. Fit cause, indeed, for anxiety to a more experienced traveller than he; for so short was the time allotted for the boat to stop at the landing and deposit the passengers, and such was the confusion attending the operation of pushing them on shore and flinging their baggage after them, that when the panting engine was again set in motion, the little crowd collected on the wharf resembled rather a flock of frightened sheep than human beings with a free will of their own. Emily, whose nervous system was somewhat disordered, clung tremblingly to Gertrude, and Gertrude found herself, she knew not how, leaning on the arm of Mr. Phillips, to whose silent exertions they were both indebted for their safety in disembarking. Mrs. Jeremy, in the meantime, was counting up the trunks, while her husband, with his foot upon one of them, and a carpet bag in his left hand, was loudly denouncing the steamboat, its conductors, and the whole hurrying, scurrying Yankee nation. 2 stage coaches were waiting at the wharf to take passengers up the mountain, and before Dr. Jeremy had turned his back upon the river, Emily and Gertrude were placed in one of them by Mr. Phillips. who, without asking questions, or even speaking at all, took this office upon himself, and then went to inform the doctor of their whereabouts. The doctor and his wife soon joined them. A party of strangers occupied the other seats in the coach, and after some delay they commenced the afternoon's drive. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Lamplighter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. The Lamplighter by Maria Susanna Cummins. Chapter 36. Believe in God as in the sun, and lo, along thy soul's morn youth restored shall glow. As rests the earth, so rest, O troubled heart. Rest till the burden of the cloud depart. New Timon. Before they had passed through the dusty village, and gained the road leading in the direction of the Mountain House, they became painfully conscious of the vast difference between the temperature of the river and that of the inland country, and, in being suddenly deprived of the refreshing breeze they had enjoyed on board the boat, they fully realized the extreme heat of the weather. For the first few miles Gertrude's whole attention was required to shield Emily and herself from the rays of a burning sun which shone into the coach full upon their faces, and it was a great relief when they at last reached the steep but smooth and beautifully shaded road which led up the side of the mountain. The atmosphere being perfectly clear, the gradually widening prospect was most beautiful, and Gertrude's delight and rapture were such that the restraint imposed by stage-coach decorum was almost insupportable. When, therefore, the ascent became so laborious that the gentlemen were invited to alight and relieve the weary horses of a part of their burden, Gertrude gladly accepted Dr. Jeremy's proposal that she should accompany him on a walk of a mile or two. Gertrude was an excellent walker, and she and the still active doctor soon left the coaches far behind them. At a sudden turn in the road, they stopped to view the scene below, and, lost in silent admiration, stood enjoying the stillness and beauty of the spot, when they were startled by a voice close beside them, saying, "A fine landscape, certainly." They looked around and saw Mr. Phillips seated upon a moss-grown rock, against which Gertrude was at the moment leaning. His attitude was easy and careless, his broad-brimmed straw hat lay on the ground where it had fallen, and his snow-besprinkled but wavy and still beautiful hair was tossed back from his high and expanded forehead. One would have thought, to look at him, leaning so idly and even boyishly upon his hand, that he had been sitting there for hours at least, and felt quite at home in the place. He rose to his feet, however, immediately upon being perceived, and joined Dr. Jeremy and Gertrude. "You have got the start of us, sir," said the former. "Yes, I have walked from the village, my practice always when the roads are such that no time can be gained by riding." As he spoke, he placed in Gertrude's hand, without looking at her, or seeming conscious what he was doing, a bouquet of rich laurel blossoms, which he had probably gathered during his walk. She would have thanked him, but his absent manner was such that it afforded her no opportunity, especially as he went on talking with the doctor as if she had not been present. All three resumed their walk. Mr. Phillips and Dr. Jeremy conversed in an animated manner, and Gertrude, content to be a listener, soon perceived that she was not the only person to whom the stranger had power to render himself agreeable. Dr. Jeremy engaged him upon a variety of subjects, upon all of which he appeared equally well informed, and Gertrude smiled to see her old friend more than once rub his hands together, according to his well-known manner of expressing boundless satisfaction. Now, Gertrude thought their new acquaintance must be a botanist by profession, so versed was he in everything relating to that department of science. Then, again, she was equally sure that geology must have been with him an absorbing study, so intimate seemed his acquaintance with Mother Earth. And both of these impressions were in turn dispelled when he talked of the ocean like a sailor, of the counting-room like a merchant, of Paris like a man of fashion and the world. In the meantime she walked beside him, silent but not forgotten or unnoticed, for as they approached a rough and steep ascent, he offered his arm, and expressed a fear lest she should become fatigued. She assured him there was no danger of that. Dr. Jeremy declared it was his belief that Gertie could outwalk them both, and thus satisfied, Mr. Phillips resumed the broken thread of their discourse, into which, before long, Gertrude was drawn almost unawares. Mr. Phillips was a man who knew how to inspire awe and even fear when such was his pleasure. The reverse being the case, however, he had equal ability to dispel such sentiments, awaken confidence, and bid character unfold itself at his bidding. He no longer seemed, in Gertrude's eyes, a stranger. He was a mystery, certainly, but not a forbidding one. She longed to know more of him, to learn the history of a life which many an incident of his own narrating proved to have been made up of strange and mingled experience. Especially did her sympathetic nature desire to fathom the cause of that deep-seated melancholy which shadowed and darkened his noble countenance, and made his smile a sorrowful thing. Dr. Jeremy, who in a degree shared her curiosity, asked a few leading questions, in hopes to obtain some clue to his new friend's personal history. But in vain. Mr. Phillip's lips were either sealed on the subject, or opened only to baffle the curiosity of his interrogator. At length the doctor was compelled to give way to a weariness which he could no longer disguise from himself or his companions, much as he disliked to acknowledge the fact, and seating themselves by the roadside, they awaited the arrival of the coach. There had been a short silence, when the doctor, looking at Gertrude, remarked, "There will be no church for us to-morrow, Gertie." "No church!" exclaimed Gertrude, gazing about her with a look of reverence. "How can you say so?" Mr. Phillips bestowed upon her a smile of interest and inquiry, and said, in a peculiar tone, "There is no Sunday here, Miss Flint. It doesn't come up so high." He spoke lightly, too lightly, Gertrude thought, and she replied with some seriousness, and much sweetness, "I have often rejoiced that the Sabbath had been sent down into the lower earth. The higher we go, the nearer we come, I trust, to the eternal Sabbath." Mr. Phillips bit his lip, and turned away without replying. There was an expression about his mouth which Gertrude did not exactly like, but she could not find it in her heart to reproach him for the slight sneer which his manner, rather than his look, implied; for as he gazed a moment or two into vacancy, there was in his wild and absent countenance such a look of sorrow, that she could only pity and wonder. The coaches now came up, and as he placed her in her former seat, he resumed his wonted serene and kindly expression, and she felt convinced that it was only doing justice to his frank and open face to believe that nothing was hid behind it that would not do honor to the man. An hour more brought them to the Mountain House, and greatly to their joy they were at once shown to some of the most excellent rooms the hotel afforded. As Gertrude stood at the window of the chamber allotted to herself and Emily, and heard the loud murmurs of some of her fellow travellers who were denied any tolerable accommodation, she could not but be astonished at Dr. Jeremy's unusual good fortune in being treated with such marked partiality. Emily, being greatly fatigued with the toilsome journey, had supper brought to her own room, and Gertrude partaking of it with her, neither of them sought society that night, but at an early hour betook themselves to rest. The last thing that Gertrude heard, before falling asleep, was the voice of Dr. Jeremy, saying, as he passed their door, "Take care, Gertie, and be up in time to see the sunrise." She was not up in time, however, nor was the doctor himself; neither of them had calculated upon the sun's being such an early riser; and though Gertrude, mindful of the caution, sprung up almost before her eyes were open, a flood of daylight was pouring in at the window, and a scene met her gaze which at once put to flight every regret at having overslept herself, since nothing, she thought, could be more solemnly glorious than that which now lay outspread before her. From the surface of the rocky platform upon which the house was built, far out to the distant horizon, nothing was to be seen but a sea of snowy clouds, which wholly overshadowed the lower earth, and hid it from view. Vast, solid, and of the most perfect whiteness, they stretched on every side, forming, as they lay in thick masses, between which not a crevice was discernible, an unbroken curtain, dividing the heavens from the earth. While most of the world, however, was thus shut out from the clear light of morning, the mountain top was rejoicing in an unusually brilliant and glorious dawn, the beauty of which was greatly enhanced by those very clouds which were obscuring and shadowing the dwellings of men below. A fairy bark might have floated upon the undulating waves which glistened in the sunshine like new fallen snow, and which, contrasted with the clear blue sky above, formed a picture of singular grandeur. The foliage of the oaks, the pines, and the maples, which had found root in this lofty region, was rich, clear, and polished, and tame and fearless birds of various note were singing in the branches. Gertrude gave one long look, then hastened to dress herself and go out upon the platform. The house was perfectly still; no one seemed yet to be stirring, and she stood for some time entranced, almost breathless with awe and admiration. At length she heard footsteps, and looking up, saw Dr. and Mrs. Jeremy approaching, the former, as usual, full of life, and dragging forward his reluctant, sleepy partner, whose countenance proclaimed how unwillingly she had foregone her morning nap. The doctor rubbed his hands as they joined Gertrude. "Very fine this, Gertie. A touch beyond anything I had calculated upon." Gertrude turned upon him her beaming eyes, but did not speak. Satisfied, however, with the expression of her face, which was sufficient, without words, to indicate her appreciation of the scene, the doctor stepped to the edge of the flat rock upon which they stood, placed his hands beneath his coat tails, and indulged in a soliloquy made up of short exclamations and interjectional phrases, expressive of his approbation, still further confirmed and emphasized by a quick, regular nodding of his head. "Why, this looks queer, doesn't it?" said Mrs. Jeremy, rubbing her eyes and gazing about her. "But I dare say it would be just so an hour or two hence. I don't see what the doctor would make me get up so early for." Then, catching sight of her husband's position, she darted forward, exclaiming, "Dr. Jerry, for mercy's sake, don't stand so near the edge of that precipice. Why, are you crazy, man? You frighten me to death. You'll fall over and break your neck, as sure as the world." Finding the doctor deaf to her entreaties, she caught hold of his coat and tried to drag him backwards, upon which he turned about, inquired what was the matter, and perceiving her anxiety, considerately retreated a few paces. The next moment, however, he was once more in the same precarious spot. The same scene was re-enacted, and finally, after the poor woman's fears had been excited and relieved half a dozen times in succession, she grew so disturbed that, looking most imploringly at Gertrude, she begged her to get the doctor away from that dangerous place, for the poor man was so venturesome he would surely be killed. "Suppose we explore that little path at the right of the house," suggested Gertrude. "It looks attractive." "So it does," said Mrs. Jeremy. "Beautiful little shady path. Come, doctor, Gertie and I are going to walk up here. Come." The doctor looked in the direction in which she pointed. "Ah," said he, "that is the path the man at the office spoke about. It leads up to the pine gardens. We'll climb up, by all means, and see what sort of a place it is." Gertrude led the way, Mrs. Jeremy followed, and the doctor brought up the rear, all walking in single file, for the path was a mere foot track. The ascent was very steep, and they had not proceeded far before Mrs. Jeremy, panting with heat and fatigue, stopped short, and declared her inability to reach the top. She would not have thought of coming, if she had known what a horrid hard hill she had got to climb. Encouraged and assisted, however, by her husband and Gertrude, she was induced to make a further attempt, and they had gone on some distance, when Gertrude, who happened for a moment to be some steps in advance, heard Mrs. Jeremy give a slight scream. She looked back. The doctor was laughing heartily, but his wife, who was the picture of consternation, was endeavouring to pass him and retrace her steps down the hill, at the same time calling upon her to follow. "What is the matter?" asked Gertrude. "Matter!" cried Mrs. Jeremy. "Why, this hill is covered with rattlesnakes, and here we are all going up to be bitten to death." "No such thing, Gertie," said the doctor, still laughing. "I only told her there'd been one killed here this summer, and now she's making an excuse for turning back." "I don't care," said the good-natured lady, half laughing herself, in spite of her fears. "If there's been one there may be another, and I won't stay here a minute longer. I thought it was a bad enough place before, and now I'm going down faster than I came up." Finding her determined, the doctor hastened to accompany her, calling to Gertrude as he went, however, assuring her there was no danger, and begging her to keep on and wait for him at the top of the hill, where he would join her after he had left his wife in safety at the hotel. Gertrude therefore went on alone. For the first few rods she looked carefully about her and thought of rattlesnakes, but the path was so well worn that she felt sure it must be often trod and was probably safe, and the beauty of the place soon engrossed all her attention. After a few moments spent in active climbing, she reached the highest point of ground, and found herself once more on an elevated woody platform, from which she could look forth as before upon the unbroken sea of clouds. She seated herself at the root of an immense pine tree, removed her bonnet, for she was warm from recent exercise, and, as she inhaled the refreshing mountain breeze, gave herself up to the train of reflection which she had been indulging when disturbed by Dr. and Mrs. Jeremy. She had sat thus but a moment when a slight rustling noise startled her. She remembered the rattlesnakes, and was springing to her feet, but hearing a low sound, as of some one breathing, turned her eyes in the direction from which it came, and saw, only a few yards from her, the figure of a man stretched upon the ground, apparently asleep. She went towards it with a careful step, and before she could see the face, the large straw hat, the long blanched wavy hair, betrayed the identity of the individual. Mr. Phillips was, or appeared to be, sleeping. His head was pillowed upon his arm, his eyes were closed, and his attitude denoted perfect repose. Gertrude stood still and looked at him. As she did so, his countenance suddenly changed. The peaceful expression gave place to the same unhappy look which had at first excited her sympathy. His lips moved, and in his dreams he spoke, or rather shouted, "No, no, no!" each time that he repeated the word, pronouncing it with more vehemence and emphasis. Then, wildly throwing one arm above his head, he let it fall gradually and heavily upon the ground. And, the excitement subsiding from his face, he uttered the simple words, "Oh, dear!" much as a grieved and tired child might do as he leans his head upon his mother's knee. Gertrude was deeply touched. She forgot that he was a stranger. She saw only a sufferer. An insect lit upon his fair, open forehead. She leaned over him, brushed away the greedy creature, and as she did so, one of the many tears that filled her eyes fell upon his cheek. Quietly then, without motion or warning, he awoke and looked full in the face of the embarrassed girl, who started and would have hastened away, but leaning on his elbow, he caught her hand and detained her. He gazed at her for a moment without speaking, then said in a grave voice, "My child, did you shed that tear for me?" She did not reply, except by her eyes, which were still glistening with the dew of sympathy. "I believe you did," said he, "and from my heart I bless you. But never again weep for a stranger. You will have woes enough of your own, if you live to be of my age." "If I had not had sorrows already," said Gertrude, "I should not know how to feel for others. If I had not often wept for myself, I should not weep now for you." "But you are happy?" "Yes." "Some find it easy to forget the past." "I have not forgotten it." "Children's griefs are trifles, and you are still scarce more than a child." "I never was a child," said Gertrude. "Strange girl!" soliloquized her companion. "Will you sit down and talk with me a few minutes?" Gertrude hesitated. "Do not refuse. I am an old man, and very harmless. Take a seat here under this tree, and tell me what you think of the prospect." Gertrude smiled inwardly at the idea of his being such an old man, and calling her a child; but old or young, she had it not in her heart to fear him, or refuse his request. She sat down, and he seated himself beside her, but did not speak of the prospect, or of anything, for a moment or two. Then, turning to her abruptly, he said, "So you never were unhappy in your life?" "Never!" exclaimed Gertrude. "Oh, yes, often." "But never long?" "Yes, I can remember whole years when happiness was a thing I had never even dreamed of." "But comfort came at last. What do you think of those to whom it never comes?" "I know enough of sorrow to pity and wish to help them." "What can you do for them?" "Hope for them, pray for them," said Gertrude, with the voice of feeling. "What if they be past hope, beyond the influence of prayer?" "There are no such," said Gertrude, with decision. "Do you see," said Mr. Phillips, "this curtain of thick clouds, now overshadowing the world? Even so many a heart is weighed down and overshadowed by thick and impenetrable darkness." "But the light shines brightly above the clouds," said Gertrude. "Above! Well, that may be, but what avails it to those who see it not?" "It is sometimes a weary and toilsome road that leads to the mountain top, but the pilgrim is well repaid for the trouble which brings him above the clouds," replied Gertrude, with enthusiasm. "Few ever find the road that leads so high," responded her melancholy companion, "and those who do cannot live long in so elevated an atmosphere. They must come down from their height, and again dwell among the common herd; again mingle in the warfare with the mean, the base, and the cruel. Thicker clouds will gather over their heads, and they will be buried in redoubled darkness. But they have seen the glory; they know that the light is ever burning on high, and will have faith to believe it will pierce the gloom at last. See, see!" said she, her eyes glowing with the fervor with which she spoke. "Even now the heaviest clouds are parting; the sun will soon light up the valley." She pointed, as she spoke, to a wide fissure which was gradually disclosing itself, as the hitherto solid mass of clouds separated on either side, and then turned to the stranger to see if he observed the change. But with the same smile upon his unmoved countenance, he was watching, not the display of nature in the distance, but that close at his side. He was gazing with intense interest upon the young and ardent worshipper of the beautiful and the true, and in studying her features and observing the play of her countenance, he seemed so wholly absorbed that Gertrude, believing he was not listening to her words, but had fallen into one of his absent moods, ceased speaking rather abruptly, and was turning away, when he said, "Go on, happy child. Teach me, if you can, to see the world tinged with the rosy colouring it wears for you. Teach me to love and pity, as you do, that miserable thing called man. I warn you that you have a difficult task, but you seem to be very hopeful." "Do you hate the world?" asked Gertrude, with straightforward simplicity. "Almost," was Mr. Phillips's answer. "I did once," said Gertrude, musingly. "And will again, perhaps." "No, that would be impossible. It has been a good foster mother to its orphan child, and now I love it dearly." "Have they been kind to you?" asked he, with eagerness. "Have heartless strangers deserved the love you seem to feel for them?" "Heartless strangers!" exclaimed Gertrude, the tears rushing to her eyes. "Oh, sir, I wish you could have known my Uncle True, and Emily, dear, blind Emily. You would think better of the world for their sakes." "Tell me about them," said he, in a low, unsteady voice, and looking fixedly down into the precipice which yawned at his feet. "There is not much to tell, only that one was old and poor, and the other wholly blind, and yet they made everything rich and bright and beautiful to me, a poor, desolate, injured child." "Injured! Then you acknowledge that you had previously met with wrong and injustice." "Ay!" exclaimed Gertrude, "my earliest recollections are only of want, suffering, and much unkindness." "And these friends took pity on you?" "Yes, one became an earthly father to me, and the other taught me where to find a heavenly one." "And ever since then you have been free and light as air, without a wish or care in the world?" "No, indeed, I did not say so. I do not mean so," said Gertrude. "I have had to part from Uncle True, and to give up other dear friends, some for years and some for ever. I have had many trials, many lonely, solitary hours, and even now am oppressed by more than one subject of anxiety and dread." "How, then, so cheerful and happy?" asked Mr. Phillips. Gertrude had risen, for she saw Dr. Jeremy approaching, and stood with one hand resting upon a solid mass of stone, under whose protecting shadow she had been seated. She smiled a thoughtful smile at Mr. Phillips's question, and after casting her eyes a moment into the deep valley beneath her, turned them upon him with a look of holy faith, and said, in a low but fervent tone, "I see the gulf yawning beneath me, but I lean upon the Rock of Ages." Gertrude had spoken truly when she said that more than one anxiety and dread oppressed her, for mingled with a daily increasing fear lest the time was fast approaching when Emily would be taken from her, she had of late been harassed and grieved by the thought that Willie Sullivan, towards whom her heart yearned with more than a sister's love, was fast forgetting the friend of his childhood, or, at least, ceasing to regard her with the love and tenderness of former years. It was now some months since she had received a letter from India. The last was short, and written in a haste which Willie apologized for on the score of business cares and duties; and Gertrude was compelled unwillingly to admit the chilling presentiment that now that his mother and grandfather were no more, the ties which bound the exile to his native home were sensibly weakened. Nothing would have induced her to hint, even to Emily, a suspicion of neglect on Willie's part. Nothing would have shocked her more than hearing such neglect imputed to him by another. But still, in the depths of her own heart, she sometimes mused with wonder upon his long silence, and the strange diminution of intercourse between herself and him. During several weeks in which she had received no tidings, she had still continued to write as usual, and felt sure that such reminders must have reached him by every mail. What, then, but illness or indifference could excuse his never replying to her faithfully dispatched missives? She often tried to banish from her mind any self-questioning upon a subject so involved in uncertainty, but at times a sadness came over her which could only be dispersed by turning her thoughts upward with that trusting faith and hope which had so often sustained her drooping spirits. And it was from one of these soaring reveries that she had turned with pitying looks and words to the fellow sufferer whose moans had escaped him even in his dreams. Dr. Jeremy's approach was the signal for hearty congratulations and good mornings between himself and Mr. Phillips. The doctor began to converse in his animated manner, spoke with hearty delight of the beauty and peacefulness of that bright Sabbath morning in the mountains; and Mr. Phillips, compelled to exert himself, and conceal, if he could not dispel, the gloom which weighed upon his mind, talked with an ease and even playfulness which astonished Gertrude, who walked back to the house silently wondering at this strange and inconsistent man. She did not see him at breakfast, and at dinner he took a seat at some distance from Dr. Jeremy's party, and merely acknowledged their acquaintance by a graceful salutation to Gertrude as she left the dining hall. Still later in the day he suddenly made his appearance upon the broad piazza where Emily and Gertrude were seated, one pair of eyes serving, as usual, to paint pictures for the minds of both. There had been a thunder shower, but as the sun went down, and the storm passed away, a brilliant bow, and its almost equally brilliant reflection, spanned the horizon, seemingly far beneath the height of the mountain top, and the lights and shadows which were playing upon the valley and its shining river were brilliant and beautiful in the extreme. Gertrude hoped Mr. Phillips would join them; she knew that Emily would be charmed with his rich and varied conversation, and felt an instinctive hope that the sweet tones of the comfort-carrying voice, which so many loved and blessed, would speak to his heart a lesson of peace. But she hoped in vain. He started on seeing them, walked hastily away, and Gertrude soon after espied him toiling up the same steep path which had attracted them both in the morning. Nor did he make his appearance at the hotel again that night. The Jeremys stayed 2 days longer at the Mountain House. The invigorating air benefited Emily, who appeared stronger than she had done for weeks past, and was able to take many a little stroll in the neighbourhood of the house. Gertrude was never weary of the glorious prospect, upon which she gazed with ever increasing delight, and an excursion which she and the doctor made on foot to the cleft in the heart of the mountain, where a narrow stream leaps a distance of 200 feet into the valley below, furnished the theme for many a descriptive reverie, of which Emily reaped a part of the enjoyment. They saw no more of their new acquaintance, who had disappeared without their knowledge. Dr. Jeremy inquired of their host concerning them, and learned that he left at an early hour on Monday, and took up a pedestrian course down the mountain. The doctor was surprised and disappointed, for he liked Mr. Phillips exceedingly, and had flattered himself from some particular inquiries he had made concerning their proposed route that he had an idea of attaching himself to their party. "Never mind, Gertie," said he, in a tone of mock condolence. "I dare say we shall come across him yet, some time when we least expect it." CHAPter 36.